And as I speak, Feroz Kouchi is out. Rushworth is in. This time Cook cuts. It's going to go across the netting area.
Round the wicket. And he's got him caught behind. And so Alistair Cook goes for 9. Hassan Ali bowls, and that's driven. It's not come off the face of the bat. It's come off an edge. It's gone down to 3rd for 4.
And this time he cuts that one away into the offside. It will be chased, but it's going to race away to the boundary for 4 runs to Essex. As Barnard is in to Lawrence. He drives this time, and it will go all the way to the boundary. Lovely drive into the offside from Dan Lawrence.
He is the match liaison officer. This is in the air, and this time little bit of width, and Dan Lawrence has gone at it. Bess full into the offside. That's gone for 4. Wesley has played into out safely against the spin.
So 3 around the bat. And it comes dancing down the pitch as Wesley and hits that over the top, and it bounces just in front of the ropes for 4.
In this first innings.
89 for 2. That one he works to long on for a single, which brings up a half century for Tom Wesley.
Ali in at the crease, bowls, pulled again down the leg side. That's going to run away. Can't tell you if it was a thin edge or glove, but it's gone for 4. Very fine.
Best to come in with the spin. Lawrence on the back foot drives through the covers, and that will go all the way for 4 runs to Dan Lawrence. Bess is in around the wicket, and that's turned into the leg side by Dan Lawrence to bring up his 50 in this match for Essex. Bess to Wesley, and he's got that one away this time into the offside, and it's going to race away all the way to the boundary for 4 runs. As in comes Bess, and there's a couple of steps down by Wesley this time, and he gets that one straight back past the bowler for 4 runs, 155 for 2.
Slip in place, given a bit of air. This is driven in the same area, maybe 5 yards squarer than when Hassan Ali had to go and retrieve it. It hits the boundary boards, 4 more.
Hassan Ali bowls, that's driven. Nice shot that, driven through long off for 4 by Dan Lawrence.
Feroz Kouchi got out into the offside. That's going to run away, and Tom Wesley takes his hat off, raises his bat.
For a minimum of 4 games, that's played out to backward point, and it's going to run down to 3rd, in fact, for 4 runs. That's very nicely placed and timed.
Will Rose making his way into Dan Lawrence, and he's pushed this one up past mid-on. He will come back, he'll just take the single, but that is 100 for Dan Lawrence. Fans on their feet for the Essex batter.
And it's going to be Ed Barnard, and it's been caught. First ball after tea.
Rhodes into Critchley, who's timed that one well, and just let that one run off the bat and away for 4 runs.
Critchley drives. This time he's going to get another boundary, but not on the offside. He's pierced, well, in between mid-wicket and mid-on, and it's gone to the shorter boundary at mid-wicket.
Comes into bowl, and that's hit high. That one's a big shot. Goodness, that's a massive shot straight down the ground for 6.
They've actually kept going, Essex.
Yeah.
They've batted well. He's lapped it. This time it's gone for... It's Critchley for 6. And he goes, this could be out. He may have got a wicket, and it's been caught. Caught at backward point. That's his very first-class wicket. Many congratulations to Jake Lintop.
The wind seeming to pick up, and Bess bowls out the next up, and he's got it. It's worked. It's played straight to the fielder Dan Mosley in that position.
Slightly at 45, but a long way back. This is in the air. He's given his wicket away, and he's been caught by the all-rounder.
Around the county ground as Lintott is in, and Harmer's taken a swipe at that one. He's been caught behind, he's been given.
As this time forward defensive, gets low, smothers the spin, and the umpire calls time, gentlemen, takes the bails off. And a very good morning to you all. Welcome back to Chelmsford, the Cloud County ground, for day 2 of a very important 4-day fixture between Essex and Warwickshire. Essex are in joint third place. Warwickshire are second. There's technically, prior to this game starting, 9 points between the two sides, and as I speak, the umpires are putting the bails on, and Warwickshire, led by their captain, is marching out towards the wicket. They've been overtaken by the two Essex not-out batsmen. Will Buttleman, he's on 15 not out, and Dougie Bracewell, the New Zealander, he's on 7. And it's a very good morning to you all. Don Topley here in the commentator's seat, together with Clive Eakin and Victoria Polly. Will be bringing you the ball-by-ball commentary for the day. Delighted to bring that to you. We've had some visitors in the box already this morning, coming to chat about balls and the game and different things about the commentary position and other things too, but I'm delighted to say that Mick Lewis, the Essex, he's an Australian, is going to, the Essex bowling coach will join us later. He has suggested we'd like to come up to the box when Essex bowl, so we can talk bowling and balls with an Australian. That will be terrific, and that will be very informative, I suspect, with Mickey Lewis. Played for Western Australia, played for Victoria, and also played for Durham and Glamorgan in county cricket. He knows his stuff, and he's very, very hugely respected by not just here at Essex, but other people in county cricket. Meanwhile, back to day 2. It's going to be Chris Rushworth opening the bowling from the Hayes close end, and he's bowling this time to Bracewell as the ball goes down the leg side, and there's nothing on it, and there's a slip, and we have perpetually had a short mid-wicket catching. Maybe Warwickshire think all of the Essex batsmen play with a bit of a bigger bottom hand, and they'll chip it into the short mid-wicket. Update in a minute. Rushworth turns. Little strides first. He's into his run. He's on his way down the slope. One slip waiting, and this is an immaculate forward defensive against the former Durham stalwart. Good looking forward defensive from Bracewell. 391 for 7. A cracking day's play. 2 cracking centuries from Tom Wesley and Dan Lawrence. And I'm sure both, they both played well and were congratulated, but they would love to have gone on. Warwickshire seemed to fight back in that final session. Rushworth in, another forward defensive. I went out to see the wicket on Twitter this morning. I've put a picture of the wicket. It's dry, looks quite abrasive. The Essex batsman suggested to me the ball looked like a dog had it a couple of times, because the surface was particularly abrasive on this Kookaburra ball, used for the first time in this 4-day fixture in English county cricket. In comes Rushworth, and he bowls a little bit short. This bounces a little bit. This ball is 26 overs old, a second new ball, I might add. And he's played it off the back foot into short mid-wicket where there is no run. Buttleman and Bracewell. Sounds like a bunch of solicitors, doesn't it? Buttleman and Bracewell. Well, they're going to try and eke out as many first innings runs, I'm sure. Rushworth in, forward defensive again. Right on the money is the veteran seamer, who I think is one of the leading wicket takers in the country, if not the leading wicket taker in the country. A slip, backward point, there's a boundary man in front of square, deep square leg, fine leg, and indeed deep extra cover. A ring on the offside, and the solitary short mid-wicket and mid-on actually. In comes Rushworth, he's in, he bowls. 4 defensive, played into for a quick single, well fielded, diving to his left by Dom Bess. That's a good stop, saved an extra run, but Essex were aware and got through for a single. A very good morning. Slightly cloudier today, not quite as hot. Essex have scored the 1 run in the solitary over of this morning's play. They're going to try and eke out as many first innings runs on this dry surface, and we're going to see Dom Best to bowl, but Essex have put the 1 run on and have made it to 392 for 7. There we go. Sunny spells, patchy cloud, we're told by the weatherman. Certainly not as warm as yesterday. Dom Bess to commence his 33rd over. And he's on his way away from us, passes the umpire, bowls his off spin into the deck. It's played by Bracewell into the leg side, and there is no run. Slip and a bat pad on the leg side, slip, conventional slip. I think that's the skipper as Best bowls again. A little shorter, he's come down the wicket. I think he saw him coming and adjusted his length, played into the Ed Barnard at short mid wicket, and there is no run. Saw him coming then, I'm sure. Bess on his way, this time forced into the leg side. It's played off the back foot, slightly shorter yet again, and Bracewell takes his 2nd run of the morning as it goes out all the way to sort of deep square leg, well behind towards the executive offices, executive boxes here at Chelmsford. Bess in again. He waits. The umpire held his hand out because Buttleman wasn't ready. It's his first ball of the morning. Buttleman, here he goes. It's short, it's pulled genuinely all the way out to deep square leg where there is 1 run. He's up and running, 394 for 7. So we've had 3 runs this morning and a very good morning, Clive Eakin.
Morning, Dom. Buttleman might feel he missed out there slightly with that last one. It was a little bit set up nicely for him.
In comes Bess bowls, and it's a little bit more on off stump, and it's forced back with a straight bat. No cross bat this time, straight bat back to the bowler, no run.
Well, I actually felt they got very little response out of the pitch or ball yesterday.
In comes Bracewell and hits that nicely, but it's a tremendous stop by number 17.
Rob Yates.
Rob Yates, that really was. He saved 4 there. Wasn't a bad ball, but it was a good shot and a splendid bit of fielding. So Essex have moved from 391 for 7 overnight with just the 3 runs there was so far in the 2 overs.
I spoke to Stuart Barnes, the Warwickshire bowling coach, yesterday. He's saying the new ball, certainly the 2nd new ball, behaved a bit like the white ball kookaburras in that it did very little, except the occasional one would swing a bit.
Occasional one, interesting.
Yeah.
There was a little bit of reverse swing, according to the Essex batsman later in the day. A little bit of reverse swing.
So Chris Rushworth, the ball that's now 18 overs old. Warwickshire took it straight away. It was the logical thing to do, but maybe in hindsight it would have been better to have held it back a bit because it didn't do much yesterday. But anyway, that one is pitched in short, and Buttleman looks to pull it. Might have sort of withdrawn from the shot in the end. I think he did have a real go at that, missed it completely, and Michael Burgess takes it behind the stumps. We should need to keep Essex down if they can. Essex 6 runs away from a 4th batting point, and the rate they've been going, if they are still there at 110 overs, they'll be pretty close to maximum batting points. That one is pushed out to the offside for a single by Buttleman. I was saying yesterday that only twice have teams in the 1st division managed maximum batting points under the new rules. Warwickshire have done it, Lancashire have done it. Oddly enough, in the second division,
Yes.
3 teams have done it once. Durham, though, are about to do it for a 3rd time by the looks of things. No one else has done it more than once, so Durham seem to have got the hang of the new bonus points for batting. If no one else, they're 23 runs away with 6 wickets left and plenty of time. This one is not out of the middle of the bat there at all from Bracewell, but the inside edge travels to Jacob Bethwell at mid-wicket. There's no run. So.
I had a chat with Jacob this morning out at the middle. He, as I said to you yesterday, he played twice against the Royal Hospital School when he was a nipper, a real little lad. He was about 10 or 11, and again he played against RHS on tour in Barbados because he used to live and spend a lot of time in the beautiful island of Barbados with Franklin Stevenson.
One is pushed out to the offside. He'll get a single. Alex Davis was saying that he expects Bethel to play for England at some stage of his career, although Carlos Brathwaite, when he was captain of the Bears T20 team, was apparently trying to persuade him to play for West Indies. But of course that would mean he wouldn't be able to be a county cricketer unless as an overseas.
Probably wouldn't earn the same kind of salary either.
Certainly not at the moment, no. In comes Rushworth, right arm over, and that's pushed out to the offside by Buttleman, who thinks there might be a single there. Warwickshire keen in the field this morning. Dom Best making a tumbling stop to prevent any runs. Warwickshire do need to stem the further runs. It was one disappointment in that final session yesterday, as the last over was rather expensive. Just put a little bit of a dampener on what had been a good session.
It was interesting you mentioned about the new ball, whether you would take it or not in retrospect, but you did get a couple of wickets just before the new ball, which stemmed Essex a little bit. And indeed, it was one of the Centurions. I think Essex, look, they did well, but they won an important toss. But I think they would have felt they could have got to the end of play. 5 down, not 7 down, would have been a very different position.
This one from Rushworth. Right in the middle of the bat, a bit of bounce from Rushworth. Bottleman plays it down. Yeah, they gave a couple of wickets away, didn't they? I think Essex. That final session was a very productive session in terms of the match. It was 144 for 5 in 32 overs, so pretty brisk cricket all round.
I thought that your guys stuck to their tasks well. They fielded quite well. It was a hot day, wasn't it? It was 31 degrees most of the day. And I talked to Mark Robinson as well this morning out there, and he said that the lads found it quite difficult. It was a good toss to win, and he was quite pleased that they stuck to their task, really. Dom Best to commence his second over from the river end, and it's bowled quite full, and this time it's played indeed by Bracewell into the leg side for no run.
I daren't look at the women's Ashes score, a bit like Alex Hartley. You might have seen the pictures on social media.
Forced off the back foot, slightly shorter, slightly quicker, and it's punched down to, I think that's Yates, isn't it, in front of us here?
She's supposed to be commentating, Alex, but she could hardly look yesterday while she was on.
Really?
But England have started well. Dare I say, and perhaps I shouldn't say it, but they have started today pretty well.
The commentator's curse. It's lapped. It's finely swept, and it goes down to roughly where the 45 man would be, but deep square leg has to run around 20-30 metres, and Essex take an easy single, move on to 398 for 7.
Yeah, I keep trying to tell people there is no such thing as commentator's curse.
This time it's played a slightly quicker ball from Bess, but Bracewell goes back and cuts it. He's played it on length there. Nothing wrong with that. Good shot, but he found the fielder at backward point.
Ever since Coventry supporters blame me for Brighton scoring a free kick against them. Keep on, nothing I say affects what goes on the pitch.
Your beloved Coventry, eh? As this is played off the back foot, and it's well fielded by Bess on the follow through on the other side. Almost gets tangled up with the non-striker, but there is no run. Well fielded by the bowler.
But the point is, England have added 17 runs so far this morning without any further loss, and they are now more than halfway there.
best bowls. It's very full, driven through mid-on. It goes down to mid-on, deep mid-on, where Yates is fielding on the boundary, and Essex take the single, 399 for 7. So Essex are 1 run away from a bonus point. Very important, these bonus points, because Essex want to claw that 9-point lead that Warwickshire have got over Essex.
So England are 135 for 5 at Trent Bridge. They need 136 for 5, 132 more to win. Still think Australia are probably marginal favourites, but that one's going down to the wire. Anyway.
Tickets are free there today, aren't they?
Yeah, they are.
Good.
So Chris Rushworth is to bowl. And Frog Yates at slip. He comes into bowl to Buttleman. It just chops on that, plays it to backward point. But can't get it away. There's no run. So Warwickshire kept it reasonably tight tonight. They've restricted Essex, this morning rather, they've restricted Essex to singles. Will Buttleman. Is he happy being called Will Buttleman? I only asked that question because throughout his entire career we always called Mr. Porterfield Will Porterfield. Rushworth comes into bowl and he defends it to mid-on, and yet he kept trying to say to people he actually preferred William, not Will.
Did he?
Yeah.
Did he?
But everyone called him Will.
I think
so.
Buttleman's exactly the same. I think I'm guessing that only his mother calls him William when he's done something wrong. Yeah, otherwise it's Will. Everyone calls him Will.
399 for 7. Essex so added 8 runs so far this morning. Rushworth into bowl, and that's Joel. He's going to get 4 for that. It was an edge, chopped down in the ground, went between wicketkeeper and slip, and the applause for the 400 up for Essex, albeit it's come in somewhat fortuitous fashion, but it is a 4th batting point for Essex, and they've got just under 10 overs to get another 47 runs to get maximum batting points. Probably not at the forefront of their minds, but they will want to bat positively anyway.
Yes, I think you're right there. If they can get that extra bonus point at 450, they want it. But if it means that they end up batting a little slower but getting 460 with the last 3 wickets, they would take that as well.
Rushworth in, that was hit off his toes by Bracewell. I think I credit Buttleman, it was Bracewell, so he's on to 16, and it's 403 for 7. So the only boundary then, a rather unfortunate one from the bowler's point of view.
We'd be delighted to interact with your emails, ladies and gentlemen, or even on Twitter. The email address is bbcessexcricket@gmail.com, so even if you're from the West Midlands.
That one is driven in the air but safely down the ground by Bracewell. It won't go all the way. They will get 2 runs for it. So he got underneath that a little bit, Bracewell, but got enough on it. Alex Davis and Will Rose between them doing the fielding. Davis sliding in to stop it, actually deflected the ball away from himself a little bit, but Rose was there in support.
Twitter at BBC Essex Sport, at Toppers Senior. Always happy to have your correspondence.
That was defended, and there is no run. Well, end of a productive over from Essex. 6 runs coming off it. They're 405 for 7.
And Victoria, when she comes on later, will no doubt do a lot of the emails. We're sorry we couldn't get through everybody's yesterday. We had a fair number that we didn't mention yesterday, so we're sorry for that, but it's an opportunity to read out people's thoughts and opinions, and always enjoy that. I'll look after the Twitter's accounts, and it's Bess. Going to ask Clive what he did last night in a minute. In the heart of Essex. Oh, really?
Thank you very much.
As Bess. He's got a slipper a conventional slip and a gully now for Buttleman. Sorry, slip and a leg gully, sorry. This is a poor ball which is swept, and it goes all the way down to the corporate boxes down at deep square leg, where there is 1 run to Buttleman.
The 400 and 606 balls. So why should just slow it down a little bit for the 8th 50? That took 96 balls. The 7th took just 63. So a bit of an acceleration there.
Bess, right arm over. Excellent ball, much better ball on off stump really. Just turning back in. Forward defensive there by the Kiwi, Doug Bracewell.
Fairly early in the final session, Essex were at their quickest. They went from 250 to 300 and just 43 balls.
Down the ground, goes in the air. He's played the check drive as Bracewell. It's gone for 6. I have to say, super shot. When he first played it, I was thinking the gentleman in front of us on the boundary at long on was interested. But to his credit, Bracewell ensured with the check drive from the coaching manual, he made sure it went dead straight and it went towards the sight screen, which is just out of view to our left. Wonderful shot, beautifully caressed over the boundary for 6. Bess in again, bowls slightly slower, slightly shorter, and it's hit the pad going down the leg side, and it misses the man at back pad, no run.
Good movement of his feet for that 6. Essex's 3rd 6. Matt Critchley hit 2. The short leg has gone into place.
From gully, this is played into the leg side. There is 1 run all the way out to the boundary fielder, which is Jake Lintock, which is in front of the pavilion, square of the wicket. 1 run. Pitch still looks good, Clive.
Yeah, as I say, Warwickshire felt they got very little out of it. I'll just talk a bit about the Don Bess and Jake Lintock situation in a moment.
As this is a little quicker, a little straighter going down, hits the pad, concludes the end of the over, no run, 413 for 7.
So Warwickshire, Stuart Barnes was saying they were mindful that they would probably want to play 2 spinners in this match from the outset.
On this wicket.
On this wicket also against Essex, and knowing what Essex's strengths are and what they'll be likely to prepare. So they signed Don Bess. It is at the moment for 1 game only, and Jake Lintock was always likely to play with them. I'm afraid England have lost their 6th wicket. It's going to be down to Warwickshire's Amy Jones now. Kate Cross has gone for 13, so it's 141 for 6. England need another 127 to win.
Gosh. Yeah. Where's your money?
Australia, I'm afraid. I keep saying I'm afraid. Of course, there will be some Australian listeners out there, so should be bit impartial. Anyway, Chris Rushworth, right arm over, comes into bowl. Oh, and that's wrapped on the thigh pad there, I think. Bracewell, as he played forward to that. I might have come off an inside edge onto his pads.
Yeah, my guess is that. And still gripping though. It's a good surface, but I think if you put the ball in the right area and you make an effort with it, as in you bowl the ball, not just put it there, but you hit the deck, someone like Sam Cook, I think they might get a bit of response. It's a dry surface.
In comes Rushworth, and he just takes a little step down the pitch. Bracewell pushes it to the offside for no run.
We've got confirmation this morning. Although he was here first thing, probably came in specifically to pick his kit up, but Dan Lawrence has now been, is the word substituted?
I don't know, replaced, I suppose.
Replaced,
yeah.
As Dan is joining the England boys today.
Rushworth is in, that's hit down the ground belligerently by Bracewell, and that's gone all the way for 6. Lofted that superbly down the pitch, and Bracewell's doing some damage here. He's on to 31, his second 6 of the morning.
I think that might be a lost ball. I think umpire's now running to beneath us where his dressing room is. He might be going to collect a replacement ball that will be approximately 22, 23, 24 overs old.
Say good morning to Jed, Alex and Chris, who are looking after the live cricket page this morning. If you want to follow what's going on, all the matches currently in progress in the Championship, then if you scroll down that page.
And just to mention to Jed, good morning to you. We're on duty for your online lunchtime report. We'll be sending it in. It might be just a little bit later than normal, but we'll be sending it in.
So, placement ball found. Yeah, so Warwickshire effectively playing against 12 players in that game. That was always going to be the way from the start. Dan Lawrence was just going to play a day, so it does mean after his hard-working 150 in hot conditions, Essex will have a completely fresh batter for the second innings. But Warwickshire have used that rule themselves a few times over the years. So, swings and roundabouts. In comes Rushworth, right arm over the bowl, and he wraps on the pad, and it's out.
Yes.
And that's an important wicket. Bracewell doesn't like it. He's standing there, pausing. Well, I tell you what, unless it's hit the bat, then that, I don't quite know why he's standing there pausing, because that's hit him on the back pad, right in front of the stumps. Whether he feels it brushed an inside edge or not, I don't know. But it looked a pretty good call from here, I have to say. And Rushworth gets the wicket, and it's 419 for 8.
I have to say, we're up in the clouds at sort of third man, and I have to say, everything looked fairly right. You know, where sometimes you get dismissals, LBs, where you go, just, I'm not sure, doesn't look quite right. Well, for me, that last decision, umpire Kettleborough has given it, and I felt it looked about right. But we're not in line. But it just seemed right to me. Well played, Doug Bracewell. Look, he scored 31 runs, and I think he scored possibly 3 sixes. But
it was 2, I think.
2 sixes.
Yeah.
Both sixes were, I'll go home tonight remembering those 2 shots, because they were out of the coaching annual. They weren't hit, they weren't muscled over the boundary. They were both check drives. Beautiful executions, beautiful connections. He was looking really good today, Doug Bracewell, until that dismissal from Chris Rushworth with the ball perhaps may have just nipped back, but he was in front of all 3 and the umpire gave him out. 419 for 8 with Bracewell gone for 31.
Yeah, well, he was longer he stayed there, the more damage he was going to do. A brisk 31 from Doug Bracewell, and Essex will still, because of his positive batting, it's just a case of whether they're still batting after 410 overs really, as to whether they get maximum batting points. That's driven by the new batter Sam Cook very nicely. It will be cut off by Jake Lintop, but a good start by Cook. He moves on to 2, 421 for 8. Bracewell faced 38 balls for his 31, 2 4s and 2 6s. Rushworth gets his 37th wicket of the season. I will just check whether he is still top of the pile in Division 1. He was before this match. So I don't know whether anyone's done anything spectacular elsewhere to close the gap. No, he's still up there. 3 clear of Brett Hutton at the moment. He comes into ball. That one kept a bit low. It was outside off stump, and Cook didn't play at it, but went in through quite low. And Tom Wesley, by the way, still top of the run scoring charts in the First Division with 739.
So we got the leading wicket taker and the leading run scorer.
Yeah.
Hey, that's nice to know.
I may well be. We got the leading catcher as well. Let me just check that.
As in Burgess?
No, excluding wicket keepers, I think Rob Yates is
right. He's often at
the
slip,
leading
isn't he?
catcher.
Slip?
He's he is miles ahead of everyone else. He's got 21. His nearest rival is Dom Sibley on 15.
Well, good pair of hands, Rob Yates. Best to bowl with a leg gully and a slip in place. He bowls. This is lapped but missed as Buttleman goes down on one leg to sweep. But Burgess has taken a very good take there down the leg side, because he would have been blinded by the batsman. This time quicker ball outside off stump. This time it's that quick that Buttleman goes back and plays with a slightly open face out to backward point, no run.
Just to continue, there's only 2 wicket keepers who have taken more catches than Yates has taken this season so far.
Given a bit of air, certainly bowling a degree of variety here with pace, length and even tossing it up as he did that last ball, driven by Buttleman out to mid-off, no run. In comes Bess again, no number on his back, little shorter, down the leg side, and Buttleman's looking for 2. Will he come back? No, he won't, sensibly, because Davies is fielding at the executive boxes and he prevents the 2. It's just the 1 run to Buttleman down to deep square leg.
The wicketkeeper of the most dismissals by some distance is Ben Folkes, who of course should be playing for England, and had he been playing in the first test, I know it's easy for me to say that, but had he been playing in the first test, England would have won.
We did discuss that at length yesterday as best bowls, and this is played softly by Sam Cook, not Sir Alistair Cook, and no relation. Sam Cook, most improved batsman actually. Quicker, played off the back foot into the leg side. End of the over, 422 for 8. And Buttleman has 20 and will be on strike. Sam Cook on 2. And just to mention yesterday, my personal view, and I think we share it to a degree, Clive, is that any team, Warwickshire, England, Suffolk, Essex second team, or indeed the local school under 12, if you give or have to get 15 dismissal in the opposition's first innings, you're not going to win too many games.
For me, Ben Folkes should be in the team. One, because he's the best wicketkeeper, but also he's a very good batter. I mean, if he wasn't scoring runs, then I would kind of understand that. But he's a very good batter as well. So for me, I think they're overcomplicating things a bit. You pick your best players.
Yes,
he is.
They're trying to fit sort of certain.
I have no problem with
side,
fitting Besto in, but it needs to be as a batter.
And I'm sure folks will keep in India in the test matches after Christmas.
Anyway, Chris Rushworth not with a slip is coming in to bowl to Buttleman, so Warwickshire gone a bit defensive. Slip's gone down to 3rd. I might be thinking 28 runs needed in 6 overs. Let's make Essex have to play their shots to get there, because although Essex might not be overly worried about the bonus, but on the other hand, having got this close, they'll want it. So maybe that's the thinking here from Rushworth. Let's just make it difficult for them to score runs, so that they have to take risks. Warwickshire of course need 1 more wicket to get maximum bowling points. Rushworth in, that's short, that's pulled, that's in the air, that should be out. Oh no, it's Hassan Ali. It's going to go over his head. It has. Hassan Ali couldn't catch it. Possibly could have parried it back in, but it's as he got enough on it. It looked like Hassan Ali was going to be interested there, but Buttleman got enough on it to get the 6, and he moves on to 26. I don't think Hassan Ali could have caught it. He possibly could have defended it and kept it in. He could have caught it, but he wouldn't have stayed inside the rope if he had. So maybe that was a case of just throwing the ball back in, but he couldn't quite manage it.
Good bouncer, top edge, genuine top edge in the air. Hassan Ali's backpedaling. He takes the catch and he falls outside the boundary.
It's played to point, there's no run. Yeah, I mean, if he'd started right on the rope rather than in it, it might have had a slightly better chance, but I think even then he wouldn't have been able to
Hannon Dolby fielding down there might have been a different
Possibly.
prospect, because Hassan Ali's not the tallest. Hannon Dolby is the tallest.
To recall a few years ago now, a big semi-final at Worcestershire were playing.
Yeah.
America's Warwickshire were playing on the same day, and in comes Rushworth, and that's down to fine for a single. Surrey needed, I think, a 6 off the last ball to beat Worcestershire in the semi-final, and a great shot was hit to the boundary, and who was fielding on that boundary but Tom Moody? If it had been anybody else in the Worcestershire team, it would have sailed over his head and gone for 6.
Yeah.
But it went to Tom Moody, who was able to take the catch.
I agree. You've got to put your tall fielders in certain positions. Craig Overton is often fielding at long on, long off. You know, that's quite important. No disrespect, but Alec Davies wouldn't be the best person to have in that particular position. You want your tallest.
Well, Warwickshire put a slip back in for the new batter, Sam Cook. 4:29 for 8. 21 more needed to get the 5 batting points as Rushworth bowls, and that's played back to him when there's no run.
We'll bring Victoria in to take my place at the end of this over. Victoria Polly of BBC Essex doing a grand job. Clive Eatkin and Don Topley are your commentators for the day here at Chelmsford, day 2.
It's unbearably tense at Trent Bridge, where England have stopped scoring runs but haven't lost any further wickets. They're 147 for 60, 121 to win. In comes Rushworth to bowl to Cook, who pushes it back to him. There's no runs. Rushworth unlucky, came very close to getting the wicket, forcing the batter to play an attacking shot, but Buttleman got enough on it to get a 6. So 429 for 8. 5 more overs to go for bonus points. 21 more required for Essex to get maximum batting points, and 1 more wicket required for Warwickshire to get maximum bowling points. And we're going to see Jake Lintott to bowl. Again, this might be an element of trying to tempt the batters into loose shots. He hasn't bowled from the river end, I don't think, in this match so far, Lintott, from memory. On his only his 2nd championship appearance, preferred to Ollie Hallandorby. I think that selection decision must have been made rather earlier than we realised. I think it was just slightly erroneous info that we were given in the first place that Hallandorby was in the team, because Warwickshire were mindful right from the start to play 2 spinners. Good morning, Victoria.
Good morning. A little bit chillier this morning.
Well, yeah, nicer, I would
well,
say.
yes.
Yeah. Oh, you got your card, or you got your BBC Essex fleece on.
It was a bit
Very
chilly
nice.
at the back of the box. We'll see if I feel differently here.
You're over, I think.
Oh, is it? Sorry, apologies. Lintott bowling to Buttleman, who just sweeps that one around the corner and takes the single. 430 for 8.
Should need to make it difficult for Essex to score these runs if they possibly can. That might get them wickets. Facing already a formidable total to have to bat to. I'll give me the best spinner in the county championship against them.
Lintott just bringing Yates up off the long on boundary into Cook, who turns up around the corner. Buttleman was calling for the run, and that might have just trickled off the pad and has been collected behind the stumps.
I like this, bringing him on and off, just inviting the batter to try and hit it over the top.
In comes Lintott over the wickets, and that's a lovely drive there from Sam Cook. It will be fielded on the boundary for the single. Nice shot from the tail ender.
Now putting the fielder back on the boundary for Buttleman. Having not been told, there are no tail enders now. They're lower order batters now.
I meant it with the term of affection.
Sounds like the title of a podcast.
In comes Lintott to Buttleman, takes a swipe at it, just bounces up at him and drops safely into the pitch.
Amy Jones has just hit her first boundary. 16 balls for 4, and England 151 for 6, 117 more needed. How about a tie? How about a tie? That's doable, isn't it?
Lintott in to Buttleman, plays the sweep again. It's be fielded at deep square leg for a single. 432 for 8.
That's another full. He's bowled quite a lot of full tosses, Jake Lintott, and I can only recall one of them that was fully punished, and that was from a streaky shot. An edge that went for 4, and he nearly had 2 caught and bowls off full tosses.
In he comes to Sam Cook, who just defends that one back down the pitch. Lintott bowling from the river end this morning. I think we saw him mostly from the Hayes Close end yesterday, didn't we? At the end of the over, 332 for 8.
Shouldn't mention the English score. Not that I'm affecting it at all, but I'm afraid that Amy's gone, I'm afraid. And she's been stumped, so which is ironic, obviously, for the wicket keeper. So England 151 for 7. They still need 117 to win. So it's looking likely to be Australia's. There's going to be some very very good lower order resistance. Danny White is still there. She's on 38, so I would suggest she carries England's hopes now. Hassan Ali, getting a bit of a cheer from some of the crowd as his name's announced.
We've got a school trip in under the Felsted stand. They were arriving as I got here this morning.
I've got a few Pakistan supporters in that school group, because he certainly got a big cheer when his name was announced. And he will entertain them the way he plays. Warwickshire need him to strike. He comes in to bowl to Buttleman, who drives but doesn't get it past mid-off. So no run.
I'm a bit warmer at the front of the box now.
Yeah. A bit bold wearing the jacket. I did make sure I had a sweater with me just in case, but I don't think I'm going to need it. But a bit of grey cloud over there. Nothing threatening weather-wise. Might be slightly better bowling conditions for Essex when they come to bowl. Well, she need to wrap this innings up first. Hassan Ali, right arm over. Buttleman drives that, and he's got that past the inner field. Don Bess is sweeping, and he'll get 2 runs, Will Buttleman. Moves on to 31. Essex on to 434 for 8.
Yeah, really nice shot from Will Buttleman. See him batting a bit lower down the order when he's coming to this county championship side, but he's capable of batting higher as well. We have seen him at points opening in the T20 as well, but nice to see him digging in for Essex here.
Hassan Ali into him, and he plays out to the offside for no run. Wickets shared out yesterday by the Warwickshire bowlers. The spinners in the end got 2 apiece. Lintott and Bess. Rushworth got 1 yesterday. He's got the 1 to fall today, so he now has 2 as well. Hassan Ali and Ed Barnard both getting 1. So only Will Rose and Rob Yates, who only bowled 10 overs between them, haven't got wickets out of the Warwickshire bowling attack. As that one is worked out onto the offside for a single by Buttleman. Ticking them off, he's on to 32, 435 for 8, 15 more required for the precious 5th batting point. They'll also want to deny Warwickshire a bowling point if they can. Rob Yates is going back. Sebby just asked the question, do you want me to slip for the new batter? Good awareness from Yates, and Hassan Ali says yes please. So Yates stands there. Not had a slip catch to take yet in this match. Don't think anything has gone to hand to the slips. Michael Burgess has taken 3 wickets behind the stumps, but nothing's gone to slip. Nothing's been put down or caught there. In comes Hassan Ali to bowl to Cook. Gets plenty of bat behind that, plays it to mid-off. It's a dot ball.
I spoke to the Essex captain Tom Wesley at the close of play yesterday about his personal innings, scoring 114, but also about the plan for Essex, and I asked him if we might see any kind of surprise declaration, but he was of the thinking of...
Well, it will be a surprise then.
Well, no early declaration a la Ben Stokes.
No, that played on the offside, there's no run. I get England's current philosophy, but to me that was completely wrong, that declaration. It was arrogant. I know they've deliberately been arrogant because it annoys the opposition, it rattles the opposition. I do get that, but I think they went a bit far with that. However, what do I know?
Well, Tom Wesley was not planning to do the same, but he did say with the weather as it was, the plan was just to try and bat long and tire out the opposition. Yeah,
that once would be the hope. Warwickshire, that's why Warwickshire need to wrap it up. And what does it say? They got 44 for the loss of just 1 wicket today, Essex, so they are accumulating nicely.
BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com if you would like to get in touch and email your thoughts with us. Did Don do any emails in the first half an hour?
I don't think he did, no.
Edward was in touch and said, is it worth Essex going for the final batting point or ensuring that Warwickshire don't get the final bowling point?
That is a good... I mean, they can do both, but it's a good point, that. denying the opposition a point can be not quite as valuable, almost as valuable as getting one yourself. But they're in a position where they need 15 off 3 overs. It's an interesting one.
And it's Will Bustleman on strike for Essex. Jake Lintott to continue from the river end. Forward is Bustleman, and it just wraps him on the pads and dribbles through to the wicketkeeper.
Lintott has placed Rob Yates sort of halfway between where mid-off would normally be and long-off. So he's there for the miscued over-the-top shot.
In comes Lintott to Bustleman, tries the sweep. There's an appeal for LBW. He was low down to it, was Bustleman on his knee, trying to reverse sweep.
Yeah, Jake Lintott can't quite believe it. I think it was just a fraction outside leg stump. Lintott would need some convincing of that.
Third ball of the over. Lintott to Bustleman, this time on the back foot. Takes a swipe at it, gets it into the offside for a single, just to keep that scoreboard moving as they eye that final bonus point. 336 for 8. Sun just creeping through the clouds here now at Chelmsford. Bit of blue sky around as Lintott is into Cook, and he's tickled that one down to final leg. He'll take the single. There was a call for a second.
Oh, crowd don't like it, do they?
The
There should have
crowd
been
were
a second
urging
there.
them on there.
It is a bye. Didn't get anything on it.
Bye.
Beat everything. But, yeah, should have taken the second.
437 for 8. And the crowd are aware of what Essex need here. I think they probably did have time because he didn't completely field the ball cleanly, but they also don't want to take those risks as Lintott is into Bustleman, steps backwards and will get a single to add to the total. 438 for 8. Sam Cook on strike, 3 runs to him so far this morning. As Lintott is into him, and he defends that one back down the pitch for no run. End of the Lintott over. Essex 438 for 8. And that is the end of the 108th over.
So reasonably tight. 12 needed off the last 2, and it might be a decision now from Essex as to whether they worry too much about it, or make sure they don't gift Warwickshire a batting point.
Well, they had this in the county championship
Bowling
game
point,
against
rather.
Somerset, where they were motoring along really well. They just missed out on that bonus point, and it was, you know, a bit of a moral victory for Somerset in one sense, but Essex went on and did what they needed to do anyway to win the game, but just a little bit of frustration that they couldn't quite get there with that bonus point, and I think they may well have that on their minds here as well.
It is winning the game, of course. It's the most important thing. And Warwickshire, the year that they first came second and won the county championship under Jim Troughton's captaincy, that was very much the mantra. Yes, it's nice to get the bonus points, but it's the wins, the 16 points for a win. In fact, the one match I remember where they did go all out to get maximum batting points, they got them, but at the cost of quite a few wickets. There's one match they ended up losing in the season. Against Somerset at Taunton. Hassan Ali comes into bowl, and that's pitched up, and it's played out to the onside by Bustleman for a single. 439 for 8. So 11 needed if Essex want to get them at a runner ball now. Batters are having a chat. They might be saying let's not worry about it too much, or they might be saying let's go for it. Because they still have a chance of pushing this score up towards the 500 mark in the innings if they can get a decent lower order partnership going. And that would put them in a very strong position to Give Simon Harmer a chance to win the game for them. Hassan Ali into Will Buttleman, who works it out into the deep on the onside. It's a run of port at the moment. 10 from 10 needed in this little sideshow for 140 for 8.
Yeah, good tactics as well there from Essex to take the single, and then Buttleman to be the one on strike. Sam Cook more than capable, but Buttleman is the set batter. We've seen him with how many sixes did he hit this morning? He's hit one, and Bracewell hit a couple, maybe. So he's definitely got it in his repertoire.
Warwickshire letting them get the singles here. I mean, Essex could do that. They could just hit 10 singles, and that would do the job. Hassan Ali comes into bowl. And there's a swing and a miss. They won't get a single there. Down on one knee. I think he took the pace off that a little bit, Hassan Ali, and Buttleman was a bit early onto it. And it is a dot ball, so 10 from 9 now required if they want this 5th batting point. So it's not quite as tense as it is at Trent Bridge here, but it's a little bit of first innings drama. Hassan Ali bowls, he's stretching for that one, and hits it into the ground, and it's fielded at point by Ed Barnard. Hassan Ali giving it a bit of width, which of course he can. It's a championship match, so no little blue line for him to worry about. And it is another dot ball, 440 for 8. So now they are going to have to hit at least one big shot if they're going to get to this 450 in time. The field is well spread out, so they're offering Buttleman a single here. I'm saying which is interesting. He may feel he needs more than singles, and that's obviously the.
He's just having a look round, isn't he, to see where he can pick out those gaps.
Hassan Ali in again. It's driven. He's got it through the inner ring, but straight to a sweeper, so he will just get the single. On best fields, 441 for 8. Hassan Ali fell over as he delivered that ball. I think he's okay. He's just bending his right knee a little bit. 441 for 8.
Not sure. He's had to stop again.
Yeah, Pakistan won't like that. He's just hobbling slightly. 9 required off 7 balls for the 450. Remember, Warwickshire still need a wicket as well, so to get maximum bowling points. That's it's a bit of a worry for Hassan Ali. I don't want it to be too ruthless. Well, it's a worry in this match, obviously, for Warwickshire. It's more a worry for Pakistan. He has done some damage there. He took a tumble. Quite a hard surface, no doubt, as well, he tumbled on. And he was going to complete the over. One more ball to bowl. 3 singles off it so far. Field well spread out for Cook. Hassan Ali, right arm over, bowls. Cook pushes it into the gap. He's taken advantage of the single. In fact, he's been quite clever there. Cook took the pace on the ball so they could go for 2. It's going to be tight though, and if Hassan Ali had taken that cleanly, it might have been out. But he didn't, and they do get the 2 runs. It was good thinking from Cook, but actually it was pretty close to a run out. Hassan Ali failed to gather the ball. It was thrown hard by Robbie, as he had to throw it in hard, and Hassan Ali wasn't able to gather it. 443 for 8. They need 7 off the 110th over if they're to get maximum batting points.
Good running there from the Essex pair, showing the intent. And yeah, they took the risk, but it has paid off for them.
Seeing a replay of that, yeah. I think if Hassan Ali's taken that in his hands, and it's easy for me to say because the ball was travelling at a fair lick, but if he's taken that in his hands and whipped the bails off, I think that's out. But he didn't.
So Essex got the 2 runs at the end of the over, which means Will Buttleman will start this over on strike.
The ball hit the stumps actually, which it wasn't far off from doing. It could have been a direct hit. I think that's what Yates was probably aiming for. And had it been a direct hit, it would definitely have been out. So lifts and butts. It's going to be interesting to find over this one, Victoria. Oh, the fleece has come back
just a bit chilly as the sun's gone in. It's not going on fully, just over the shoulders.
You're looking like a 1960s artist with your sleeveless.
The shades on.
Oh, Tell you went off for a second, it's back on again. Dare I mention England's women? They've progressed a little bit, 160 for 7, but they still need 108 more to win.
Field is spread out again for Lintop from the river end. Reverse sweep from Buttleman. Gets it down to the boundary just for the single though. So 6 more for Essex needed from this over to get that final bonus batting point.
I just need one boundary would do it, wouldn't it? And then they can scamper the others, I would imagine.
Buttleman is on 37. Sam Cook is on 6. He's now on strike, and again there's a bit of a conflab between bowler and captain, and the batters are going to come down and meet in the middle as well and just exchange a couple of words. The meeting of minds in the field is a bit of a longer occasion.
Well, it's an interesting one for Will Rhodes. He wants them to go for the big shot. Probably can't afford to give them 2 easy singles because they can almost get there with singles. They'd only need 1, 2. So he's bringing fielders in a bit now for Cook. He is saying to him, if you want these runs, you're going to have to pierce this inner field.
The captain has sorted his field, so in comes Lintop to Cook, who sweeps that one, and it will be stopped for the single. But again, Essex just moving that scoreboard on, and a bit of a ripple of applause.
Wasn't the best of balls really, but Alex Davis fielded it well to keep him down to 1. But
445 for 8, 4 balls left of this over. Again, Will Rhodes just reorganising his field.
Yeah, he's spreading out a bit more for Buttleman.
Lintop into Buttleman, goes for the big hit, gets bat on ball for just the single. Bit frustrated there, I think, from Buttleman.
I think at some point they're going to have to risk trying to take a second run and risk another run-out chance.
446 for 8, 3 balls left of this over, 4 more to get to that 450 mark for the 5th point. Lintop to Cook, goes for the big hit, and he will get the boundary, and that will be it for Essex. Straight back down the pitch from Sam Cook to help Essex to that batting point that they were looking for. And I wonder whether we may well see at some point in the near future some kind of wave from the Essex balcony. They move to 450 for 8.
Well, I'd bat on. I'd score as many as you can, as quickly as you can. Lintop will be disappointed, really disappointed there. He's a white ball bowler, and he's bowled a pretty generous wide delivery. Cook's done well with the shot, but Lintop will be really disappointed, I think, there. So Warwickshire now surrounding the bowlers. They still have 2 balls to try and get a 3rd bowling point here.
Sam Cook is on 11, Will Buttleman is on 38.
Yeah, Cook, if he's sensible here, will just block these 2 and not give Warwickshire the points. Don't stay in the back of the box.
Lintop to Cook, who does just dab that one into the offside for no run. Another little ripple of applause around the county ground. Appreciate that. He's going to come around the wicket now, is he? Buttleman just moving the other side. In comes Lintop to Cook, last ball of the over, and take a little edge, just drops into the leg side, but that is the end of the Lintop over. Essex 450 for 8.
Yeah, well done Essex. Lintop will be disappointed. The last ball wasn't a bad one. It needing a wicket-taking ball. He did find a bit of an inside edge, but it was kept out, and Warwickshire only get 2 bowling points, and Essex have the maximum batting points. for me, they want to bat once in this match. They obviously don't want to spend a long time out there without scoring runs, but if they can score briskly, I noticed there's a Essex have sent out a 12th man to have a chat with the batters, so there might be a message from the change room. If I were captain, which thankfully for everybody I'm not, I'd be saying, go for your shots, try and score some more runs, see if you can add another 20, 30 runs, even 50, as long as you do it quickly. Because the more runs they get, the more Simon Harmer, in particular, be licking his lips. Warwickshire got Chase Simmons, the substitute fielder, on. I suspect Ollie Allen Dorby might have gone back home rather than hang around. He was here yesterday, but that's when there was always going to be a chance that he might play. I haven't seen him. I expect he's gone back home to do a bit of training and preparing at home. May well play in the T20 match. It'll be the first time this season if he does, but with Hassan Ali heading back, he may well be playing in some of the Bears' last 3 group games.
bbcsexcricket@gmail.com if you want to email. I've got an email from David to get to in a few moments, but with Don Best bowling, we may well wait till the end of his over.
I don't know if Danny Wyatt, I don't know if she's got an MB or anything, but she will have if she leads England to victory, but still a long, long way to go. But she's 47 not out, 162 for 7, needing another 106. Sophie Eccleston is with her. So Don Best then comes into the attack. Well, they should still want to wrap this innings up, even though they won't get the points now. That one is played onto the onside for no run. And Essex in a very strong position. That was an attempted sweep. It was an appeal for LBW, and it's not out. And the Bears Warwickshire were too busy watching the appeal to actually field the ball. So they've taken a leg by, so it didn't come off the bat. That's not the reason why it was given not out. Let's have a look at the replay. And well, it's probably going down the leg side, I think was the verdict there. Bess in, quicker balls. Big swing and a miss by Cook, but that does show what Essex's plan is here now. There's no point in them hanging around, but if they can add runs quickly, that would be useful. And that one is clipped off his toes by Cook. He will get a single to long on there. Cook's done a good job for his team. Steer them to the 5th batting point. And adds another run there. So Best looking for his 3rd wicket. The quicker ball there, right in the block hole. It's dug out well by Buttleman and moves on to 39. Doesn't go for a second. One more ball this over, and then Don Topley will rejoin you. Slipping a leg slip in place. Yes, another quicker ball. It's gone through, but beats everything. Michael Burgess takes it behind the stumps. That's the end of the over. Essex 453 for 8. Victoria Bonny will now be joined by Don Topley.
Thank you very much, Clive. See you a little bit later on. Clive will be off to update listeners on BBC WM, CWR, and you can continue to listen to us via the BBC Sport website and app, and on the Essex live feed as well. Afternoon to you, just if you're joining us that way. We'll have updates at 1 o'clock and 4 o'clock on BBC Essex as well. Victoria Polly with you, and Don Topley about to join me as well as the players just take on board some drinks. A little bit of a cooler day here in Chelmsford. The sun is around, but a bit more cloud cover than we saw yesterday. bbcsexcricket@gmail.com if you would like to email us. A good time for Don to join us for David's email. He says, "Good morning, gents and lady." Don't know about that, David, but we'll continue. Enjoying your commentary today and yesterday. Like most, I'm totally bemused by the omission of Folkes and wonder whether those selecting the team are relying too much on past performances. After a long layoff, Bairstow is bound to be a tad rusty, to say the least. One can only agree with the view that his errors did cost England the first test, coupled with poor shot selection in a few instances. Root/Stokes. Please discuss, says David.
David, good morning. Well, we can discuss because there's a drinks break. 453-8 is the Essex score. Right. Yes, I agree with you, actually. I think England, it's a shame Ben Folkes isn't playing, but he doesn't seem to be in vogue, although I think he will be keeping wicket in India next winter after Christmas. 5-match test series out there, and I bet you he keeps there because there'll be a little bit more spin and they'll want a specific wicket keeper for that role. Yeah, I think Johnny Bairstow I've got a lot of admiration for. Fantastic year he had till he got injured. Some might say he was a bit lucky to come back straight away, having not got many runs, played a couple of games. But the game is different today. Maybe the dismissals were a little bit poor at times, but Joe Root played 2 months in India, or he didn't play 2 months in India. I think he played 2 or 3 games in the IPL, but he learnt and developed his white ball game. But he didn't score a run really out there. Didn't have an opportunity, but he came back, played in the test, and played beautifully for England. He did. So was county cricket important to him? Perhaps not. Was county important to Johnny Bairstow? Well, he didn't play too much either. Didn't respond with too many runs, but he got the nod. And I think the game has changed. The old-fashioned virtues of yesteryear are probably no longer within the game or the selectorial committee. It's about how you play, fits their team. But where I've got the worry is, and I'm being not negative, but I'm just trying to be honest, if England win at the Lords this week, then everywhere's a little bit hunky-dory. But if England turn up and Mitchell Starc has a morning, along with Hazelwood, whoever they pick, England are probably going to be blown away somewhere in this Ashes series. I hope it isn't at Lords, because if it is at Lords, we could be 2 down in this series and the hopes will be over. We won't be coming back from 2-0 down with 3 to play. There won't be a 1981 or anything like that again, I'm afraid. I'm being honest. Hassan Ali.
Okay, you take it, it's fine.
Hassan Ali bowls. It's a bumper this time. It's gone for 4 as Buttleman doesn't play the hook. He almost plays the scoop to a short ball, which sails over short fine leg and goes to the boundary for 4. Fine leg is gone finer, along with third man for Buttleman. Sorry, did I take your over?
It's fine, it's fine.
I'm so sorry.
You're fine.
I was on a roll.
There'll be another one.
Oh, there will be. I think there'll be about 90 odd other ones. As Hassan Ali aborts his run up. He doesn't. He stops halfway through. Maybe he lost his run up. I think the umpire was ready. The batsman was ready. Ali turns. Short strides to start with. He's into his run. He's up the hill. He bowls. Bouncer. And this time Buttleman flays at it. He backs away outside leg stump. Looks to go over squarish third man. Backward point where there is a space in the boundary. But he doesn't get anything onto it. Interestingly, have you spotted third man here? He's almost behind the wicketkeeper. He's a fine third man. He's probably second slip on the boundary. That kind of line. This has gone in the air. It's gone way in the air. It's going to be that man who's been caught. Little do I know, that very man at fine third man takes the catch. Captain has done well to put a fielder there. And Essex have lost their 9th wicket with a score 457, and it's the man Buttleman. He's gone for a very fine 43.
Yeah, lovely cameo from Will Buttleman towards the end of yesterday and this morning as well. It's steered Essex towards that batting point that was the sort of game within a game that we've had in this session so far today, and he'll earn a round of applause from the Chelmsford crowd for his efforts. 43, no bad feat for the man who's come into the county championship side to keep in place of the injured Adam Rossington, and he's contributed with the bat as well. So final man out for Essex will be Jamie Porter.
I spoke to the 2 Essex senior bowlers this morning when I did a little video, an opportunity to capture Mickey Lewis as well, who's going to join us, the Essex bowling coach. He's going to join us a little later. But Victoria, what was really interesting, I said to the 2 tall bowlers, Porter and Cook, I said, morning chaps, I said, you're looking forward to your little bat? And they said, Toppers, did you used to come to the ground knowing the first job of the day is we're going to have a little bat before we bowl, and if we're sensible, the longer we bat, then we don't have to bowl so much. So if we bat well, and I said, you both enjoy your batting, don't they? They said, of course we do. Name me a bowler that doesn't. And I did name them a bowler that didn't. And he's to our left. I said, Peter Such, the match referee. He wasn't so keen on his batting. And yeah, no, they're looking forward to their batting together here. It's a bit of fun. Okay, there's not too much pressure, but they genuinely enjoy the opportunity to play with the willow. So Porter's to face. He has come in at the loss of Will Buttleman, who made 43 and played well. Hassan Ali in to Porter. Porter drives and well fielded at mid-off. Porter nearly squeezed it through, and he would have got 2 for that. That was a good looking shot from number 11.
Yeah, Jacob Bethel diving to his right hand side. Thought he was just feeling his back there. Probably not the best idea to be doing with that stress fracture, is it? But well fielded by him.
Wearing a floppy hat at almost extra cover, in between extra cover and mid-off. In comes Ali. Right arm over the wicket. Bouncer! Porter gets in a little bit of a mess, but at the very last minute is out of the way. I'm not sure he kept his eye on it, but nonetheless, he probably will store it in the bank, will the Essex bowler, for when Hassan Ali comes out to bat. But I have to say, Hassan Ali probably is a better batter than Jamie Porter. One of the 2 slips has gone out to backward point on the boundary. Hassan Ali in. Length ball. Porter looks for a quick single, turns it down at the last minute. He looks for the single to get Cook onto strike, or nick the strike perhaps, because it was the last ball of the over. Jamie Porter, was he trying to nick the strike then? Score 457 for 9. And the man to face, Sam Cook, on 12.
At Trent Bridge, England need 100 runs to beat Australia in the Women's Ashes, but they have lost wickets. They are 168 for 7. So Australia just need those 3 wickets to win that Test match on day 5.
That's quite a huge Test match in the global view of the points that are offered in that particular series, isn't it?
Yeah, and Danny Wyatt has reached her half century from 78 balls. She's there with Sophie Eccleston, who is on 6. As hanging around, she's faced 27.
Interesting.
Right, well,
you did the interview last night. How did that go?
I did.
And was it a nice one?
It was a nice one. Why wouldn't it be a nice one after the day Essex had yesterday?
Exactly.
Jake Lintott is going to bowl from the Hayes Close end for Warwickshire. I spoke to Captain Tom Wesley, and I was saying to Clive a bit earlier, I asked him if we could see any kind of early declaration like we saw with England, as Lintott is in to Cook, who's down looking to sweep, and he's been bowled. And that is the end of the Essex innings. No need to declare for Essex because they are all out for 457. and now they will have the opportunity to bowl at Warwickshire.
They will. I'm going to say well batted to Essex. Okay, Cook just got out there. It was a bit of a slog sweep shot which he missed, and he's handed Jake Lintock his 3rd wicket. He's never achieved any first-class wickets before, and this is only his 2nd game, and he walks off the park with 3 for 75, I think. Cook bowled Lintock for 12. Yeah, Essex have given a couple of wickets away in this innings, but they've got a decent first innings total. I would tend to say it's marginally above par, 457. First innings runs are vital in this particular match, similar to the Somerset game. Warwickshire, look, they haven't bowled badly, they fielded quite well, but they're going to have to get parity in this first innings, Victoria, because if Essex were to have any lead, then that could be quite eventful in this game. If they can get to 430, 450 or even 420, then Warwickshire stay within the game, because getting parity in the first innings is vital. But if they were to give Essex 100 lead or more, that is quite significant. There you go. So we've got a break between the innings. So tell me a little bit more about the interview.
Yes, well, as I was saying before Sam Cook was bowled, I said to Tom Wesley, what is the plan? You know, will you look to declare in the morning, or are you going to keep going? And he
wanted to do...
No, I asked the question.
Please tell me he said...
He said, we're going to try and bat long. He said it's been a hot day in the heat, quite draining for Warwickshire today, and if we can tire them out in that way...
Yes.
Then we can see how we can bowl.
Just quietly, just very quietly. I wish England did that last week.
Well, that was why I asked the question.
I don't want to criticise Ben Stokes, but I wouldn't have declared.
So that was the plan for them this morning, and I think they've sort of done the job there, haven't they? They've got that to the 450 mark, which they would have wanted to do, so they've got the bonus points. And interesting to see now how the Essex bowlers cope with the Kookaburra ball, and whether we see it doing anything on the pitch, whether we get that bit of reverse swing that you've been talking about, or whether Simon Harmer can make anything happen.
I expect to see Harmer come on not early, but with the new ball, harder ball, sorry, not the new ball, the harder ball. As I said to you, I spoke to the two, Sam and Jamie Porter, this morning, and talking about their batting, then we got on to the bowling, and Jamie said, I've used this ball a fair bit in practice and whatever. He said, I quite like it when you get to the 20th over, for instance, could be 18, could be 22. He says, when you can get the buff of the shine up, and he says, it does swing a bit more around about the 15 to 20, 25 overs. So he's confident with it. What is important on this surface, Victoria, is the Essex bowlers will bowl direct. You often hear me talk about that. They bowl straighter than most other oppositions, and they will make them play the ball. But importantly, on this dry surface, I do believe the ball is gripping for the seamer. So there will be a little bit of swing, but there will be a little bit of nibble where the ball grips with the seam on this dry surface and might bounce, might move a little bit. And as the game goes on, you might find that the seamer grips more and more in days 3 and 4, but it also turns a bit more for Critchley and Harmer. The toss was vital. You know, anyone from the West Midlands who perhaps wants to criticise Warwickshire, I don't think you should, because I think Essex were lucky, like in the previous game against Somerset. They won an important toss and they batted on the best part of the wicket, and they batted well. You're allowed to bat well, and Essex mustered 457 all out.
If you heard the BBC Essex bulletins this morning as well on the breakfast show with Sonia Watson, you would have heard Tom Wesley praising Dan Lawrence and his performance as well, and saying what a big loss he'll be to Essex, but how willing they are to support him in his ambitions. Just to take you through the scorecard from the Essex first innings, as we see the Essex bowlers out on the pitch getting ready to warm up ahead of the Warwickshire batters coming out on the pitch. The 2 early wickets to fall yesterday morning for Essex. Feroz Kushi, who was caught by Burgess off the bowling of Rushworth for 4. So Alistair Cook also caught by Burgess off the bowling of Hassan Ali for 9. Then the 2 Centurions, Tom Wesley with 114. He was eventually caught by Rhodes off the bowling of Ed Barnard. Dan Lawrence 152, caught by Barnard off the bowling of Dom Bess. Matt Critchley with an aggressive 47. He was also caught by Ed Barnard off the bowling of Jake Lintott. Paul Walter went cheaply for 5, caught by Dan Mosley off the bowling of Dom Bess. Simon Harmer caught by Burgess off the bowling of Lintott for 30. Will Bartleman was there this morning with 43. He was caught by Rob Yates off the bowling of Hassan Ali. Doug Bracewell going before him this morning, LBW off the bowling of Chris Rushworth for 31. And Sam Cook, the final wicket to fall, bowled by Jake Lintott for 12, and Jamie Porter, the not-out batter, on 0. So the bowling figures for Warwickshire: Chris Rushworth, 18 overs, 2 maidens, 70 runs, 2 wickets. Hassan Ali, 19 overs, 3 maidens, 75 runs, 2 wickets. Things shared around for the Warwickshire bowlers. Ed Barnard, 13 overs, 2 maidens, 53 runs, 1 wicket. Dom Bess, 37 overs, 1 maiden, 159 runs, 2 wickets. Jake Lintott, 15 overs and 1 ball, no maidens, 68 runs, and his first 3 first-class wickets. Will Rhodes, 8 overs, 2 maidens, 25 runs, no wickets. And Rob Yates, 2 overs, 1 maiden, 4 runs and no wickets. Doing some sums?
Not really. I was just actually following you. You were talking far too fast for me. I was writing down the bowling figures actually. Just they were sort of share out. 3 for Lintott, 2 for Bess, Rushworth and Hassan Ali. Barnard got 1. Rhodes and Yates. Rhodes actually did a good job. He bowled 2 or 3 different short spells and went for just 25. Yates just bowled the 2 overs, so not really bothered by him. But Bess, 37 overs, 2 for 159. I know Clive spoke to Mark Robinson, I think it was, and others about Dom Bess. It is my humble opinion that there's rumours about David Milan at Yorkshire, who is a fine player, seriously fine player, red ball and white ball, formerly of Middlesex. His contract is up and he is on a high wage at Yorkshire. And Yorkshire, you know, they've got the report coming out. I think it's next Tuesday. I think it is. But what is important to appreciate is Yorkshire are not going to be flush with money, and they may want to offload some of their high earners. David Milan certainly will be one, and it is rumoured that Dom Bess is another. So that is probably just starting to evolve now, that Dom Bess may not be offering the return on their investment that Yorkshire wanted. So that is possibly why he's out on loan. And then Yorkshire have taken Daniel Moriarty, a left arm spinner from Surrey. Moriarty, I think, played for South African under-19s a few moons ago, but he has gone up to Yorkshire to bowl there to get first team cricket. Meanwhile, Dom Bess has come down to Warwickshire and playing in this contest at Chelmsford, and he is on a 1-match loan. And we discussed it a lot yesterday. I'm not comfortable with the loan system in cricket at the moment, and I firmly believe the ECB will have to tighten up, because it makes a mockery that players can go and play for 1 game for another county. Jack Brooks has played for 3 counties this season, and people throw mud at the franchise system. I have to ask, in my humble opinion, there is nothing different, and in fact I think it's not healthy for county cricket that players are playing for all kinds of counties for 1 match, 2 matches or whatever. I do not think it devalues the competition, in my humble opinion.
I think we covered quite a lot of that yesterday, but if you do want to get involved in any conversation or pose any questions on the commentary today, you can email us bbcessexcricket@gmail.com. The Essex fielders are out on the pitch having done their huddle, and the Warwickshire batters are making their way out to the crease as well. Rob Yates and Alex Davis will be out in the middle.
Yeah, well, we know a lot about Yates. He's got great memories of batting against Essex. In fact, I'm going to say something quite bold. Over the years, I don't
It's not
think...
like you.
No, I don't think Simon Harmer has a great record against Warwickshire, whether it's up at Edgbaston or here at Chelmsford.
Does with the bat though. Jamie Porter to open the bowling for Essex into the left-hander Yates, who immediately manages to flash that one into the offside. It's being chased by Paul Walter, I think that is, going out towards the boundary where he stops the ball as the Warwickshire batters come back for 3 to get their innings underway.
Yeah, good shot there. Porter just bowling a ball of width. Yeah, no, I think you're right. He's scored some runs against Warwickshire, but his #1 trade, as in off spinning, I'm trying to think over the years, Warwickshire have won a couple. It's an important game for Simon Harmer against Warwickshire, because I don't think from a bowling perspective he's had complete success against Warwickshire.
Field just moves around for the right-left combination as Porter is into Davis, who hits that just back down the pitch to the Essex bowler for no run.
Am I right in saying there could be a little bit of drizzle and mizzle on Wednesday?
Potentially. I heard that there was the chance of a shower around the county today, but possibly not necessarily over Chelmsford. I mean, we've got a couple of grey clouds around, but there is blue sky above the county ground as Porter makes his way into Davis, and that's a no ball from Jamie Porter as the Warwickshire pair take the run as well.
Gosh, you only have to look at our square here at the Cloud County Ground, Chelmsford, and even the outfield now has got the undersoiled sort of drain pipes. You can see where the water's taken away. They're all becoming evident. It's a very dry surface here at Chelmsford.
Porter coming around the wickets to Yates, who straight back down the pitch. Warwickshire 6 without loss in the first over of their reply to Essex's 457.
And we've got some tweets coming in as well. We'll talk about that at the end of the over.
See the youngsters over in the Felsters stand enjoying themselves. I'm sure they'll be out on the pitch at lunchtime on the outfield as Porter is into Yates. Takes a step across and just works it back down the pitch. Porter with his Alice band on, which has become part of his bowling attire.
Colin has been in touch and he talks about an interesting time of year. Gosh, I'll come on to that at a moment.
As Porter is into Rob Yates, who's driving as a half stop from Tom Wesley as they come back for 2 runs. It's just clipped into the leg side, 8 without loss for Warwickshire.
He says, Colin says, for me, we should be playing with the pink ball in April and May with the Blad light regulations removed. I support all attempts at improving the game. Thank you, Colin.
In comes Porter to Yates, who just shapes to leave that one, but it's through the gloves of Bottleman, and that will be 4 buys.
That's 4 gimme runs to Warwickshire, that. He shaped up to take it. I don't want to say he was lazy, but there was minimal foot movement, and it's burst his hand. It probably did move after it passed the batsman, and then it moved, as it often does in England. Not anywhere else in the world, but in England it does. And it's cost the club 4 runs, actually, there. Poor bit of keeping. Sam Cook to open. Colin, thank you for that email. The pink ball is an inferior ball, end of. We had a chat with John from the who's very understanding and knowledgeable about the Kookaburra balls and the different lacquers that go on it, the leather, the tanning, the artificial colouring to produce the alternative balls. The red ball is a natural dye. As Cook comes in, he bowls 3 slips. It's driven by Yates, I think, Alec Davies, into the offside no run. I'm not so sure the pink ball is a good ball. We've tried and experimented it, and in fact the chief executive of Essex, John Stevenson, during his tenure at Lords, was heavily involved in trying to produce an alternative to the red ball, and we still are struggling. Even the white balls are not of the same quality. This time Cook bowls, Davies drives, and it drives wide of mid-off, where they take a quick single. Good call from the Warwickshire opener. 1 run to him. 12 becomes 13 without loss. So yeah, he was an interesting chap who came to the commentary box. He brought us bearing gifts, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
How would you describe what he brought? Piece of leather.
Yes, it's got it written on it. It's at the back.
As Cook around the wicket to the left-handed Yates. Yates drives into the leg side, no run. It was a circular piece of leather. It certainly wasn't a chamois piece of leather.
It's
it was
Duke's
a solid
leather. Duke's leather.
Duke's leather. Red leather. And it's given us a bit of thought for perhaps you're around the wicket and things like that. No shortage of material for you, Victoria?
No, it's always a story wherever
Always
you
a
look
story.
at the county ground.
They don't call you Scoop Polly for nothing. As Cook is in, he bowls a good delivery, which Yates comes forward and plays back up the pitch to mid-on, where there is no run. Yeah, no, absolutely. Anything to do with cricket. We've had a few emails. I know you had a couple earlier, which I kindly left to you. Have you got access to them? There was one about the bonus points, wasn't there? That was quite early doors. And we do apologise if we didn't get through to all the emails yesterday, as Cook is in, 3 slips waiting, and there's an outside edge, but played softly, out to backward point, sensibly there. Good cricket, good batting. Good cricket all round, actually, the bowler, the batsman and the fielder. The reason I mentioned that, I thought it was an interesting point. Yesterday, the Wi-Fi went down, didn't it? Do you remember?
It did, I do remember, yes.
We had a quite a long period where we didn't have access to emails. So if you were disappointed yours didn't get read out, I'm really sorry, but the Wi-Fi was down. This is flicked into the leg side and it goes up to mid-on. Good shot, good looking shot from Yates, good ball from Cook, but alas it's no run. 13 now for no wicket.
And it's time for Clive to come back in. We are up to Michael's email. Don, have you
Yes.
got them?
No, go on, just read
Okay,
that
I'll
one
read it
out,
and then I'll let
then
Clive come in.
depart. Yep.
Michael says, yesterday Victoria says she interviewed the groundsman. Many grounds are being overused and coming under stress. Even test match grounds don't have enough squares.
Yep.
Are there any plans for artificial pitches for T20 game or 50 over games? I've heard the term hybrid pitches used by Don. What exactly does that mean? The other problem is lack of water. Many grounds are parched. I use rainwater stored in an underground storage reservoir. Counties may have to source their own water.
Lots in that point there. Porter on his way in, away from us. This is going to go for 4. No, it's not. It's been fielded by Paul Water at fine leg. May have come off pads or bat. We await, and it's bat. So Alec Davis gets off strike. He now moves to 3. Yates on 5. Score 14 for no wicket. Porter wearing, I think it's an Alice band, keeping his hair out of his eyes. Round the wicket to the left-handed Yates. He's on his way in. 2 slips awaiting. Model forward defensive, played into the offside. Good looking defensive shot. They're being very watchful and disciplined. Good afternoon, sir. Clive, Clive from, well, BBC WR, isn't it?
WM, WM and CWR.
So West Midlands is WM?
Yeah.
And what is?
CWR's Coventry and Warwickshire.
As I never knew that, you know, as Porter's on his way in round the wicket. Good delivery, well played. Probably just bounced and just went away, and he opened the face, but it was under control there by Yates. Australia have just won the Women's Ashes, Clive. Comment.
Well, the Test match, yeah, which probably means they will keep the Ashes, because it means England now need to win 5 out of the 6 white ball games, assuming none of them are rained off, to regain the Ashes, which seems a tad unlikely.
Porter in, driven into the offside. Good technique from Yates, and there is no run.
Wi-Fi's packed up for me again.
Oh, has it? Yeah. Oh no. Hang on a second.
So I can't give you the details. I'll go on my phone. I'll go on my phone.
Just going to go back if we can, we'll look at the emails.
I was going to say, and they've been proven right, of course, but Sky didn't show a great deal of confidence in England, because the caption was just saying Australia need 2 more wickets. It wasn't saying how many more runs England need. All out for 178.
Nick, and he's been caught at second slip. Good delivery, great areas, good line. Yates has played it, and he's got an outside edge, and I think it's been called very well caught. I think it was at second slip, and if it was second slip, it's probably that man, Buckets Hans Harmer.
Yeah, disappointing from Yates. Played a couple of decent shots, but he goes for 5, and one thing what Warwickshire couldn't afford was to lose early wickets. Having said that, of course, Essex were 20 for 2 at one stage. But they're applying to a big total here, 453. It does fit into the could have been worse category. And they took the last 8 wickets for 210 runs, did Warwickshire. So that wasn't a bad effort. However, it's still a lot of runs to respond to. And losing Rob Yates for 5 is a big, big blow.
Well, I have to say, as an Essex man, Clive, we haven't seen Yates fail too often.
No, it tends to be feast or famine with him, though. It tends to be, if he can get in, he tends to go on. Big. But unfortunately, he does get out early.
Well, Essex will be delighted to see the back of him, because he has been an Achilles heel for a good number of years. He's got a great record against Essex, and he bats long periods of time, and he's very happy to. And probably, and I'm not going to suggest he's Alistair Cook, but they both have a similar, I suppose, philosophy of batting, which is to drop anchor, and you have got to get me out. So Porter, well bowled, Jamie Porter. Another slip has been added now for the incoming batsman, which is the captain, Will Rhodes. Another left-hander, 3 slips awaiting. Porter, he's waiting too. And there's a short mid-wicket. Very fashionable position, it appears. Porter in, bowls, plays him, he drives him back to the bowler. Good shot from Will Rhodes, and that concludes the end of a wicket-taking over. Essex have got their first man, that of Rob Yates, who was caught by Harmer, bowled by Porter for 5, and Warwickshire in reply are 14 for 1.
Just gone back to that Women's Ashes match then. Decent effort from Danny Wyatt, but she was last out for 54. And England in the end, quite heavily beaten really by 89 runs. Australia really are the standard that everyone else is chasing in women's cricket. Be interested to see how England fare on the white ball, because I heard the score on Test Match Special give Australia's stats in white ball cricket lately. I can't remember exactly what they were, but they were pretty frightening. From the opposition's point of view, as Alex Davis just pushes one down the pitch for no run.
It's a good delivery, that squared him up. Cook could be happy with that. There's a little bit of grip, you know, already with this new ball. Essex will traditionally, compared to a lot of other teams, maybe Chris Rushworth is similar to this, but Essex bowlers generally bowl very straight at the sticks.
In comes Cook to bowl. Oh, that's edged. And had there been a third slip there, that might well have been a chance, but there isn't. And it's gone down to third for 4. Would have been a low chance, but I think that might well have carried to a third slip. Davis gets the 4. Well, she took 12 runs off the first over. I was thinking there, they'd only taken 50 overs to get to 600 at that rate. Hasn't quite worked out that way.
Is that Bazball?
Well, I think when you get 4 byes and a no ball, that helps.
Good delivery that from Cook again. 2 very good deliveries in succession.
He's in again to Davis, and that's gone past the outside edge as he played forward to that, Davis. So Cook having a probing over here. Elsewhere, Hampshire still batting, somewhat slower scoring than you can get often in the modern game. They're 349 for 7 against Middlesex, 120 overs gone there. Kent are dominating at Northampton, 218 for 1, replying to Northampton's 237. Looks pretty close at the oval at the moment. Surrey, replying to Lancashire's 274, are 176 for 5. And we're into the third innings already at Taunton as Cook comes into bowl, and Davis plays that down into the ground. There is a third slip now.
They
the
heard
words
you.
Stable, horses and bolted do spring to mind, however.
Captain Eakin, they heard you.
Well, it's only because the edge went flying past that position.
They put a third slip.
It's always difficult to know how to respond to that. And on the one hand, are you just sort of chasing what's happened when you put a fielder there? Or, on the other hand, if another one's edged through there, people say, well, you saw it once, why not put someone in?
I was surprised there wasn't a third slip.
Cook into Davis. Oh, that's come off the inside of his bat. It's very well fielded at mid-wicket. Davis struggling this over. That was an inside edge.
God, this is a good over, isn't it?
Yeah,
cool.
It is. So that game at Taunton, Notts all out for 186, giving them a first innings lead of 23. But Somerset have already wiped that out. They're 25 without loss in reply. Their second innings at Cardiff, Sussex 110 for 5, replying to Glamorgan's 242, and big runs at Headingley. As Cook comes into bowl. Oh, he's bowled him, and I think he played on there, Alex Davis. He tried to get his bat out of the way, and it's come off his bat onto his stumps, and Davis is bowled. And Warwickshire made a similar start to Essex, actually. Essex were 20 for 2 at one stage. Warwickshire are 18 for 2, and Sam Cook gets a wicket. The over probably deserved.
Absolutely. What a superb over this is from Sam Cook. Wow, absolutely brilliant. Little bit of pace. He's quick enough. He's got a bit of movement. He hits the seam. He bowls over the top. He gets a bit of bounce. A tremendous over, tremendous performer is Sam Cook, and Warwickshire in a spot of bother at 18 for 2. And what you do as a batsman, I would imagine Yates, who's got a good record against Essex, Davies, who's a good player, if you quietly said to them, you're playing Essex next week, and they'll go, okay, they may not be the quickest, but I have to play every ball. And they make you play every ball, and they make you, well, they just bowl at the stumps, which is really inconvenient for an opening batsman. So well bowled to these two, Porter and Cook. And we've got 20 minutes, Clive, before lunch, and it's going to be a testing period the next 20 minutes.
This is where Warwickshire miss Sam Haynes so much To give them a bit of stability in the middle order. Young Jacob Bethel, it is, who's come in next. It was the last ball of the over, so you won't have to face straight away. Just to complete those scores, then Yorkshire did get maximum batting points, 509 for 8 against Gloucestershire. Matt Revis is in the runs, he's on 80-something. Talented young cricketer. New Road, Derbyshire, 146 for 3, replying to Worcestershire's 237.
Porter away from us, around the wicket to the left-handed Bethel, and there is, Will Rhodes, and there is no run. There's a plethora of left-handers in your team, isn't there?
Durham 517 for 6 at Leicester. 167 not out to Ollie Robinson. They've declared Leicestershire 21 without loss in reply.
Porter shining the ball. He's waving. He's talking to Tom Wesley now. Waving. Fine leg to go square for Rhodes. Bit more. He's asking him for a bit more as well. He's by the floodlight, the tall floodlight at fine leg to the left-hander. Porter round the wicket. He bowls, and that's a good delivery that goes down to short third man. They take the single. Paul Walter does the fielding at backward point, but it goes through to the vacant third man for 1 run. 19 for 2.
Testing period for Warwickshire.
Tense cricket, this 4-day cricket. Good, two good 4-day teams. Both have won the championship recently, and Warwickshire are in second place, a few points behind Surrey, but Essex are joint at third, 9 points, or were 9 points. I think they're about 4 points behind now. Warwickshire, as this is bowled, good looking delivery, which Bethel plays out to backward point, and there is no run.
It's only Jacob Bethel's 7th first-class match. She's got the 1 half century in those games, 61. She's got 3 half centuries in List A cricket, that's in 11 games.
We have this email, Clive, but I'm going to propose. It's quite a long email, which we've read out. We haven't answered. Porter, round the wicket. Good delivery. Ball just comes back on the line to the keeper. Good looking delivery. Well left, Jacob Bethel. And it's from Michael Biswell, who is a regular contributor, but there's a lot to answer, and I'm going to suggest we'll do that after lunch, only because this is a very intense period, and I think your email, your question deserves a little bit of time. So, Michael, I hope you don't mind, but we'll just put that on the back burner just for a moment as Porter runs away from us. Round the wicket, bowls, and this is a good looking delivery. Again, they take a quick single. Walter can't stop them taking the single. The 2 left-handers call sensibly, and it was Will Rhodes, the captain's call, and Bethel ends up at the non-striker's end with the score on 20 for 2.
Yeah, good call out from Rhodes. Jacob Bethel, I think, was admiring his own forward defensive shot, and Rhodes said, come on, we got a run there.
Yeah, absolutely right. Technique was good from Bethel, but it went... I'm just wondering whether Paul Walter's just gone a little finer. Backward point, this time just short of a length, which Rhodes gets back and across, plays it back to the bowler to conclude the 4th over, is it the 5th over of this innings, as Warwickshire have made it to 20 for 2. Rhodes has 1, Bethel has 1, Cook has 1, and Porter has 1. That's a wicket.
And awkward period now up to lunch for Warwickshire, can't afford any further losses. Against it, need to get to 308 to avoid the follow-on.
4-day county championship cricket is best.
Well, we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, it's good. It's.
I mean, the game moved on well on the first day. 391 for 7 is a good end of day, first day score. Warwickshire may be forced to be a little bit more reserved with their batting than Essex were because of the position they're in. Said that Essex were in this position themselves. They got out of it. Cook comes in to bowl to Bethel, who plays that out to the offside for no run. Educated at rugby school, Jacob Bethel, having come over from Barbados. Roland Butcher, who was commentating with Richard and the team, Dave Bracegirdle, in the last county championship match against Notts, knows him well. From his West Indies development period time. 3 slips in place as Cook comes into bowl to him. And that's hit a little uppishly, and again it's well fielded. Good sharp fielding from Essex is adding to the pressure for Warwickshire.
Absolutely, they're, you know, they got their tails up because they batted well. They got the extra batting bonus point, the 450. They could have got. I mean, yeah, I wouldn't be too critical, but they could have got 500 quite easily with a few, not losing as many wickets last night, finishing the evening with 5 down and not 7 down. Cool.
Next one is pushed out to backward point for no run. And remains 20 for 2.
Very important period now of play, just 15 minutes till lunch. Warwickshire need to get to lunch 2 down. Gosh, what would happen if Essex get a 3rd? They'll be greedy, they'll want a 4th.
So that one's played out into the slip cord into the ground. There's no run.
2 slips.
20 for 2.
2 slips and a gully. Are we looking at that? I think it is a gully.
Should have said, by the way, it was that very good stop. My last over was Feroz Kushi who made that stop. Didn't have the happiest of games with the bat, but he saved some runs in the field there. And every time Essex do that, it piles a bit more pressure on Warwickshire. Cook round the wicket to Bethel. It's short. Bethel pulls it, and I'm not sure what he got on that. It's gone down to fine leg for 4. He did get a little tickle on it. It wasn't that far from the reach of the wicket keeper. I think it had been grounded by the time it got to the wicket keeper, but it is through for not entirely convincing 4, but a welcome one.
They've certainly gone after it, Clive. Probably got a little bottom edge, but it's gone fine, safe. I'm just thinking out of the box here. With the time left before lunch, it wouldn't surprise me. Harmer will take over probably very shortly off Porter at the river end.
So Bethel onto 5. There's a big LBW appeal there from Cook as he plays forward to that. Does Bethel, but it's given not out. So he's on 5 end of the over. 24 for 2 after 5 overs. After 6 overs, I should say. Warwickshire.
That was a bit of cricket there when the dismissal, when they went up. Good shout, but look what's happening. Hey? Harmer's on. He's going to get 2 overs probably from 2 or 3 overs. He's going to get in from the river end, and we've got 2 left-handers, and that predominantly is the reason I said Harmer's got to come on to get a couple of overs in from our end. He's going to be bowling at 2 left-handers. It's a dry surface. It's been doing it for the seamer. It will turn a little bit. And with this harder rock or new ball, which is only 6 overs old, Harmer's going to get a bit of bounce. And there are 3 men round the bat. There's a slip, a gully for the left-hander, and a bat pad. Nick Brown is under the lid. Harmer bowls. First ball there. Turns and bounces. Harmer's in the game. That does turn and bounce.
Big test for Warwickshire with so many runs on the board for Essex. We're now in the attack.
Harmer round the wicket. He bowls, and this is going for a catch down the leg side, but I'm afraid it may have clipped his trouser, his rump, his thigh pad, but there was no willow on it.
No, just the wicket keeper. Will Buttleman asking for that. No one else joined in.
Harmer in. This one he smothers. Does Will Rhodes, and he plays it very nicely on the front foot. Very much forward. Allows the ball to come to the bat. Good technique. Harmer in again, bowls. This is short and wide cut, but it doesn't go for any runs. It goes to Kushi, who's at cover. Probably not the greatest delivery. Could have been a run-scoring ball.
Missed out there, Will Rhodes. Lucky found the fielder, but that was a tantalising one for him there. Chance to break the shackles.
Round the wicket again, bowls. That's a good delivery. Quite full, smothered to ensure the ball doesn't turn, and he push drives it just back to the bowl and no run. Harmer in again, round the wicket, he bowls, gives it a bit of air, it's driven out, and Paul Water at mid-off does dive. He has a big leap, does the tall man, and he prevents 4 runs, but Warwickshire take a single. Harmer goes for a run, and that's the end of the over. 25 for 2, Rhodes has 2, Bethel has 5.
Excellent ground fielding again from Essex. Paul Walter with the stop. Warwickshire desperate to keep the scoreboard moving, not to get bogged down. But when you come up against good fielding like that, it makes it a lot harder. 25 for 2. I'll be happy to get to. Let's probably have to see off. Probably 2 more overs, maybe 3, depending how quickly Harmer bowls his next one. But it's going to be Cook to continue.
Be to Essex's advantage to get another over
You would
in.
have thought so.
Definitely get through them quickly. Get running around,
Well,
chaps.
Will Rhodes with all his experiences taking plenty of time to get himself settled and ready here. As Cook comes in to bowl and Rose plays it again. It's well stopped by Kushi, and no chance of a run there. Rhodes is not getting reward for his shots here.
That was a cracking shot, but equally a cracking bit of fielding. Beautifully timed. That was going to the boundary for 4.
Rhodes on 2. The Warwickshire captain knows, particularly in the absence of Sam Hain, he needs to bat big here. Start getting Warwickshire back into this game. In comes Cook, and let's push out the offside. There's no run. I guess it was fairly even this morning in the Essex innings. 60 for 3 today. That's so useful runs out by Essex. Warwickshire did manage to 64, I should say. Sorry, let me get this right. 66 for 3 today. Essex.
And they got the 2 batting bonus points this morning, didn't they?
Yeah,
that was important.
Maximum batting points. As Cook comes in the bowl and Rose turns that around as Paz. It's a straight to the field at back of fine leg. So there is just the 1 run. With Jamie Porter. It's a fairly straightforward piece of fielding. 26 for 2, Warwickshire in the 8th over.
Round the wicket. 2 slips and a gully.
Bethel wearing number 2 on his back. A fractured back as Cook comes in, and that's edged along all on the ground by Bethel. It was safe enough to backward point, and there is no addition to the score. Yes, Bethel, normally a batter and spin bowler, but not able to bowl spin this season, they reckon, because of a stress fracture to his back, but he can still hurl himself all around the field and take spectacular catches and make great stops. Cook round the wicket too, with a leg slip in place, as well as 2 orthodox slips, and that's hit into the offside by Bethel. We've seen him hit 1 shot just fine down to fine leg, so maybe they're thinking of having that leg slip in place. 3 helmets behind the wicket keeper for Bethel to aim for. I always think if you could hit all 3, do you get 50?
Hey, Clive, yeah.
Be a good trick though, wouldn't it? Bounce off all 3. In comes There was a short delivery from Cook, which Bethel tries to pull, and he doesn't make contact. A bit of a loose shot from him there, but he survives it. 26 for 2, quiet over. 1 run added by Will Rhodes. 8 overs bowled. Warwickshire want to get to lunch, and, well, I think Will Rhodes will try and make this the last over, but Simon Harman can get through it quickly. We may yet get 2 more in before lunch.
Well, Sam Cook has bowled a very fine spell from the Hayes close end. He's only bowled 4 overs, but my word is they've been testing overs, bowled beautifully. Simon Harmer, I'll be surprised if they don't try and get another one in. Harmer round the wicket, this time to Rhodes. Rhodes plays on the back foot, he plays it back into the wicket on the leg side. Brown does the fielding. And it'd be interesting to see whether he stays on the front foot or is happy to play the ball late on the back foot. Harmer's in. This is tickled into the leg side. They're going to take 1. They may be looking for 2. He does. Will Rhodes calls his partner back, takes the 2. Well played. And I believe John Stevenson is addressing the members at lunchtime. So if you're listening to us at the ground, I think it's in the members area. There's maybe a question and answer, but Harmer's in, and this is played, covers the spin. Does the captain. Rhodes into the offside, plays sort of with the spin. There's a slip and a gully and a bat pad on the leg side.
3 balls to go. Should get it in time to get 1 more over him.
Harmer in. This time it turns a little bit, plays nice and straight, unlike Paul Water yesterday, who against Don Best played against the spin and got a leading edge, didn't he? And, you know, you've got to be careful how you have your matchups with the off-spinner and the left-handers. Harmer in, a quicker delivery, which bounces off the thigh pad into the air, just short of Nick Brown at bat pad. No run. Last ball of the over coming up. Will Essex get another over in? Harmer in, gives it a bit of air. It's smothered. It's played very nicely by the captain Rhodes, and that concludes the end of the over, but there is still 1 more over.
1 more over before lunch, a maiden that one, leaving Warwickshire 28 for 2, still a cool 429 runs behind the Essex first innings total. So today Essex, having resumed, on 391 for 7, reached 457. They did get maximum batting points. They needed 7 off the final over to get maximum batting points, which they did, and they denied Warwickshire a 3rd bowling point. They today lost Doug Bracewell for a breezy 31. He was LBW to Chris Rushworth, and then Will Buttleman was caught by Rob Yates, who wasn't in the slip Gordon, but he still managed to add a catch to his tally this season. Hassan Ali, the bowler, Buttleman gone for 43. So in comes Cook round the wicket to Bethel, who turns that something onside for no run. And last out, Sam Cook, bowled by Jake Lintop for 12, leaving Jamie Porter not out. So wicket apiece today to Chris Rushworth and Hassan Ali, both finished with 2. And Jake Lintott, who finished with 3 for 68, the best bowling figures in the Warwickshire side. And then Warwickshire losing Rob Yates, caught at second slip by Simon Harmer off Jamie Porter for 5. Cook comes into bowl, Bethel drives that, not quite out of the middle of the bat, it goes to mid-on, there's no run. And then Cook induced Alex Davis to play on for 7. That was 18 for 2. It is now 28 for 2. And I'll describe 1 more ball, and then I'll probably have to leave you to finish off the over, Don, because I've got to.
We both have an update, haven't we? Both have a 1 p.m. update.
In comes Cook, and he's bowling. That's was short, is too wide down the leg side, and Bethel lets it go. Wicketkeeper makes a tumbling stop, and it is 28 for 2.
We've been captains ourselves this morning. You talked about the 3rd slip, bringing someone in. I talked about Harmer and how well Cook has bowled. Just a little bit surprised with Cook bowling so nicely. I would have thought I'd have kept Cook on for the final over before lunch. Instead, the captain, Wesley, has given Porter an opportunity. He's moved from the river end to the Hayes close end in respect, and he's given him the last over before lunch. I would have kept Cook on at that top end. A slip, that leg slip has come in. Matt Critchley as Porter bowls a bouncer. Decent bouncer, good pace. And Jacob Bethel, the young Warwickshire batsman, England under-19s, just sways out the way. Good batting skill there. Decent ball from Porter. Porter turns, right arm round the wicket. Essex with two slips, no gully but a leg slip as well. As Porter comes in, it's a short ball. Bethel just stands tall, gets up on his toes and allows the ball to hit the bat and go into the leg side. Good defence from Brett Bethel there, with just the last ball now before lunch. Essex changing their field again, and Brown, who was at cover, has now come into bat pad, so there are four men catching. And the gentleman that was at mid-on has gone to mid-off, and square leg has gone to mid-on as Porter round the wicket short, and this is played again tall on his toes, played down to bat pad. There is no catch, no run, and it's a dot ball, and they all are off to lunch, which means we shall have a 40-minute break. And not forgetting, Essex made 457, and in reply, Warwickshire at 28 for 2. And we look forward to welcoming you all back in just 40 minutes. The afternoon post-lunch session here, day 2, Essex versus Warwickshire. A huge game which has seen Essex being bowled out this morning for 457 all out, and in reply Warwickshire got to lunch on 28 for 2. A wicket for Porter that was splendidly caught. Yates was caught at Harmer low by his bootlaces for 5, and Alex Davies chopped one on or got an inside edge and was bowled by Cook for 7. 2 left-handers at the crease. Well, we've got the captain that is Will Rhodes, and together with the young Jacob Bethel, they're both not out. Clive Eakin is in the commentary box along with Don Topley and Victoria Polly on BBC Essex, BBC Radio WM and BBC CWR. Good afternoon, Clive.
Afternoon.
Good morning session, but it was an intriguing 4-day cricket.
Well, it was a good morning session for Essex, ultimately. Warwickshire did okay in getting the last 3 wickets for 66 runs, but Essex getting maximum batting points on those 2 early wickets. So they hold the aces at the moment. Warwickshire need a big partnership like Essex got. That 200-run partnership for the 3rd wicket that Essex got. Warwickshire needs something approaching that.
Harmer to continue with proceedings this afternoon. Round the wicket to the left-handed captain of Warwickshire, who drives up to pull water at mid-off. There is no run. Decent looking ball. Yes, intriguing. Warwickshire, like Essex, had to cope a little bit of pressure with the new ball. Harmer in again, round the wicket. Short, a little slower. Punched off the back foot to Walter at mid-off, no run.
So they got 3 round the bat, putting pressure on here.
Harmer in, round the wicket, driven out, and it's found the fielder Sam Cook on the drive on the offside. No run.
I'm not sure there's a huge amount of turnout there. Warwickshire.
Harmer in, that one's played off the back foot, taken a quick single. Good percentage cricket there from the captain Will Rhodes, who just turns it into very safely against the spin because it was a little short. Takes the single, score moves to 29 for 2.
Well, you've got to be careful not to play Simon Harmer on his reputation. Sometimes when you're up against a spinner, you know it's a top spinner. Batters can panic a little bit, but I don't think at the moment that it's Harmer is turning it square.
The first ball he bowled this morning did turn and bounce. Harmer in. That one turns, and it's just fallen short of first slip. That might have turned, Clive.
I don't think it turned much, to be honest. Maybe straightened up a little bit, looking at the replay.
But what was good from Bethel is he played it with soft hands. So the ball went immediately down. A little bit quicker. That one, well, he's gone back. Perhaps he shouldn't have gone back to that ball, but there was a half-hearted appeal. Decent over. Balls 5 and 6 were the best of the 6. They've survived. They've taken a run since lunch, and Warwickshire are now 29 for 2 with the captain Will Rhodes to face.
A very difficult balance for Warwickshire to get here now, because say they survive Simon Harmer's over, they get into survival mode. I just feel in the end they're likely to come up short. They need to try and be positive if they can.
It's going to be Bracewell into the attack for the first time today. The New Zealander. He's not fast and nasty, Clive, but if I said to you he hits the deck hard, he can bang it in, bowl a decent bouncer which is a bit quicker than his normal ball, but he's a heavy bowler, as in he bowls with a big shoulder and hits the bat hard.
Bowling to Rhodes. Bracewell right arm over. Rhodes plays that to mid-off, there's no run. A little cameo with the bat this morning. Bracewell scoring a fairly brisk 31, which helped set Essex up for the maximum batting points. Only the third First Division team to get maximum batting points in the Championship this season. It seems to be easier for Second Division teams. Durham have now done it 3 times and Yorkshire have done it twice, but only 3 counties have done it once each in the First Division. It's hit into the ground by Rose and slightly misjudged by the fielder, which has gone for 4 in the end.
Brown, the fielder.
Yeah, but he tried to pick it up and stop it initially and couldn't reach it. And if he had his time again, he probably would have just run away from the ball a little bit and picked it up a bit deeper. As it is, having committed to trying to pick it up when he did, he couldn't then chase the ball down. So Rose gets a welcome boundary.
Good shot. Nicely timed off the back foot.
And it is 33 for 2. Rhodes on to 10. Round the wicket comes Bracewell. Rhodes hits that into the ground, wants a quick run, but it's not to be had. That's a dot ball. Wearing number 34 is back. The sun's coming out. It's getting a bit more like yesterday. There's a bit of cloud cover. 2 slips in place. Lots of runs for Essex to play with. Bracewell round the wicket and Rhodes pushes it back to him. Bracewell can't pick it up himself, but it is gathered at mid-on. So no opportunity for a run.
Yeah, yesterday's temperatures, my word, you know, it was 31, 32 here at Chelmsford. Warwickshire lost an important toss. Essex enjoyed batting on the best bit of the wicket, and Warwickshire had to bowl in that heat, and it was an incredibly hot day here at Chelmsford.
This next one is a bouncer. He's got to be a bit careful there as he ducked under it all right, but he was holding his bat in the air. Always a little worry that the ball might brush the bat, but he managed to evade it comfortably enough. 424 runs still behind Warwickshire. 65 overs after this one still to be bowled in the day. I'm going to say the over rate from both teams has been a little on the ordinary side, especially given how much the spinners are bowled. As Rhodes pushes that one to mid-off, and there is no run. End of the over. 12 overs gone. Warwickshire not scoring at the rate Essex were, but they'll be looking to rebuild here. The 33 for 2.
Clive Eakin, Don Topley and Victoria Polly bringing you the live ball-by-ball action in the post-lunch session here at Chelmsford. Day 2, a lot of cricket to be played. Harmer's got the ball in his left hand. He's having a good look at it. Spins it from one hand to the other. Wonder if he has a callus. He must get those calluses that Moeen Ali has. This has been, well, it's an attempted caught behind, but I don't think anyone's generally interested, apart from perhaps Will Buttleman. And not even Simon Harmer showed any emotion then. Perhaps it was just a good take, and he was just clearing his cords. Buttleman keeping wicket. This time turns, and that beats the bat. Jacob Bethel comes forward, and it does turn. And they also take the bails off, and he's probably, well, he's broken the stumps, and one bail's gone about 5 yards away. But it's, alas, it's not stumped and not even caught, but it did turn.
Yeah, kept his back foot behind the line. Difficult for the umpire to call it for certain. Of course, no TV cameras here. So
I'm a bit quicker. They're forced into the offside, goes to backward point. Jamie Porter does the fielding, no run.
We'll test this for Warwickshire, particularly the inexperienced batter Jacob Bethel. I think Harmer will bowl all day, I would imagine.
And he comes round the wicket. That is driven quite nicely, gets to the pitch of the ball, push drives out to water at mid off, no run. Harmer in again. Oh, when it turns and beats the bat. He's bowled 2 balls this over that have beaten Bethel as he's come forward Not the biggest of gentlemen, Jacob Bethel, but he comes forward and Harmer's got it to turn, rip and beat the outside hedge through to the keeper. Harmer again, this time an inside edge where Bethel will take a single as it beats Nick Brown, and the Essex boys do applaud Harmer's over, a very fine over, nothing to show for it, but Bethel has kept strike with that single to square leg, and the score is 34 for 2.
Yeah, good over from Simon Harmer, and pressure mounting on Warwickshire. Will Rhodes and Jacob Bethel have a chat.
We've got quite a few today in the river stand, the upper stand of the river stand here at Chelmsford, which is a nice view to watch from. It's not often open up the top here, but we have quite a few. We've got 2 of my and 2 of Reese's old schoolmasters listening in, just in front of us. Eh? I do apologise for my grammar.
In comes Bracewell to bowl. Oh, that's a bouncer, and Bethel is caught by surprise there, trying to fend it off his chest. What did it hit in the end? I think it might have hit his chest, and it bounced down towards second slip, and Bethel's actually going to walk about. That might have hurt. Didn't show it straight away. I wonder whether he'll need a bit of treatment here. He's going to carry on.
Don't show any pain. Be brave. Tonka Taylor, formerly of this parish, captain, used to say, "It's not on you long enough to hurt."
Yeah, not sure how scientific that is. It's another bouncer, and Bethel plays it down. Managed to, I think, get to bat on that one. But hostile bowling here from Bracewell. And a real test for young Jacob Bethel. Umpire's just checking where the front foot is landing.
Do you know if he has said either of those bouncers was one for the over?
He definitely said for that last one. I don't know whether he
one.
did for the first or not.
Well, he hit him on the chest. I would suggest not.
Yeah.
But that will be playing in the mind. Brown has gone into bat pad. Umpire's gone across to the offside because he may not be able to see the line at square leg. Bracewell, will he double bluff? Will he bowl him a ball that's pitched up, or will he bang it in and try to hit him on his nose end?
2 slips in place, in he comes. He does bang it in short. Bethel plays it well though. Plays it down to fine leg for a single. Been relieved to get off strike. A bit bruised, but still there. He moves on to 7, 35 for 2.
Seeing the previous 2 balls and then that ball, Clive, I think it's fair to say he played that ball well. He got back in and across and behind it, and then just played it as a leg glance off the back foot down the leg side for a single. What would Geoffrey Boycott say? Where's the best place to play it? At the other end.
In comes Bracewell round the wicket to Will Rhodes, and he pitches that one up, and it's played out to the offside by Rhodes for no run. I feel Warwickshire hanging on a little bit at the minute. These two have had 17 so far since the 2 openers were out. Bracewell to bowl. Pass the ball over to Rhodes, who plays that to point, immediately shouts no chance of a run there.
I think it was you mentioning that Mickey Lewis is meant to be coming up here now, he said. I can't see him on the pavilion balcony, but you said about not necessarily the runs drying up, but you're not going to get too many runs immediately off Simon Harmer, which means puts pressure on the other end. You're just not going to run away with too many runs just for the moment.
Rose leaves that one, had to get a little bit low, drifting away. Comfortable leave, end of a hostile over from Bracewell. Warwickshire get away without any damage. The 1 run to Bethel. They are 35 for 2 after 14 overs. Replying to a rather massive looking 457 Essex ended up on. is the second highest total that Warwickshire conceded this season, but it's the highest first innings total.
Who did Warwickshire concede a higher
It was
total
the
against?
second innings, match-saving innings by Nottinghamshire. Their last innings, actually, 464 for 6.
Harmer in, quite full, smothered by Bethel on the front foot. Good cricket all round, intriguing session. This is for the purist, it's not going to be an entertaining 4s and 6s. 3 men around the bat for the off spinner. Smothers this ball as he comes forward and right the way forward to ensure the ball doesn't bounce or isn't allowed to turn. 3 men round the bat, so a gully, a slip and a bat pad. Harmer in, bowls, gives it a bit of air, and this turns and goes past the outside edge of the left-hander's bat. To me, and I'd like to talk to the players around the bat, it looks to me as if the ball that's turning more is the one that's slightly slower from Harmer. This time Harmer again, that may have turned, but it's negotiated well, possibly bounced. Bethel plays that nicely. It's a real test of his technique, this is. Harmer. He's in, bowls a little bit short and quicker. Harmer tries to field on his follow through, misses it. It goes out to the captain Wesley where there is no run. Harmer in. This is an attempted sweep. He's got across to off stump to try and paddle it. And I have to say, Buttleman looks quite carefully at leg stump, and that might have come quite close to leg stump, but he survives and survives a Harmer over, and Warwickshire have moved to 35 for 2, and we've had 15 overs of this second innings.
Whether Harmer just guessed that Rose would play a sweep shot, or maybe he spotted him getting into shape to play it, because he bowled the quicker ball, which almost did for Rhodes. It's amazing. He's only conceded 5 runs from his 5 overs, Simon Harmer, which of course gives him licence to bowl all day. It's easy sitting here. But Warwickshire could hit him for a few 6s, that might change things. But at the moment, he is on top of them, and Bracewell round the wicket. Nice drive by Will Rose. A little over pitch by Bracewell, and Rose has driven that wide of the fielder at mid-off for 4 runs. He moves on to 14, 39 for 2.
Yeah, super shot that, Clive. It was 4 from the moment he caressed it. Surprising for me that Bracewell's bowled what I perceive as a genuine half volley that first ball. He's bowled, certainly at Bethel he's banged it in, but he's been bowling just short of a length at the captain so far in his innings.
Comes in again, he bowls on a length that time, and it's played to point for no run. And ideally, Bracewell needs to keep the pressure on and stop Warwickshire scoring runs, which just then adds to the pressure when Harmer's bowling. The old boundary like that just gives Warwickshire a little bit of comfort. Probably avoiding looking at the scoreboard at the moment, Warwickshire, because it looks a bit daunting currently. Rose plays that down to the ground, back to the bowler, no run. 4:57, playing 39 for 2. Remember, 6 were 20 for 2 before a stand of 227 for the 3rd wicket. Between Tom Wesley and Dan Lawrence, who has played his part in this game and gone off, swanned off away. Essex playing 12, so you need 12 players to beat Warwickshire. In comes Bracewell, that's left by Rose, few oohs and ahs. I think, I'll see the replay, I think that was a comfortable enough lead. Maybe the fact they didn't bounce so much, so it didn't go over the stumps, but well, it was angled in. I can understand why there were oohs and ahs, but I think when it actually went past the stumps, it was wide enough for Rose not to worry too much.
I'll do the next over and then invite Victoria.
Actually, I've got to go and do my update shortly, so do you want to
Go on then.
So I'll let her in here, shall I?
Yep, okay.
I think it's due to be you and her, isn't it? Because it was just 2 before lunch, wasn't it? I can't
Yeah, it
remember.
was.
Anyway, Bracewell, right arm over to Rhodes, who plays that into the ground, into the offside for no run. So one more ball to go this over. Well, Rhodes goes down the pitch, does a bit of prodding. Sun out again. Murmur around the crowd. It's not a bad crowd for a Monday. Watching the home team at the moment dominate this game. That's short, and Rose plays it down. There's a fielder out there, so he didn't want to take too much of a risk. He pulls it down, a controlled shot, which gives him a single. So they take 5 off the over. 40 for 2. Will Rose getting all those runs. He's on to 15, and I'll invite Victoria Polly to join us here.
Thank you, Clive. I like it when he bangs it in and bowls the odd bumper. He's a typical sort of Antipodean type bowler, really. Not so much a Kiwi, maybe an Aussie. He does like to bang it in and push you back and hope you don't come as far forward in the next couple of deliveries. As Victoria will come to join us. Harmer. With 3 men round the bat, it's going to be to the captain Rhodes. Rhodes plays, well, from the crease because he's picked up the length of that delivery quite quickly. And it's a good looking shot, but it goes straight to mid-off. There is no run. Harmer turns round the wicket, passing the umpire. He's in, he bowls. This one turns a little bit. All the 4 around the bat are very interested, but there was no edge. Once again, you can sense from even up here the ball that might turn. It's just a little slower than normal, which then gets a bit of purchase. And Harmer's in, bowls. This is cut off the back foot, but to no run. Kushi does the fielding at cover. Good afternoon, Victoria.
Good afternoon.
Now, you had quite a busy lunchtime.
I did. I was an illegal listener to the members' Q&A.
No, you never admit that. This is cut well, and it's a bit of a moose of a ball. Not a great delivery from Harmer, invested in by Will Rhodes, and Warwickshire get 44 for 2. Rhodes moves to 19. No, you're not.
Do you know what else I did at lunchtime?
Oh.
I went to the toilet, which is quite a normal thing to do, which we'll get
Pleased
to in a minute.
Pleased to hear that, as Harmer bowls, driven quite full, well fielded Tom Wesley at mid-on, but they take a quick single. Good cricket all round, good cricket awareness from the Warwickshire pair.
And do you know we were talking about the record wicket partnerships between Essex players yesterday?
Yeah, we were.
Well, there's actually a quiz on the back of the toilet door where you can guess the biggest wicket partnerships.
Hang on, this is important, as Harmer bowls a little slower, does turn, hands to the head. It's the end of an over. Well played, Warwickshire, 45 for 2. Too much information. You ready for this? Was this the ladies' loo?
Yes, I was in the ladies' loo, yes. Yeah,
Well,
didn't go anywhere else.
Sometimes you can find you have... Is
Right,
it a
neutral.
unisex?
Yeah, no, this is in the women's toilets behind the pavilion.
And there's
I
a
wish I'd
quiz.
taken my phone into the toilet, so I could have taken a picture.
Could you?
But yes.
Go on, and what was the question? Can you remember?
Well, it was, they had the years and the record wicket stands, and then you had the initials of the players. So,
oh, right, you had to guess.
Yes, so we were right yesterday
Were
with the Nasser Hussain. I don't want to give it away for anyone who
No.
might go and do the quiz in the toilet.
But it's interesting, three of those 4 that were advertised that we saw were in the 90s.
Yes.
Of which I was involved in,
Yeah.
And I remember them vividly. I remember that massive innings between, I think it was Paul Pritchard and Graham Gooch against Leicestershire, here at Chelmsford.
Bracewell to bowl from the Hayes close end. He's into Rhodes, who is driving up to mid-off. They take a quick single, which is thrown at the stumps, and he's backed up by Jamie Porter, having received the ball from his captain, Tom Wesley, 45 for 2. I don't know if you have those kind of quizzes in the men's toilets, but...
Do you know,
Never spent long enough in there to know.
I don't know. Gosh. Yes. That's quite a nice little idea, isn't it? Nice information to pass on, to make you a little bit more, not aware, but just informed.
So you learn something as Bracewell is into Bethel, and he's worked that one away to the boundary and the offside for 4 runs.
So when I go home,
yes,
I'm going to take your advice, and for my 2 grandsons, I'm going to put some cricket memorabilia or questions on the back of the toilet door.
Okay.
All right?
Yes, well, it's
and
a good idea.
Quiz them. Not only have they washed their hands having come out the loo, their cricket knowledge. What a good idea.
Bracewell is in from the Hayes close end to Jacob. Bethel pulls that
In
one
the air.
away. It's in the air. Feroz Kushi is under it, but it's going to bounce just inside the rope and go for 4 runs.
Yeah, that was in the air, top edge. It was an interesting shot because it's a huge boundary, that leg side off the left-handers towards the Cloud County Ground Pavilion, and Kushi is about 10-15 metres in, and rightly so, because it's so huge, but that has gone over his head, which for Essex is rather sad, which is fortuitous in many ways for Warwickshire, who pick up a boundary.
Bethel moves to 15. Bracewell is into him. He tries that pull again. It's taken a top edge, and it's going to be a streaky boundary.
Ooh.
As it runs away for 4 runs. It hung in the air, but it's bounced awkwardly for the Essex field, and Warwickshire move to 58 for 2.
Now, this is really interesting cricket here from Essex, because we've seen Bethel being, well, he was almost pinned 2 in 2 off the bowling of Dougie Bracewell, who's banging it in, and he's certainly, you know, he's given him a testing time, and Bethel's played them quite well after being pinned, but just lately he's become a very happy hooker.
Bracewell around the wicket to Bethel, who just jumps out the way of that one. It's through to Buttleman behind the wicket for no run.
Good ball, Victoria, but for me, he also played that nicely, did Jacob Bethel. He shaped up to play, dropped his hands, and made sure he watched the ball all the way that go past him, swaying out the way as the ball ventured through to the keeper. Good bowling.
It's got a party of school children making their way behind the sight screen at the Hayes close end, getting towards the end of the school day. Final ball from Bracewell into Bethel, who just is up on his toes defending that one. Back down the pitch to Bracewell. End of the over. Warwickshire 58 for 2. Shall I make way for Mick Lewis to come in and chat bowling with you?
You've done a marvellous session there.
Yes,
You've
I've done
come
a
off
great
your
5
long
minutes.
run. You have, haven't you?
But I know you will want to talk to Mick about the bowling,
yes.
so I will let you do that, and I'll come in and replace you a bit
Thank
later
you.
on.
When we let Mick Lewis, the Australian that is looking after the charges, the bowling charges here at Essex County Cricket Club. He's a good man. I've had it on, well, confirmed by many people, not just at the club, that he's a very wise man to chat with. Good man. Mick Lewis, the Australian who's in charge of Essex's bowling. Harmer's in, Harmer bowls, this slightly slower, it just grips and it turns, but it's played with soft hands as the ball goes out to backward point. Jamie Porter doing the fielding, and there is no run. And Harmer's in again, he comes in, bowls, this is nice and straight, and Rhodes comes forward, smothers it, doesn't allow it to turn, nice shot. Good afternoon, Mick. Mick
Good
Lewis.
afternoon, Don, how are you?
It's lovely to have you here and sit adjacent to you. Harmer's in, round the wicket, bowls. This turns, but unfortunately for Essex, there's no edge on it. Fortunately for Warwickshire, he's played and missed. This is the before lunch session for 20-30 minutes, but also now this post session has been fantastic cricket to watch. This time a little shorter, he's spotted that, he's gone on the back foot, he's played with a straight bat, has Rhodes, tucked it in to the leg side where he picks up a single. Listen, just moving quickly firstly to Bracewell.
Yep.
Hey, he's given Bethel a hard time here, isn't he?
Yeah, I don't mind.
Which is an Australian. You're enjoying that.
I am enjoying it. Look, I think before lunch, you know.
Harmer in. smothered by Bethnal out into the onside, no run.
Yeah, I think before lunch we just sort of stuck to our process, and I think after lunch we've just decided to come out and try to stick a few up him, see how we go.
And he pinned him. Harmer's in, little bit of a loop there. He allows the ball to come to him, does Bethel, and he plays it with soft hands into the offside. Well played, but Jacob Bethel. Well bowled, Simon Harmer. Good cricket all round. Warwickshire 59 for 2. So, Dougie Bracewell, tell us a little bit about him. For me, he has always had a good bouncer.
Yeah, look, I mean, he's got quite a strong action and he's quite a good athlete, so he's probably the one on our side who's got a bit of ball speed and can, he's got the ability to actually get up the batsman, especially on sort of flat, slow wickets. So he'll be using short spells, I would have thought, which is sort of a direction we give to Tommy, not the bowling for 7-8 overs, but it could be like a 4 or 5 over spell, run in, have a crack and, then get off and have a rest and then repeat.
Well, he has the ball in his hand. He's running in from the Hayes close end and he aborts. Now, we were chatting before the start of play and you've kindly taken up the invitation to come up to the comms box. It's a good place to watch a bit of cricket as Bracewell starts again. He bowls just short of a length and Rhodes gets back and across, tucks it into the leg side, wide of Jamie Porter at mid-off, and there is 1 run. And we were talking about balls and bowling. Now, if I asked you as a quick resume of your bowling philosophy,
Yep.
it probably surrounds hard work.
Well, yeah, I mean, to get to this level, you've got to do a lot of hard work, and I always say bowlers have to be a lot fitter than batsmen. So we've got to have miles on our legs. We've got to do a lot of strength work. So it is hard work, and you don't get here without doing hard work and making a lot of sacrifices.
Bracewell bowls a short ball, nice delivery to Bethel. Bethel was waiting for it, and he simply sort of drops his knees and watches it go. To credit to the batsman, played that quite well.
Yeah, he did. He ducked over quite well. I think we know he's a bit of a happy hooker, so we've got a couple of blokes set back there, and let's just see how long. If he can stay patient and outlast us, or is he going to have a crack at one and put one up in the air, hopefully for Essex?
It's nice to know that phrase is still being used from my day and past to the modern day generation. The happy hooker. As this time it's nicked as he looks to leave the ball. He looks to take his bat out of the way of the short delivery, and he gets a fortuitous 4 as it goes wide of sort of third gully. And as he's taking it away, he lifts the bat up and it nips into the bat and goes down to the vacant third man.
It was actually quite intelligent bowling that, because he'd stuck the last 4 or 5 up him and pitched that one up a bit more, and his feet were stuck in the crease. So bouncers very rarely get people out. It's always the next ball that gets them out.
Yeah, fortuitous 4 for that. Now, you've also turned up, and it's important, this particular subject, is you've turned up with not a gift, but if I said to you, you've turned up with 2 balls, short ball, of which Bethel just gets simply out the way. So he was playing that quite nicely. A lot of effort from Bracewell. Tell me, Mick, you've got 2 balls here.
Yep.
You've got one that is the Kookaburra and one is the Dukes. Now, first thing I can see as an old bowler,
Yep.
and I hope I don't get this wrong, the Dukes is a really dark red one.
Yep.
Which I would have loved to have picked, because we used to say dark ones used to swing more. Bracewell's in, short, bouncer, through to the keeper, no run. And then the Kookaburra is just slightly more cherry red. Go on, you describe them.
Yeah, well, you hit the nail on the head there. So pretty much it's the same Duke ball, and we've found that the darker the Duke, the more it shifts, more it swings and seams. Now the Kookaburra ball, depending on the batch, you can get quite dark Kookaburra balls, and they are very similar. So the darker the Kookaburra, the more it shifts. Now, I don't know the science behind it, but maybe that's just a mental thing for guys thinking, the darker ball goes a lot more, or if it's dark overcast conditions, it teams to do a little bit more. But look, I mean, there is quite a few differences in the ball. Obviously, as you said, the colour of them is quite different. The Kookaburra seam's a bigger seam.
Yes. When you say bigger, would I be right in saying wider?
It is wider, yes.
Not necessarily prouder.
No, it's a wider seam compared to the Duke. Now, I think the Duke's made by hand, and I think the Kookaburra is made by machine. Now, one of the main differences with the Kookaburra and Duke, the Duke tends to go quite soft quite early, especially on flatter, harder wickets. But the Kookaburra ball had the same problem in Australia a couple of years ago. Now, then Kookaburra came along, and underneath the seam they put a plastic sleeve.
Yes, as Harmer's in, bowls, this turns, and there's a play and a miss, this time by Will Rhodes, and there is no run.
So what they found in Australia, after about 34 overs, the ball was going quite soft,
yes,
especially the seam. So they came up with this plastic sleeve underneath the seam.
Yes.
Next ball.
Comes in and slightly fuller, but he smothers it with the bat, does Rhodes, and there is no run.
So what they found after that, the ball was staying, the seam was staying quite hard to about 55, 60 overs. So I think on wickets over here.
Harmer's in. This is driven, and well fielded by, I think it's Sam Cook on the drive on the offside. No run.
I think the ball stayed quite hard for a long time. Now, watching yesterday in the 60th, 70th over, the ball was still pinging off the bat quite nicely.
Suggesting it's kept its hardness. Harmer in again, a little bit quicker and shorter, just doesn't quite execute the shot. There was a run scoring opportunity, but he broke away and went backwards as he played the shot, and there is no run.
The other difference is with the two balls is the lacquer.
Yes, interested with this. Harmer in, gives it a bit of air, it turns and it goes sort of beside Gully, who's catching, and they're going to take 2 runs. Will Rhodes comes back for the second run. Well bowled, Simon Harmer, but it's cost him 2 runs.
Now, if you feel the actual Duke ball, the seam, it feels quite waxy.
I just picked it up, it felt lovely in the fingers.
But if you pick up the Kookaburra ball, you'll feel the seam is quite coarse.
Yes. And yeah, like I said, square, it's slightly wider.
Yeah.
Slightly wider than the Duke's. This is clipped into the leg side against a spin, but safe, but no run, and that concludes the end of Harmer's over. 21 overs have been bowled in response to Essex's 457 all out, and Warwickshire are 66 for 2.
Now, one of the other differences here with the balls is the Kookaburra tends to scuff up a lot easier. Now, I think
why?
I think that's because it doesn't have as much lacquer on the ball, and I think the leather they use in the Kookaburra is a lot different to the leather they use in the Duke. It's a totally different leather.
We know a little bit about that. There's a lot of, you need a degree in chemistry, which Victoria Polly has got. She's got it. She knows all the knowledge about the chemistry of the, she's put me under pressure. We had a gentleman who knows a lot, John, who came in, who contacted yesterday. I'm happy to pass it on to you because it's just interesting. But he brought in a piece of the leather that, and I've got to take my glasses off to read that, drum-dried alum tanned oxhide leather from Spire Tanning in Chesterfield for Dukes, and it's shipped direct to Pakistan. So there's the bit of leather. It's a thickened bit of leather as Cook comes in, replacing Bracewell, bowls on the money, driven into the offside no run. Yeah, he's heavily involved with Dukes. He may have retired now, but nonetheless, his knowledge about the chemistry of the red cricket ball, because I complained to him in the nicest possible way, saying, bowlers, when we use a pink one, an orange one, a yellow one, a white one, it's just not the same as bowling with a red one, because the art of swing bowling isn't enjoyed with those coloured balls. And Cook bowls outside off stump through on the angle from around the wicket, no run.
I think that the difference between the white and red Kookaburra especially is, I think they have to treat the leather so much to get it white.
Yes, so that would be an artificial coloured dye.
Yes, and I think because they have to treat it so much, obviously the leather loses a bit of hardness and goes quite soft quite early in the early innings. And, the red Kookaburra is more natural to a proper colour leather, I'd say, once dried out. But to get it white, they'd have to treat it and put a lot of chemicals through it. And I think it just, just doing that just makes the leather softer and softer.
Oh, there's a ball that just keeps a little low outside off stump, and it just beats Jacob Bethel, who's been used to the short pitch bowling from Doug Bracewell, but with Sam Cook, who's just bowling a slightly fuller length. You're impressed with that?
Yeah, it's Sam's quite a highly skilled bowler, and
I agree.
It's not his go really to run in and pitch it in short. He's more of a hit the knee roll top of the stump sort of bowler. So, and that's exactly what we needed at the time, because he's been on the back foot for the last 4 or 5 overs facing Dougie.
Cook in. There's the bouncer. It's pulled out to Feroz Kushi at deep square leg, where he's fielding adjacent to the white picket gate that brings you onto the ground here at Chelmsford, next to the pavilion. Yeah, absolutely. I've enjoyed seeing him grow in the last couple of years. Jamie Porter's bowled so many overs, bowled so well, slightly different type of bowler, and Sam Cook has sort of taken over the mantle as the king, and he's bowled beautifully. And you talked about his skills, no more than shown in the white ball cricket with, was it Trent Rockets in the 100?
Yep.
This time he's driven into the leg side. Good shot there by Rhodes. He's looking for 2, but he won't get it because Kushi is too quick at deep square leg.
Yeah, even this year in the T20, he took that hat-trick down to Canterbury against Kent Spitfire.
Remember
so,
yep.
He's a highly skilled bowler, and it's
in all forms.
In all forms of the game, he's quite intelligent. Does his homework in opposition, so he's quite easy to work with, to be honest.
Cook round the wicket to Bethel, pitched up. And Bethel plays back to the bowler on his follow-through, concludes the end of the 22nd over, and Warwickshire are 68 for 2. So, going back a few years,
yep,
I'm putting my reputation, and I'm just going back to sort of my era.
Yep.
The Kookaburra ball, if I remember a little bit more, and of course you would have been a young man in those days, I always felt the Kookaburra was even a wider seam ball than the one we've got here today.
I reckon it would have been.
Back in the day?
Yeah, I think you're right there, but I think like most things, I mean, it could have had more stitching, could have had wider stitching. I just think, like most things, everything starts to improve.
Yes.
We know the game these days, people want to see lots of runs rather than wickets.
Armour in, he's swept, and it's going to go for 4. Good looking shot from Will Rhodes, the Warwickshire captain, who got down. He didn't lose his shape or control, he just played a good execution and timed it square of the wicket. Good shot for 4. We used to say, when I played in South Africa and Australia, that the Kookaburra, the seam used to often disintegrate from hitting the hardened decks.
Yep.
A bit of a different ball there, slightly slower, and Rhodes plays into the leg side and gets a leading edge, but played it with soft hands, so it didn't go quickly or at a height for a catch. It went to the floor. Fortunate though. Well bowled Simon Harmer, bowls again. That's a good looking ball, played into the offside, no run. So
I think just going back to the point, I think with the technology they've had to actually develop and obviously evolve with the game and the demands on the game. So I think, hang on, Harmy.
Harmy's in, bowls, a little quicker, but it's covered on the front foot, no run.
So I think, 15, 20, 30 years ago, where the ball might have been not as hard as it is now, and the seam did disintegrate a lot back then.
And you used to have to continue bowling with it until you got a new ball. Harmer bowls and on the front foot by Rhodes, no run. I
think these days, with obviously the wickets getting better and harder, and obviously the equipment the batsmen use these days with the batters, I think it's just too much stress on the ball back then. So
Armour's in, gives it a bit of air. It's a little bit fuller. He's gone for the sweep shot, but it's a little too full in my mind, and he's missed it. It's cannoned off his pads, probably outside off, and there is no run. End of a decent over from Armour, 72 for 2.
And I just think, just obviously with the times, things have to change, and obviously there's a cost factor in making the balls all the time, and I suppose if they're making an inferior product, it's always going to fall apart. It's competition comes in. So in Australia, a couple of years ago, they started using Dukes after Christmas for about 2 or 3 years in a row.
How did that go down?
The bowlers loved it.
Well, no,
Yeah.
I'm asking you. So you're saying the bowlers would have suggested it does a bit more in Australia with a Duke's ball than their Kookaburra ball?
Yeah, well, it tended to swing all game from ball 1 up to 80th, 90th over. It'd still swing.
Cook round the wicket to Bethel. Bethel drives, goes up to mid, off, no run.
But what we found with the Duke ball, it went soft very, very early.
Did you?
Yeah,
Do
and
we,
I just don't think it was built for those harder wickets. The Kookaburra ball's always been built to last on harder clay wickets.
Question then,
Yep.
are both balls made of cork and then have rubber elastic twined all the way round the cork?
I know the Kookaburra does. I'm not sure about the Duke. I've never really
I think it does. I think
dissected
it
the Duke
does.
before.
And there is a decent
I
ball
think-
played on the back foot, no run.
As I said, the main difference between these, as I said, a couple of years ago they put a plastic sleeve just underneath the seam,
Yeah.
just so the ball stays harder, the seam stays harder. Now,
A plastic sleeve.
yeah,
That's interesting. I can't think. Right. Okay. But does that help? Does it affect the swing?
no, it doesn't affect the swing. I mean, the Kookaburra, the ball doesn't really swing a lot in Australia. It only really swings in,
Yes.
Queensland, WA,
Decent
And-
ball.
and the-
testing on off stump, no
and,
run.
and occasionally conditions depending, it can swing a little bit in Sydney and Adelaide, but Melbourne doesn't really a lot of swing. It's more seam if anything.
Really. Listen, not everyone listening will be fully aware of that. And just say that again. When we go to play in the Ashes out there, we sometimes we think of Terry Alderman.
Yep.
I mean, Terry Alderman did particularly well over here, but how well did he do in Australia as a swing bowler?
Well, he did really well in Australia because his home state
Good shot.
was WA.
Good shot there from Bethel, who plays at a square cuts a wideish ball from Cook around the wicket and collects 4 runs. Good shot, 76 for 2.
So someone like Terry Alban did it extremely well, especially at the Wacker, because he always had the Fremantle doctor to help him, the wind.
The win.
As we know in WA, if before lunch the wind comes from the east, and then after lunch it comes from the south.
You played at Western Australia, didn't you?
Played a few times in Western Australia.
How many years?
I know I only played a T20 season there for WA.
As Cook is in, it's a short ball. It's been pulled nicely by Bethel along the floor to Feroz Kushi on the pavilion gate, square of the wicket, pavilion side, big boundary, 1 run, 77 for 2. Okay. So you're not going to worry about swing bowling in the T20, but I'm just trying to think of people, other swing bowlers. You said Melbourne doesn't swing. Adelaide?
Adelaide can shift, yes, can swing. It's all dependent. I mean, we had this discussion last night about swing bowling.
Who's we? As Cook is into Rhodes, plays off the back foot, no run.
I might have been with Tommy Wesley and
Skipper.
and Matthew Page, head creator at MCG. Because what you'll find, you'll go to grounds in Australia and you don't bowl on wickets like we do like here. Like when you're warming up, you're always bowling on the outfield. So there's no sort of bowl through wickets. So you always bowl in the outfield. And I remember one day games of white ball, you bowl in the outfield, the ball used to swing everywhere. But then you come to the actual game, the ball hardly shifted. Now, my theory was it was the amount of moisture in the surface. So if you've got moisture in the surface and you've got that heat beating down on it and you get this sort of like haze coming out of the ground.
Yes.
So I think that's what makes the ball shift a little bit. But if there's no moisture in the surface, you can't create that sort of different atmosphere. Does that make sense?
Harmer is in. This is lapped by Jacob Bethel, who collects 4 runs. Small man, he got right down on the floor and he swept it under control. Just a good execution. Listen, Simon Harmer won't be worried about a left-handed batsman sweeping.
Happy days, I would have thought for him.
He might just bowl a little fuller, hoping he sweeps again. And of course, it's very difficult to sweep a very full delivery. Good shot from Bethel as we wait for the ball to be retrieved. You're listening to Don Topley and Mickey Lewis, Essex bowling coach, the Australian here in the BBC Essex commentary box. Harmer bowls and it's negotiated. There's oohs and ahs from around the wicket, but he's played that fairly sensible as Bethel. Stuart Broad talked about the moisture coming up that might help the swing bowling in Australia. Some people in this country, this time it's given a lot of air. Bethel comes forward, waits and waits to play a little forward defensive into the offside no run. We talk about trees.
Trees?
Yeah, some of the grounds have got a lot of trees, and that sometimes we feel can affect swing bowling. This is driven out to Paul Walter, who sadly parries it. He might have to run now. Can he stop it going for 4? He was going to go for 4, and it has gone for 4, despite the Peter Bonetti style of goalkeeping.
Trees, interesting. So what's the theory behind that?
Trent Bridge has quite a few trees around the ground.
Behind the stands?
Yeah, around the ground. We
Yep.
do. Don't forget, we used to play a lot of festival cricket. They
Yep.
have tree-lined grounds. Tunbridge Wells, Colchester, Harmers. Again, quicker delivery, but spotted by Bethel, and there is no run. You've never heard that? That's a Stuart Broad, I think, philosophy or theory, yeah.
Yeah, interesting.
Trees can affect swing bowling in the UK. As Harmer bowls short and wide, and there's a nick, and we think he's gone, and he has been given by the umpire. Jacob Bethel has to go. He's battle hardened here. He's tried like hell for Warwickshire. He's been pinned a couple of times. He's gone back to play a cut shot. He's gone back towards leg stump, and he's got a little feather edge, of which Will Buttleman, the coach, has taken a good catch. Pleased with that.
Nice catch by Will.
Yeah, very good. Well done, Will Buttleman. And he's gone for the priceless sum of 37, and not forgetting they were 18 for 2, so they've put on 67 for this third wicket. I've just taken my shoes and socks off.
Have you?
For that maths. Is it 67? Yes.
I said, what were they, 2 for 18?
Yeah.
What's the score?
No, they were 18 for 2.
Oh, yeah, sorry. 18 for 2. What's the score now? 85. Yeah, it's good maths, Don. 1 for 67.
Well, actually, so I tell you a little secret. There are 2 men sitting in front of me who taught me, wait for this, and they taught Reece Topley at school.
Really?
And so grammar might not be top of my subjects, but maths and geography, not bad.
Not bad.
I could do declarations and get to the ground, fine. It's great to have Mick Lewis talking bowling and indeed the balls. We're talking about the balls. We'll take a picture before you go, because we've got 2 balls here. One is a Dukes, which is dark red, and then we have a nice red cherry that is a Kookaburra. They do feel differently. Can I ask you, have you got big hands, small hands?
I've got wide hands, I would have thought. I've got quite big hands.
Strong hands.
Yeah, I do have strong hands.
And can I ask you, do you hold them differently? That's important.
Not really. I still try and hold them the same way.
Show me your grip. Your thumb on the seam,
Yep.
underneath.
Yep. I was quite deep in my hand when I bowled.
That's interesting. Why?
Well, I just felt as I had more control, and I got a lot of pace in my wrist.
Did
So
you?
I was very... I tried to model my action on Curtly Ambrose, Michael Holding, these sort of guys.
Did you?
And they were very... You watched the way they used to run in, it was very... Everything was just very loose on them. So I suppose from a younger age, I mean, it's something... I think it's something you have to teach as a young kid. I don't think you can actually teach it.
Or do it? You just happen to do it naturally.
Yep.
Cook in, round the wicket, there's a player miss against the captain of Warwickshire. Will Rhodes playing nicely, being watchful, being disciplined in his knock of 30-30. Oh, the scoreboard for us has gone off, but I think he scored 30 in, I can't see, 64 balls?
44, I think it is. No, 64.
64 balls. He's dropped anchor here. He's doing something that Alistair Kitt would do as well. Just going to talk to you about this strip we're playing on, the surface.
Yep.
Cook on the way in, round the wicket, slip in a gully, outside off stump through to the keeper, well bowled. Nothing happening there, so a dot ball. It's quite a dry surface.
Yep.
Look, it's been incredibly dry. Look at the outfield, look at the square. But from our perspective, you often hear it, and I use it, the seamer running in, Cook, and Porter bowl particularly straight. There aren't too many other bowlers, maybe Chris Rushworth. There aren't too many bowlers in the country that bowl straighter or wicket to wicket than your two.
No.
Talk about that.
Well, I mean, it's...
Cook in to Rhodes. Rhodes plays into the leg side, no run.
I think if you break the game to the simplistic form is, if you attack the stumps and they miss, it's fatal for them. And the name of the game is to take 20 wickets. So we try, you know, our bowling group, we try and take the stumps as much as possible. Now, sometimes it's to our downfall if we get a fraction too straight, but it's not bowling half volleys and not bowling like middle and leg stump. It's always that off stump line. We want to challenge the batsman's decision making and their shot selection, and we want to put them under pressure.
Cook in round the wicket, outside off stump, no run.
We want to put them under pressure as much as possible, so they have to actually make a decision every ball. Now we know, you know, human beings, you know, we can't concentrate 100% of the time. So it might be just that 1% when they're not concentrating and they may misjudge it, play the ball they shouldn't play it. You know, everything to say. The decision-making process for the batsman, we want to challenge that as much as possible. That's why we tend to bowl a lot more at the stumps.
Cook, will he bowl at the stumps? He does. It's just short of a length. A funny position that Rhodes got himself into. It looked to me as if he was looking to leave it, but ended up playing at the last minute.
Yeah. And the other thing we actually tend to do a lot is something the last 2 years I've had to encourage these guys to do a bit more is actually use of crease. You know, I think someone like Steve Smith is a great example. If you bowl from tight along the crease, he can line the ball up very easy. But if you come that bit wider on the crease, he
what do
finds
you
it hard.
mean, the listeners? What do you mean? He lines you up, lines the ball up, look to go through the leg side? Or
so he lines up the release point a lot better from tight on the crease compared to wide of the crease. Because when you're wide of the crease,
Cook is in, bowls, and drops it into the offside, no run.
you still bowl the same ball, but the release point's totally different.
Yes.
So if I'm saying he's lining it up because the ball's been released from here, he's in line. But if all of a sudden the ball's out here, he has to go right outside his off stump to line it up, and that's when he can actually get out LB or caught behind, because he actually plays away from his body a lot more.
Love talking bowling tactics and things like this. Love it. You're listening to Mickey Lewis from Australia, Victoria, but he's in charge of Essex's bowling as the coach at the county ground, Chelmsford. The surface we're playing on, Mick, it's dry. We talked about that. And I often use the phrase, Sam Cook's getting the ball to grip.
Yep.
Now, we often use that with dry surfaces for the seamer. How would you describe that to our listeners?
Oh, look, mate, I'd describe. I mean, for me, probably he's just saying he's getting the ball to hold a little bit. If he's angling the ball in and straightening the way, he's just getting at the shift a little bit. So I'll probably use the word shift a lot more.
Do you?
Yeah.
I noticed you used the word shift earlier about swing bowling as well.
I mean,
Movement.
Yeah, movement, movement, swing, seam. When I tend to use.
Harmer's in, bowls a nice delivery, nice pace. Just turn a bit, but he plays it with soft hands into the offside, no run.
So I suppose, you know, we use the terminology grip, and it's probably more for spin bowlers.
Yeah.
Get the ball to grip and spin.
Yeah. But this surface could grip or hold for the seamers, couldn't it?
Yeah, and we've already seen a little bit of that already in the game. I mean, the first innings, they, you know, the first half hour or so, they got the ball to hold and shift a little bit, just straighten down the line.
Harmer in. Bowls a little quicker, shorter though. Punched out into the offside, no run.
And I think when they actually bowled Jake Lintott and Bess, they got the odd one to just grip a little bit and bounce. So I think in a wicket like this, it's probably not how much it grips, it's probably how much more it bounces.
Harmer's a tall man. This time it's short and wide, but it's mis-executed. Goes into the offside for no run. Talk to us about Simon Harmer. Tall man, fantastic hands, great buckets. He catches well at slip. He took a good one before lunch at second slip. Been invaluable there as he bowls another ball, and there is a dot ball played back to the bowler, no run. Tell us about he's a tall man.
Yeah, he's tall. He
bounce.
gets lots of bounce, and that's the key for him. And you know, he used to.
Harmer in again, bowls short played off the back foot, no run. End of the over, 85 for 3.
So the late great Shane Warne his record at the Gabba was quite extraordinary because he relied so much on getting bounce there. So I think for a spinner, it's not much how much it turns or where it does it from, it's the amount of bounce they can actually get. I think you get on some wickets where it's spinning square, but there's not a lot of bounce. It becomes not easy, but all of a sudden if you put bounce in there when it's spinning, it becomes a different ball game. So places like India, like that, you go there, the ball grips and bounces.
Well, fantastic knowledge here. Tell me what the batsman felt about facing Warwickshire seamers with the Kookaburra ball. Did they find there was a lot of movement, swing? Did it grip? Was there reverse swing because of the abrasiveness of this wicket? As Cook is in round the wicket, outside off stump, it's cut, and it's going to run down to third man, and it's gone for 4. The third man had to run the best part of 20 metres, but he couldn't. There was a last-minute dive, but it still went over the rope for 4.
Yeah, I think our guys said first things. They said the first half hour, 40 minutes, was a good challenge, but I think I don't think they stayed patient enough with their length. That's just my personal opinion. And they did get the ball, obviously, to spin a little bit. Obviously, Jake and Bessie, spun the ball a fraction.
Cook round the wicket to Rhodes. Rhodes plays and misses. Good reply from Sam Cook, eh?
Yes, beautiful execution, Samuel. And the ball did actually reverse a little bit, but I think one of their probably better experiments of reverse swing bowler only bowled 4 or 5 overs with it. So I think what you'll find, if it does reverse today, it will reverse more from this bottom end compared to the top end.
Okay, why?
Because you're bowling slightly into a breeze.
Right, okay. Interesting. We'll keep an eye on that one, Mick, over the course of the next couple of days. But it's going to be a little bit more abrasive each day, and it's going to get harder, in my opinion, to bat on.
Correct.
Yeah.
I mean, and that's what you want. You want wickets to get harder, and as a batsman, if you're getting runs in the first innings where it does a little bit more, and as a bowler, you want to be getting wickets in the second innings because that's when it's hardest.
Sam Cook on his way in. 2 slips and a gully now. And Will Rhodes comes forward, plays into the offside. There is no run. Well, you picked up a wicket not that long ago, which is good news. Bethel was caught behind off the bowling of Simon Harmer, and that was 85 for 3, so it's now 89. You're not going to allow Warwickshire to run away to build up some scores here. It's going to be a very patient, intriguing afternoon, I suspect.
Yeah, I think if we stick to our process, stick to our lengths, what we want to do, we'll create enough chances to take 10 wickets today. But I think one of those things, the harder you try, sometimes the worse you go. So for me, we can't blast them out because it's not that type of surface.
Yes.
We just have to remain patient and hold our length. Now, if we're holding our length, we'll create enough chances.
Understand that totally. Just one other thing that's worth, I was a little surprised because it's not particularly fashionable these days, but it happened in the Somerset game. There's 2 slips and a gully awaiting as Cook comes in as a ring on the offside, outside off stump, left alone. Ball comes back down from the angle of around the wicket and there is no run. We didn't enforce the follow on. It's not a fashionable thing so much these days. I don't know what it was like in Australia back in your playing days, but perhaps in England it's probably not in vogue. Essex didn't, and I understand. Have you got concerns about not the bowling schedule and asking your lads to go and bowl, which is a damn hard thing as Cook comes in and he bowls to Rhodes. Rhodes clips into the leg side. That's going to run away for 1, 2. They won't get the third. 2-2. Rhodes brings the score to 91 for 3. So are you worried about the schedule? We noticed Sam Cook, a highly skilled white ball fella, didn't play in 2 games this week. Was it going to be costly for Essex? We don't know. There's going to be drinks now. But what can you say to our listeners about the follow-on? It's demanding, sometimes too demanding, to ask the bowlers to field for 3 days trying to get 20 wickets.
Yeah, look, it can be. I mean, it's a case of, if you had to bowl them out in 30, 40 overs, there's a case for them to follow on because we haven't been in there for long. But I think the fact that it took us nearly 65, nearly 70 overs to bowl them out, we just felt as though it was the best thing to get our bowls off for a session, have a good night's sleep, have half hour in the morning just to get going. I mean, they didn't come in the next day to 10 o'clock or 10:30 or something like that. So best form of recovery for them is sleep. So we want them to have a good night's sleep. So the next day they're fresh to come out and just go bang, bang, bang. As for the schedule, it is what it is. I mean, we don't moan and groan about it, but at the same time, unlike other cantons, we're not a big. We don't have a lot of staff, big staff playing roster, I should say. So we've got to take care of our bowlers, and that was a planned sort of rest for Sam this week. And as for Shane Snow, they had a rest for the Somerset game. And Jamie Porter obviously hasn't played T20, so he's had a bit of downtime. So it's just more. It's not the physical fatigue. It's probably more the mental fatigue for them. I suppose if you're travelling all the time and then playing and then training, get up, do the same thing next day, mentally it can be quite tiring for the players. And we just think sometimes getting away for 3 or 4 days away from the game,
Yes.
it's just a great mental refresh for them. And obviously Sammy's come back. He's back in on Saturday training, full of beans, ready to go again. So, it could, as you said, it could have been costly. It could have been costly for us from a T20 point of view, but we thought that the players' welfare mentally was probably more important.
Understand that. And suddenly, when these bowlers, we often see stress fractures, which is probably my last question with you, if that's all right.
Yep.
Stress fractures. There are as many today as there perhaps were in your day, perhaps in my day, but they're probably tested for more of them today. We're even seeing spin bowlers come up with stress fractures. What's your thoughts about stress fractures and bowling today?
Look, I mean, there's a lot of variables, I suppose, with that question, but, a lot of it's, to me, like, people always say, how can you make someone bowl faster? Like, for me, you either bowl faster or you don't. It comes down a lot to your genetics. I've had a lot of university people come to me saying they want to get someone from 80 to 85 mile an hour. I said, well, I can do that. I want you to come up with something to get someone from 85 to 90 mile an hour. And I never tend to hear from him again. So for me, a lot of it's genetics, and I suppose that's the same with your body. I mean, there's talk about your vitamin D and your calcium levels in your bones. I don't know, these days kids growing up myself, I brought up on milk.
Yes, I was.
I think a lot of people, because they're lactose intolerant and stuff like that, so...
Razine bowls, it's played off the back foot. He spotted the length, stayed back, did the left-handed... the scoreboard thing's gone off.
So it could come down to diet, it comes down to genetics. It's a combination of things.
Mousley, as he allows that one to go through there. Mousley, watchful against Harmer.
I suppose in my day, we didn't really... I mean, if we had a sore back, we just cracked on and got on with it. So we just saw it was stiffness, but I think these days...
Welfare of the player again. As Harmer bowls, this does turn. Mousley plays very nicely with soft hands.
But I think... I know that happened in my time. We invited science into the change rooms.
Yeah.
And then science started to dictate the way we played and trained.
Yes. As Harmer's in, a little quicker, does bounce a little bit, but there is no shot played.
Which, it's got its pros and cons, but sometimes I think sports science can go too far in the game.
Ah, interesting, that one. There's a few like that, I believe, Mickey. As this is played into the leg side, they're looking for a quick single. He gets across and ensures he gets an inside edge because he's covered the turn with the full face of the bat, and there is a single for Mousley. Could I throw this to you about yesteryear? And of course, prior to my generation was Fred Truman. They bowled more. We bowled more than the next generation. But we can run faster. We can jump further. We can lift heavier weights. So we do develop. And there's always a great argument. Harmer bowls a dot ball for the last ball of the over. It's 92 for 3. The game, people will say we don't bowl quicker today, but we run quicker, we run further, we lift heavier weights, we run faster, we can jump further. What's your thoughts about that?
Yeah, I mean, Tommy Westall had this discussion the other night, and I don't have the answer to it. It's every other facet, every other part of the game in cricket, any other world sport, they've always improved. And I suppose the fastest ball that's ever been bowled was 15 years ago.
Yeah, allegedly.
Allegedly. It was 161.4 kilometres an hour, I think it was. So in the last 15 years, no one's bowled quicker than that.
Yes.
Is there a reason for it? I don't know. Is there something we could be doing better? Potentially, but I think the human body's got limitations as well. We see sprinters running sub 9.7 now, wherever it is they run, I think. But,
yes.
You got your limitations, you got your levels. So, look, in 10 years' time, someone can come out and bowl, 170 k's an hour. We don't know. It's wait and see, I suppose.
Jamie Porter replaces Sam Cook. This is an inside edge. Decent delivery there by Porter on his return. It goes down to Paul Water at the Tom Pearce stand for 1 run. 93 for 3. They also just talk about youngsters today. They could run faster, lift heavier weights than yesteryear, but are they as resilient? You mentioned milk. I used to drink a lot of milk, love it. But today they don't play in the street. Mum or dad drop them off with their 2-car families today as Porter is in round the wicket. This time the skipper gets a single, does Will Rhodes, out to mid-wicket. There is 1 run and he comes through. Just wondering whether the kids are not quite as resilient, don't have as resilient bodies today as previous generations. Would that have an effect?
Oh, I can't answer that question because I don't have any kids or anything like that. So, look, I mean, I think there was a study done a couple of years ago in America where Jamie Porter
on the way in around the wicket. This time Mousley plays into the offside no run.
Where they got 2 athletes from university. One athlete just concentrated on one sport and the other athlete did multiple sports. And they tracked their career after 5 years. And
yes.
The guy did multiple sports, ended up being a better sportsman.
Yes.
Just because he played different sports, got
yes.
involved with different people, different cultures, different whatever it is. I think maybe these days parents are reluctant to let their kids play out in the street or go down the park because
of the obvious.
Yes.
As Porter's round the wicket, 2 slips and a gully waiting, played off the back foot, back to the bowler, no run.
But like someone pointed out to me once, like they've always been there. They're just more noticeable now because of all the media and social media we have. So, I mean, and parents these days, I mean, with the cost of living, they don't have a chance to take their kids to the park, or they just put them in front of a TV and play PlayStation, stuff like that. So, it's whether they're resilient or not, I can't answer that. It's up to each individual, I would have thought.
Porter round the wicket. This is clipped down the leg side. We'll wait to see if this is runs or indeed leg byes. It's run signalled by the umpire, and it's gone particularly fine by Mousley, who collects his 6th run of his short innings. And at the other end is the captain, Will Rhodes, on 37, and the score is now 98 for 3 here on BBC Essex. Listen, so I'm just going to reiterate your words a few moments ago. You said grandson, granddaughter, son or daughter, keep them playing all the sports possible. I fully endorse that too, as this is played off the back foot into the offside end of the over, 98 for 3. Mick, thank you very much for coming in and giving up the time. I sincerely, it's something I've wanted to do for a little while. Pick your brains, because not only Essex revere you, but I do know elsewhere cricketers, bowlers revere your philosophies on bowling and enjoy you as a person. So thank you on behalf of all of us and our listeners for coming in to take a bit of time.
Pleasure.
And we're going to try and do this seamlessly. All right. This is where working with kids and animals can go wrong.
Yep.
We're going to ask Victoria and indeed We're going to invite Victoria and indeed Clive to take in. You come after 3. All right, okay. I'm going to invite Victoria to take your spot, but please don't go for a couple of minutes.
Righto.
Is that all right? Thanks, Mick, very much indeed.
Thanks, Don.
And thanks to Mick Lewis. We're going to take a picture of those 2 balls in your hands in a minute, if that's all right, as Victoria is going to jump into Mick Lewis's seat. Harmer bowls. That is a short and wide. Forced into the offside, but it finds Feroz Kushi at cover, and there is no run. 90, it's now moved to 100 for 3. Victoria.
Yes.
I thought that was a great half hour.
That was really interesting.
It was. Love talking bowling and bowlers and balls. I talk a lot of balls. As Harmer bowls, it's driven back to the said bowler, who picks it up, and there is no run. And Clive's going to join you in a couple of minutes, is he? After his 3 o'clock broadcast to the West Midlands. This is clipped a little shorter, and it's poor. It's played off the front back foot, but a straight bat. They're looking for 3. They're going to run quickly, and I have to say that Will Rhodes did very well. Simon Harmer looks rather annoyed with that delivery. I'm looking at Mick. Harmer's bowled quite a few overs. I just wondered whether he might either change ends or just bring Critchley on for a... Yes, he's just given me the thumbs up. Hey, Captain Topley. Listen, Topley and Mickey Lewis would make a great double act.
Oh, you're not angling for a job, are you?
As this is a little quicker, just to give, it's a dot ball, but just to give Simon Harmer a break, see if anything's happening for the leggy. You could, if you wanted to put Harmer on the other end. Sometimes merely a swap of ends might change something, might encourage something. As this time it's forced off the back foot, back to Harmer. There is no run. That's the end of the over. We'll see whether Mick Lewis is right. We have a slight bowling change, 103 for 3.
I'll be fine. You go and have a chat with Mick if you
Lovely.
like. And
Thank you very much.
Take the reins. Victoria Polly with you via the BBC Sport website and app, and on the Essex live stream as well. Warwickshire 103 for 3. Will Rhodes is on 42 and Dan Mousley is on 6. Jamie Porter is going to continue from the Hayes close end, where we've got well, the sun is just away to our, well, just directly above us really, but plenty of cloud cover around the county ground today, as Porter is into Rose, and there's an appeal for LBW there. It's gone off into the offside for a single or a leg bite, as the umpire now signals to us. So an appeal from Porter. See if we can see the replay on the live stream. We're not directly in line with the square today, so can't offer too much on that one, but just the leg bite off the first ball of Jamie Porter's over. £104 for 3. And Mousley is on strike. In comes Porter. And he's driven that one, well stopped in the covers by Nick Brown, tumbling. And Will Buttleman was so impressed with that. He's come all the way out to congratulate Nick Brown, who replaced Dan Lawrence in this game on the piece of fielding to prevent any run to the Warwickshire total. BBC Essex cricket@gmail.com if you want to get in touch at all. Maybe you want to offer some thoughts on what you've heard from the Essex bowling coach Mick Lewis, as Jamie Porter is into Mousley, and that's out again, stopped by Nick Brown in the offside for no run. So reasonably populated for a Monday afternoon around the county ground. Not as many people taking shade today as the warm weather yesterday, as Porter is in to Mousey, taking an edge and he's gone. Essex gets their 4th wicket. Jamie Porter with his 2nd of the Warwickshire innings. Dan Mousley has gone for 6. And Essex are taking wickets in the Warwickshire innings. That's 6 off of 20 balls, I think it is, as the camera just focuses in on the batter's departure from the pitch. Now we see the replay as it's edged through to Buttleman behind the stumps for Essex. So 2nd wicket of the day for Jamie Porter, who earlier took the wicket of Rob Yates, who went for 5. Sam Cook taking the 2nd wicket of the Warwickshire innings, with Alex Davis going for 7, and Simon Harmer taking Bethel for 37, before Jamie Porter getting his 2nd wicket of the day. So Warwickshire 104 for 4. The captain, Will Rhodes, still at the crease for the visitors, and it's Ed Barnard who is coming in to join Will Rhodes. It's just those little edges, those nibbles that the batters are having at this ball, which has produced wickets. We saw that at the start of the Essex innings yesterday, and we've seen that today as well with the catches that Essex have taken. So Barnard is taking guard, and we'll get the thoughts of Clive Eakin on this Warwickshire innings shortly. Just updating listeners for BBC WM and BBC CWR, as Porter is in to the right-handed batter Barnard, who just edges into the offside, and Cushy is across to it quickly, preventing any single. So Will Rhodes is on 42, and Barnard, the new batter after the dismissal of Dan Mousley for 6, caught Buttleman, bowled Porter. So far this over, we've had a leg by, 2 dots, a wicket and another dot ball from Porter, as he's in from the Hayes close end to Barnard, who's driving, takes at least a single, and they'll come back for an easy 2 as the ball is fielded by Sam Cook in his floppy sun hat. 106 for 4. Applause for Jamie Porter at the end of that over then, in which he's taken the wicket of Dan Mousley, and Warwickshire are 106 for 4, Rhodes on 42 and Barnard off the mark with 2. Jamie Porter's figures: 6 overs, 1 maiden, 19 runs and 2 wickets. Simon Harmer will continue from the river end. I was so busy listening to what Mick Lewis had to say, the Essex bowling coach, on commentary with Don Topley. I haven't been filling in my scorecard, so I'm going to try and catch up with that as well as we go. But, Will Buttleman's just having his shoelaces tied up. So we're waiting for that to be done. I think Matt Critchley was honoured with the job of helping out his wicket-keeper. Simon Harmer is in over the wicket to Rhodes, who just chips that one into the offside for no run. Harmer into Rhodes on the back foot, just turns the wrists and moves things into the offside. Third ball of the Harmer over, 2 dots so far. In he comes to Rose. This time he's pushing forward, back down the pitch to the bowler. In comes Harmer to Rhodes, who just puts the bat one down on that one for no run. So 4-dot ball so far for Simon Harmer in this over. A wicket in the over before for Jamie Porter. Harmer to Rhodes, who this time clips it into the leg side where Tom Wesley is fielding at mid-on. They'll take the single. And Clive joins us back on commentary.
Yeah, feels like really hard work this for Warwickshire. Facing that big total. Bethel and Rose did pretty well together, but with Bethel and Mosley now out, it's a real battle for Warwickshire.
So just a single off this Simon Harmer over so far, as he just surveys the field around him, waiting for Ed Barnard to be ready on strike. In comes Harmer. Barnard just leaves that one wide of the off stump for the final ball of the over. Warwickshire 107 for 4.
Yeah, such a long way to go. Just to avoid a possible follow-on, they need to get to 308, whether Essex would enforce it. I suspect if they bowl them out for a couple of hundred, then they probably would. If they Warwickshire managed to get a bit more than that, then they might decide to bat at third Essex. But it's all gone to pretty much to plan for Essex so far. Well, since they won the toss, 20 for 2 in the first innings, apart from that spell, they've kind of been on top throughout the game. Jamie Porter to bowl to Will Rhodes, 3 slips in place. Round the wicket, Rose is caught behind, just gets a fake nick, and he holds the blade of his bat. He can't believe it, but he's gone, and Warwickshire are in desperate trouble now at 107 for 5. And wickets in consecutive overs from Jamie Porter, and Essex are well on top here.
It's just the caught behind we've seen quite a lot in this game. They're just inviting the batsmen to play at the ball, and whether they're getting a bit of help off the surface as well. But yeah, trouble now for Warwickshire. Will Rose was holding things together there for them, but he goes as well.
So he's out for 46. 43 rather, I should say, Will Rhodes. Decent effort, but he needed to go on and hasn't been able to do so. So Michael Burgess comes to the crease. Very capable batter. Tends to score fairly quickly. Somehow Warwickshire got to try and get some sort of partnership going. His first targets, can they get to 250 even, at least pick up a batting point rather. Only got 2 bowling points, so if they lose this game, which wouldn't be a huge surprise from here, they could end up with just 2 points from it, which would be damaging. But for Essex, chance to get 24 points, which is pretty difficult to do these days with the batting point changes they've made this season, but they got their maximum batting points, so they could take a big step forward in this match.
3 wickets for Jamie Porter as well.
So that one is played out into the offside by Burgess for no run. In terms of the title race, catching leader Surrey, typically Surrey, as they so often do, having looked to be in second place in their match against Lancashire, completely turned it around. Last wicket pair have put on 117 so far. 347 for 9. Daniel Worrell and Sean Abbott piling on the runs. They lead Lancashire by 73 at the Oval. Porter, right arm over. Little shuffle forward from Burgess, pushes out to the offside. There's no rum. Essex could find themselves in second place at the end of this round of matches, but I'm not sure anyone's going to get anywhere near Surrey, to be honest.
It's a tall order to catch Surrey, but I think well, all you can do is control your controllables, as they say, isn't it? It's the old sport cliche.
Porter in, and that's played by Burgess into the offside for no rum. It's picked up well on the run by Matt Critchley, and Essex's ground fielding has been excellent. Saw an excellent stop from Nick Brown a while ago,
Yes,
but if I want to be curmudgeonly about it, I'll point out that he's fresh in the game rather than having batted all day in the sunshine as Dan Lawrence would have done if he'd been in the field. However, in comes Porter. Oh, that's gone flashing past. Now the wicketkeeper's now standing up to Burgess, because Burgess was inclined to shuffle forward to try and stop the ball seaming past him. The wicketkeeper is now standing up, and he wasn't able to take that cleanly, Buttleham. I don't think there was any question of an edge on it. Beat the bat. Porter's bowling a very good spell here. Won't be the first good spell he's bowled against Warwickshire. Comes in now to bowl, and he gets plenty of bat on that. Burgess to mid-on, no run. So Essex remain firmly on top here with Warwickshire 107 for 5.
A good work behind the stumps as well from Will Buttelman. We praise Michael Burgess in the Essex innings for his work with the gloves in taking 3 caught behind, and Will Buttelman now has 3 catches as well behind the stumps for Essex. Afternoon to Alex, who's been in touch on the emails. It says, listening to you from the end opposite the pavilion. Yellow T20 shirt. Hello, Alex, if you can see us. First time back at the ground since pre-COVID. I live up north and it's not changed. Well, welcome back, Alex, as Harmer prepares to bowl from the river end. In he comes to Barnard, who's pushing forward, thinks about coming through for the quick single, but it's fielded efficiently by the Essex man in the floppy sun hat, Sam Cook or Matt Critchley out there. They've both got their floppy sun hats on. It's Matt Critchley, because I can see Sam Cook elsewhere. And Simon Harmer is in. Forward comes Barnard, and that's set edge through and will trickle all the way to the boundary, where it's stopped by Jamie Porter just inside the rope as they come back for 2 runs.
Came off the bat. I don't know whether that was a possible chance for the wicketkeeper there.
Well, there's a couple of diving behind the stumps. There's Harmer into Barnard, who is down on his knees, sweeping all the way to the boundary this time for 4. No stopping that one. Warwickshire moved to 113 for 5. Alex says, I was listening to the Q&A with the Chief Executive John Stevenson at lunch. He thinks the odds on Alistair Cook retiring next season is 50-50. Should the worst happen, what would your batting lineup be for next season, not including future recruitment? It makes me nervous just thinking about it. Well, I'm sure Don Topley will have some thoughts on that when he's back on commentary. And I've got a couple of things as well, which we can get to. But at the moment, we're focusing on this Warwickshire innings as they're 5 wickets down, 113 runs scored. Simon Harmer with the ball in hand to Ed Barnard on the back foot, just driven back down the pitch to Harmer, who has a wicket to his name in this Warwickshire innings, and that was the wicket of Jacob Bethell for 37. Him and Will Rose just looking to get set for Warwickshire before he broke that partnership, as Harmer is into Barnard. And again, it's just going to get a bit of air.
It started with an LBW appeal and then went for a catch at slip, but neither were asked for with great conviction.
Harmer into Barnard, again coming forward and wraps him on the pads, but he was getting low and reaching farther forward to that one. End of the over, 6 from it, 113 for 5.
Well, he's only got the 1 wicket, causing problems, and it puts pressure on the batters at the other end. The seamers are on, but we are going to get a bowling change now. I think we're going to see... Oh, no, we're not, I beg your pardon. It's still going to be Porter bowling.
I did wonder at what point we might see Matt Critchley with a bit of leg spin.
Porter is bowling very well, causing problems. Wicketkeeper again standing up. Stop Burgess shuffling forward. 2 slips in place. That's in the block hole from the bowler and pushed out by Burgess on the offside. With the wicket-keeper standing up, those helmets come into play for a potential 5, which would be useful for Warwickshire.
You're going to work out how it can be done.
Just the 2 helmets. I was saying earlier, if you can hit them both, you get 10. I mean, before anyone answers, I do know the answer to that. I know you don't, but it'd be a clever trick if you could. Anyway, Porter comes in to bowl, and that's driven, not timed perfectly by Burgess, but he's going to scamper through for 1. There's a little bit of an inside edge onto mid-wicket, but Burgess is off the mark, and Warwickshire 114 for 5. So wicket-keeper Buttleman goes back, so that means there'll be 3 helmets there now.
Sir Alistair Cook in charge of the helmets as usual.
And 2 fielders in a sort of wall on the leg side, just in front of square leg and then at mid-wicket for Barnard. So there may be a theory there as Barnard plays that down to the offside for no run. Porter, number 44 for Essex. The blue sky has been covered by clouds again. It got a bit hotter earlier. It was nice. Ice cream van was actually struggling a bit for business, I thought, this morning. I was getting a bit worried they might regret giving ice creams away yesterday.
I might try my luck again.
In comes Porter, that's defended, there's no run, but they were doing quite good business later. And that's when the primary school kids were all playing, or most of them were playing, these organised games on the outfield at lunch. One primary school opted to queue up for ice creams instead. I think their teachers are probably quite popular. $114 for 5. Warwickshire. Couldn't have gone much better for Essex so far today. Porter bowls and it's turned round to mid-wicket by Burgess for no run. It's 114 for 5. Warwickshire spent last season battling to preserve their first division status. They're in a good position so far this season, but they'll do well to come away from this match with much. Porter bowls, and that's nicely played by Burgess. It's not going to get anything for it. Doesn't beat the fielder at mid-on. Just played it off his toes, and as a result, it was a maiden over. No, 1 run off that over from Jamie Porter. So run, because it was Ed Barnard played that last shot we're talking about, so the single to Burgess earlier in the over, 114 for 5. And 36 overs of the Warwickshire innings have been bowled.
So bbcessexcricket@gmail.com if you want to get in touch. We'll come back to your email, Alex, later when Don Topley is back on commentary. But I would say I would like to see Robin Das as part of a county championship side. I think Essex will try and find the balance between giving the younger members of the playing squad an opportunity and bringing in some experience as well, possibly recruitment or overseas. As Harmer is in, and that's high up in the air there, and is going to land in the Tom Pearce upper stand from Michael Burgess for 6 runs.
Well, that is a huge shot from Michael Burgess into the top tier. He was Warwickshire's top 6 hitter last season, mainly because of 1 innings. He hit 14 sixes last season. But that's actually his... hang on, I'll come back to that.
Clive will look up the stats as Harmer is in to Burgess, and this one tucks him up a little bit and just drops safely. But he'll step away from his crease just to reset.
That's his 3rd of this season. Warwickshire's biggest 6-hitter this season has yet to come to the crease, Hassan Ali.
120 for 5. Harmer is into Burgess, who's defending that one on the back foot.
He had a couple of great partnerships with Ollie High-and-Dalby. He won't be able to do that today because Ollie's not on the team. But there was one in particular where Ollie almost broke the record for the most number of balls faced without scoring a run. He was just holding up his hand while Burgess was hitting 6s all over the place at the other.
I remember seeing that as Harmer is into Burgess, who's coming forward, and he's gone. Harmer gets the 2nd wicket. It is the wicket of Michael Burgess, who hit 6 off the first ball of Harmer's over, but now he'll be sent back to the pavilion for 7 runs, and Warwickshire are 120 for 5.
Yeah, bowled there, just nicked the bails off. So I've hit the 1-6. He wasn't able to prosper, and Warwickshire are in terrible trouble now. And they may well be batting again before the end of the day. And Burgess goes for 7, 2 scoring shots in that, a single and a 6. Just nicked the off bail. And it will be a decision for the Essex captain and coach to make in terms of whether they enforce a follow-on. I would have said that at the moment I don't really see any argument for not enforcing it.
It'll be interesting to see what they do. They didn't against Somerset, which maybe raised a couple of eyebrows, but it...
I think Mick was saying
Mick
that it took them a while to bowl them out, didn't it, in that game. At the moment, I mean, we're only in the 37th over, so unless Warwickshire offers some lower order resistance, it's probably going to be rather quicker here. Don Bess is coming out to the middle for his debut innings for Warwickshire. He'll probably get to bat twice for them. Just playing in this match. That's the plan at the moment anyway.
Yeah, Don Bess, who's arrived on loan from Yorkshire to Warwickshire. He did play in the Yorkshire County Championship match against Derbyshire in Division 2 a couple of weeks ago, and got 41 out in the 2nd innings. And he will take strike without his number on his back to Simon Harmer. Both know a thing or two about spin. Warwickshire 120 for 6, trailing by 337 runs. Slight hum of chatter now, perhaps in excitement from the Essex crowd, as Harmer is in to a defending Don Bess for no run. Harmer to Bess, who's forward that time and driving to mid-off. Tom Wesley, the captain, collecting the ball at the end of the Harmer over. 120 for 6. Barnard on 8. Bess, the new batter, having not scored from the 2 balls he's faced. And Harmer's figures: 16 overs, 2 maidens, 44 runs, and now 2 wickets.
Well, as ever, he scores problems. Bowls the occasional loose ball, but he's tested the batters a fair bit, and or should be nervous about batting against them here before the start of the game, and nothing they've seen that's alleviated that. And we are going to get a bowling change now. Doug Bracewell's coming back into the attack. Very good spell ball by Jamie Porter. that spell. Porter dismissed Dan Mosley and Will Rhodes. Got 3 wickets now for 20. Doug Bracewell yet to get a wicket, the only bowler, only 4 bowlers used, the other 3 have all got wickets, or at least one. That one is turned round onto the leg side by Barnard to back a square leg, it'll just be 1 run. Barnard on to 9, 121 for 6.
We've lost Don Topley to the crowd.
Yes, we still hear him though. So Don Best takes guard. Bracewell after a false start runs in to bowl, and it's turned round to square leg again. This time they will get 2 runs. It's not stopped cleanly on the square leg boundary, so Best gets off the mark with 2 runs.
I think there's a few school children over in that corner who celebrated that Paul Walter stop on the boundary. And Shane Snater is on the pitch for Essex, so perhaps is it Jamie Porter who maybe after his spell of bowling has just nipped off for a couple of minutes.
Seems to be the norm for bowlers to do that now. And second slip is moving out. You'll put him, where are they going to put him? Sort of quite close square leg, almost a leg gully. We've also got a fielder at mid-wicket, quite short. Bracewell bowls and it's pushed out to the offside, there's no run. So you were in the members forum at lunch?
Yes, so we have been...
Lively or?
Just a good conversation, I would say, between members and the Chief Executive, John Stevenson. So we had the email in from Alex about Alistair Cook, and
yes.
his contract comes to an end this year, so there was a question about whether or not he would play, and the answer is nobody but him will know and come the end of the season.
That's played out to the offside, there's no run. I think he enjoys his commentating, doesn't he? Which
he does, but I guess he kind of has a good balance of that at the moment, because he doesn't play any T20 cricket, so he has some gaps then. He has played in the one-day cup. I think last year he had a bit of an injury and didn't feature as much, but he has played in that competition as well, but he has managed to balance the two, but yes, I can see him doing more of that in the future.
That's short and it's pulled by Best down to the fielder at long leg. It's a single. I mean, it's great to see a player, a former international player, still enjoying his cricket and still wanting to play county cricket for as long as he has. You do get some internationals these days, people like Nasser Hussain, who once they retire from international cricket, they don't want to play anything else. Just want to retire fully. So I always like it. Ian Bell was the same. He eventually decided that his body was telling him to quit, but he carried on playing after.
Yeah, I don't think that'll be the case. Alistair Cook's still one of the fittest members of the squad, so it maybe...
That's going down the leg side, but that's what I'm saying. I think it's good to see that it's not so much a retired because they can't play anymore. It's just some of them don't want to, don't enjoy the grind of county cricket. So it's always nice to see when that player does and is keen to carry on for as long as Sir Alistair has. Yes,
and obviously he is a loyal servant to Essex and is enjoying his cricket still and still scoring runs, and I think as John Stevenson pointed out at lunchtime, if you were around yesterday after the close of play, the whole family were out on the pitch enjoying a little game of cricket as well, so clearly he's passed on the passion too. So yeah, who knows, we'll have to wait until after the end of the season to see whether or not he will still be with Essex, as Harmer is bowling from the River End. Oh, and that one had Best getting low to it, and it's just jumped up towards him.
Welcome to listeners on Sports Extra. We'll sum up what's happened in a moment. This over will get done pretty quickly.
In comes Harmer to Bess, who's just defending that one into the offside for no run. Warwickshire 124 for 6. 3 wickets for Jamie Porter, 2 for Simon Harmer and 1 for Sam Cook. It's that man Simon Harmer bowling at the moment from the river end for Essex into Bess on the back foot, just pushes that one back down towards the bowler for no run.
Essex continues to exert the pressure, and the Warwickshire side really struggling here.
Bess is waiting, Harmer is in, this time he just takes a shuffle forwards and hits that one up to mid-off for no run. It's the captain Tom Wesley who scored 114 in the Essex innings to field and give the ball back to his bowler. Harmer into Bess, who again shuffles down the pitch and hits the ball in the same place to Wesley for no runs. So we've had 5 dot balls so far from Simon Harmer, who's bowling with his shades on. Got quite a lot of cloud cover over Chelmsford at the moment as Harmer is in. Bit more flight in that one. It's swiped away into the offside by Don Bess. They're going to come back for 2 and it will be fielded on the boundary by the Essex man out in the floppy sun hat in the deep, and Warwickshire move to 126 for 6. 2 runs off of the Simon Harmer over.
They couldn't really go much better for Essex. They resumed with a bat and actually managed to get maximum batting points, which they're only the 3rd First Division county to have done that this season since the 450 was introduced. They're eventually all out for 457. Will Buttleman top scoring today with 43. A wicket apiece today for Chris Rushworth and Hassan Ali, both finished with 2, and 1 for Jake Lintott, 3 for 68. So replying to that big total, Warwickshire, as Essex had done, lost their 2 opening batters pretty early on. Rob Yates fell to Jamie Porter for 5 and Alex Davis to Sam Cook for 7. That was 18 for 2. Bracewell comes into bowl and that's pushed out to point. There's no run. There was some resistance then between Will Rhodes and Jacob Bethel, but with the spinner Simon Harmer putting pressure on, he eventually had Bethel caught behind trying to cut for 37, and the wickets have fallen fairly regularly since. Porter nicked off Dan Mosley for 6. Harmer, or rather Will Rhodes is out next. He also edged Porter to go for 43. And then Michael Burgess, having hit the first 6 of the innings, and a huge 6 it was too, was very soon after that. Bowled by Harmer, and that's defended by Barnard. So Warwickshire replying to a big total of 457. I mean, the follow-on target's almost not worth mentioning, it's that far away. 126 for 6, 9 to Ed Barnard and 5 to Don Best. And if you're wondering why, about Don Best playing for Warwickshire, if you haven't picked it up already, he's signed on loan for this game only as cover for the spin of Danny Briggs. Next one from Bracewell is defended. There's no run. I notice he hasn't got a squad number on his back, Don Best, but I noticed the scoreboard put him down as number 47. So I guess that's his squad number then. I mean, he's going to have to give it back fairly soon, because I think he's only playing this one game. That's the plan at the moment anyway.
Is that his usual squad number, or have they just picked
it might be, I don't know.
What he was
Yeah, it might be. Anyway, this next one is wraps Barnard on the pads. He wasn't in control of that. It rolls out onto the leg side. And there is no run. The sun's shining here. It's been not quite as hot and cloudless as yesterday. We have had a little bit of cloud cover and it's been a little bit cooler.
Probably not as much breeze though. We had quite a nice breeze yesterday afternoon, didn't we? But you can see the trees around the county ground quite still at the moment. Nothing really coming off the river either behind us.
Ice Cream Van has done some good business, despite a bit of controversy yesterday. As this next one's a bouncer. Apparently Victoria managed to get a free one, not quite sure how. 126 for 6. Local contacts, obviously.
I just smiled and he said, do you want this for free? And the answer is always yes, please. I was just more charming than Don Topley, who had to pay full price for the massive ice cream that he then went and
Surprised
ordered.
he wasn't charged double, to be fair.
I thought it was pushing it a bit to ask for a double flake.
In comes Bracewell. New Zealander, right arm over, and that's pushed out a bit of a leading edge onto the offside by Barnard. Not entirely comfortable over for Ed Barnard, but he survives it, and Warwickshire 126 for 6. Essex supporters supporting each over. They're enjoying seeing their team on top, and we have got a fairly healthy crowd here, particularly for a Monday. It was well populated yesterday. There was a decent crowd in Chelmsford here today, and home spectators anticipating this could be, I mean, they could potentially end up with maximum points in this match, which is pretty hard to do these days.
Simon Harmer will continue to bowl from the River End, not too far off the tea break, with Warwickshire 126 for 6. Victoria Polly and Clive Eakin with you. It will be Don Bess on strike with the short sleeves. Ed Barnard at the other end with his long sleeves on, as Harmer is into Bess on the back foot, and they'll come back for 2 as Tom Wesley moves round from mid-off to field, more in a backward point position. 128 for 6.
So we've got 5 overs to go to tea. I am bound to say, not wanting again to sound too commercially, that both teams, given the number of overs of spin that have been bowled, they haven't been great with the over rate.
Harmer to Bess, who just turns that one into the leg side, and it's stopped by Sam Cook for no run.
Maybe the heat is a mitigating circumstance. They want to take it slowly out there in the heat.
Third ball of the over. Harmer to Bess, who is getting low to it, and it just wraps him on the pads and is fielded in the offside for no run.
Question for Essex is, can they have Warwickshire back in before the end of the day if they choose to enforce a follow-on?
Harmer to Bess, defending back down the pitch to the Essex spinner, who has 2 wickets so far in this Warwickshire innings. They trail by 329 runs. In comes Harmer, and this time it's turned round and he's caught. He was trying to clip that one into the leg side. He's clipped it and been caught, and Don Bess will have to go for 7. Warwickshire 128 for 7.
A bit of extra bounce there, Harmer, and Bess guides it into the hand of leg slip. So the answer to the question I just posed is quite probably yes, it's going to have Warwickshire in before the close, if they choose to enforce a follow-on. I mean, I suppose the argument is that there's plenty of time left in the match. They don't have to hurry it. On the other hand, it looks like they're going to have a really substantial first innings lead. So why not get on with it and get Warwickshire in again? And Harmer striking again, just bounced a bit, turned a little bit, and obligingly guided by Bess.
I think it's Matt Critchley under the helmet at leg slip.
Well, out marches Hassan Ali. Now, this could be fun. I mean, he won't be 2 not out after 30 balls. He might well be out first ball, but if he hangs around, he's going to go for his shots. It could be entertaining. As I mentioned, he is Warwickshire's top 6 hitter this season in the championship thus far.
Confirmation, Don Bess was caught by Matt Critchley off the bowling of Simon Harmer for 7 from 17 balls, and Hassan Ali is in for Warwickshire. 3 wickets now for Simon Harmer. With the Kookaburra ball, which we've had an interesting chat with the Essex bowling coach Mick Lewis about. as Harmer is into the right-hander, who is forward and defending.
He brought one in along with the juice ball. I mean, they are completely different. They're a completely different colour. The seam is very different, but at the moment, Simon Harmer's not complaining.
End of the Simon Harmer over. 18 overs bowled by him, 2 maidens, 48 runs and 3 wickets. Warwickshire 128 for 7, trailing by 329.
So, Essex might be thinking about an early finish in this match as they try and Bracewell will continue. Into Ed Barnard. The all-rounder slip in place as a fielder at shortish mid-wicket. Not usually attacking field in terms of the slip cordon, but in comes Bracewell, and that's played out to square leg for no run. Very little has gone, if anything, has gone into the slip cordon. Most of the catches, well, all the catches behind the wicket from both teams have been going to the wicket keeper. So I'm not sure that there are edges carrying to the slips very much.
Ed Barnard very capable with the bat though.
Well, he is. He'd love to make a big score now in his new county this season, but he's very much up against it. He's driven that one. He won't get anything for it though. It'll go straight to mid-off. It's a dot ball. 128 for 7, Warwickshire. Only got 2 bowling points, and they're going to struggle to get any batting points from here.
How much of a miss is Sam Hain?
Massive, and you know, everyone has injuries, and you can't really complain. But particularly in this situation, I think he's a huge miss for them. But that's what they've got. That short is pulled by Barnard. He managed to control the shot pretty well. Gets it square leg for a single. He's on to 10. He's just been in terrific form in both formats. Has Sam Hain. The red and white ball, but that injury is. They've managed to cope without him in the T20 Blast reasonably well. Not so they haven't missed him, they have missed him, but they've managed to still get over the line and win games. But they're definitely missing him in this situation now. Bracewell into Hassan Ali, who pushes that to mid-on. A strange shot from Hassan Ali. But he is a naturally belligerent batter. Ended up with 2 wickets, got 1 today. Bowled pretty well on a pitch that wasn't really responding much. But the Essex seamers bowling second managed to get a bit more out of it, particularly Jamie Porter. Bracewell bowls, and he drives that Hassan Ali straight again to mid-off, so no chance of a run.
Some of the good news, you're talking about Sam Hain and the injury and the coping without him in the T20 Blast. John Stevenson, the Chief Executive of Essex, was saying during his lunchtime chat with the members that Dan Lawrence, although he's had to leave this game early to be replaced by Nick Brown to join up with England squad, should be available for Essex's final T20 group matches.
That's played to mid-on, there's no run. That's presumably that he doesn't actually play.
Yes.
In the Lord's Test.
Presuming, which...
And the form he showed here, he might have made a case in his 150 score. 129 for 7 at the end of the over.
You're listening to Victoria Polly and Clive Eakin on the BBC Sport website and app, the Essex live stream, and BBC 5 Sports Extra as well. Don Topley alongside us for commentary too. And we're keeping listeners on BBC Essex, BBC WM, BBC CWR up to date as well. Anyone I've missed?
I don't think so. Yes, Simon Harmer again then.
From the River End. Simon Harmer into Barnard, who's looking to sweep. It wraps him on the pads and loops up, which Will Buttleman will scamper out from behind the stumps to give back to the bowler Harmer. Barnard is on 10 as Harmer is into him, this time on the back foot, just using the wrist to turn that one into the leg side. Another dot ball. We saw Burgess try and attack the Harmer bowling, and then he was bowled a couple of balls later as Harmer is into Barnard, tries a sweep, but it's collected behind the stumps by Buttleman, who tried the yelp of appeal to the umpire, just him on his own though.
That's his second solitary appeal. His teammates were sort of looking at him as if to say, what are you on about?
Harmer to Barnard, again gets the sweep away this time, just for the single though, as it's fielded by Feroz Kushi. Warwickshire move on to 130 for 7.
Yeah, quite a defensive fielding position there, but I suppose Harmer doesn't want to give Warwickshire any encouragement. Keep them bogged down.
Hassan Ali on strike. He has faced 4 balls yet to score. Harmer is into him. He shuffles a couple of steps down the pitch and hits that one to mid-off for no run.
They put mid-on back on the long-on boundary there, anticipating that Hassan Ali might go for the big shot down the ground, but he was restrained.
Porter being brought back up as Harmer is into Barnard and takes a step wider and swipes that one away into the offside for 4 runs.
Well, he's brilliant for Essex, Simon Harmer, but he does bowl the occasional bad ball, and that was one of them. A real long hop, which Barnard was able to take full advantage of to move on to 15, but you can forgive him the occasional one of those, of the wickets he takes.
135 for 7 at the end of the Simon Harmer over.
Well, we're going to get a bowling change. The Bracewell didn't stay on for too long.
Bit of leg spin.
Yes, you were asking whether they might try Matt Critchley soon, and here he is. We have got, what have we got? We've got just 2 overs to go till tea now. And Essex would love to make another breakthrough before tea, but they are, whatever happens, this has been a very good session for them. And once confirmed, they're in control of the match. Slipping a short leg, Critchley gives it a bit of air. Finds a little bit of an edge there from Hassan Ali. It rolls out to backward point. Porter's quickly onto it. There's no run. I doubt Hassan Ali is going to be able to resist charging down the pitch at some point, trying to hit this one over the top. Long on and long off our back. So he's got to be careful. And I wonder about that. In fact, they are bringing mid-on in. I'd be inclined to do that. I know, rather than defend against those big shots from Hassan Ali, that's push out to the offside. He's going to go through a quick signal. He might get a second now. That was actually a misfield from Jamie Porter. Essex's ground fielding has been outstanding today, but Porter there, I think, anticipating a possible run out. So often happens when you're picking the ball up and thinking, I'm going to throw this in. You forget to pick it up cleanly. And so they're through for 2. I'd be inclined to, I mean, they have brought long on in a bit now. You almost want Hassan Ali to try that shot. This one he's clipped onto the leg side for a single. If you put the long on, long off back, he may well decide not to go for it. And I would have thought they'd want him to try and hit one over the top and buy his wicket. 138 for 7. Hassan rather sensibly on to 4. Barnard has made a start at any rate. He's on 15. Critchley, right arm over, defended by Barnard. Slipping a leg slip for him. One more Simon Harmer over for Warwickshire to get through after these 3 balls. 2 balls from Critchley, who gives that lots of air and dips down in front of Barnard, who pushes it onto the leg side. Big shout of no between the 2 batters. It was too close to the fielder to risk a run. So Critchley just getting one over before tea. Comes in to bowl, and that's a solid forward defensive by Ed Barnard. Warwickshire took 3 runs off that over. They're 138 for 7, with Barnard on 15 and Hassan on 4.
BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com if you'd like to email in to us at all during today or the rest of the match. John has been in touch, says really enjoying the commentary. Victoria, regarding your conversation with the CEO, did you ask him if Essex are renewing Feroz Kushi's contract? There hasn't been any news. Well, John, I was only earwigging the conversation. It was a members' Q&A that John Stevenson was doing, so I wasn't part of it. But certainly, he said they've got a strong recruitment plan to make up for the fact Dan Lawrence is leaving for Surrey as Harmer is in from the river end to Hassan Ali. It's looped up at short leg, caught by Nick Brown. It spent a long time in the air as it just looped up off the bat of Hassan Ali, and he has to depart with Warwickshire in trouble on 138 for 8.
He departs very reluctantly. He had head in hands there. He's obviously convinced he did not play that off the bat, but sadly for him, it's not down to him, it's down to the umpire. He's saying to the Essex fielders what was going on there, but he's very unhappy about it, Hassan Ali, but he has to accept it. And what a session that is for Essex. We are seeing a replay. Might have just come up off pad up to short leg, but he may be unlucky, but that won't worry Essex very much. 138 for 8 then at the interval, and well, Essex will be looking, I'm sure, to get Warwickshire in again today and make a bit of progress and wrap this up early tomorrow. They are in a very strong position, and Simon Harmer weaving his magic as ever.
Yes, so we'll have the 20-minute tea break. We'll be back with you afterwards as Hassan Ali departs for 4, spelling the interval. So we will speak to you around about 4:10. Don Topley will be on BBC Essex to update listeners during the 4 o'clock news. But otherwise, we will speak to you in a short while.
It's been... Give us a little idea of what the last sort of half an hour has been for Warwickshire.
Well, it's not been great.
No, but
They've
challenging in terms of Harmer for one
well,
end.
yeah, Harmer obviously is causing them problems. I thought Jamie Porter bowled a very good spell as well. And Warwickshire haven't been able to deal with it. It's a little predictable, unfortunately. Not that Warwickshire have been playing very good cricket this season. We just felt when Essex made a big total, you thought Simon Harmer would get going. Will Rose and Jacob Bethel, that partnership held them up a bit, but I'll say they've gone on foot. And they do miss Sam Hayne in that middle order badly. Ed Barnard's still there on 15. He's played quite well, but
whoever won this toss yesterday, it was quite significant, and I really, and not being funny, you just mentioned Sam Hayne, who's had a terrific season. He's a terrific young batter who, in my humble opinion, might find himself in the West Indies before Christmas in the ODI and T20. He's a good cricketer, but you haven't got him. You lost the toss. It's a bit like the reverse fixture. The toss was quite significant, I felt, at Edgbaston, and we do find cricket, the toss, if you keep winning it, if you're a lucky tosser, that's good.
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously that you look back at that double century partnership for Essex. That's been the turning point of the match. I mean, after that, Warwickshire took the next 8 wickets for about 220, so they didn't do too badly, but the damage done with that partnership between Wesley and Lawrence, and just Essex well on top, and discussing whether they'd enforce a follow-on. For me, while they're on top like this, while Simon Harmer's causing problems, and while the lead is so huge, assuming Warwickshire don't do something very spectacular for the last 2 wickets, it's a no-brainer for me. Get them back in, but they don't always stick that way these days.
It's very unfashionable, isn't it?
Well,
Harmer in for his last ball of the over. He bowls. No, it's not. Sorry, it's his first ball. He's bowled 1, which he got the wicket prior to tee. So his second ball is a dot ball into the offside, no run. It's very unfashionable these days, Clive.
Well, because there's a famous Duncan Fletcher phrase, which I'm going to turn on its head in a minute.
Harmer in, right arm over, squeezed into the offside, there is no run.
I mean, Duncan Fletcher and all these captains and coaches know far more about cricket than I do, obviously. But he famously said that the follow-on is overrated.
Yeah.
But I actually think that phrase is now overrated.
Yeah. As Harmer bowls, slightly slower, which the batsman waits until it's right under his eye line to play.
No, I mean, there are certain circumstances where I can understand not enforcing the follow. I'm not sure saying it should be enforced every time. Warwickshire enforced it in their last match against Notts, and you could argue it didn't work because they didn't win the game in the end.
Round the wicket to Lintott. Harmer bowls. This played with a big front leg, and the front dog was out there, and he just smothered it. No run.
Because we'll never know for certain, but I'm pretty sure that even if they hadn't enforced the follow-on, they still wouldn't have won the game. It's just that he flattened out and Notts resisted well.
Round the wicket, little tickle, and there's a good catch, but it's not come off the bat. So it's the end of the over straight after tea, 138 for 8. Simon Harmer's figures are now 20 overs, 4 for 54.
You could argue it didn't work enforcing the follow on that occasion, but as I say, I don't think it would have made much difference if they had, and they gave themselves a chance at least of bowling Notts out and winning the game. But we'll see. I just think when the lead is, if the lead were to be sort of 200 or less, then I could understand it more. But when it looks like it's going to be, I mean, what's the lead at the moment? It's 319. So, assuming it's in the high 200s at least. But there's plenty of time left in the game, they might argue. Wouldn't take them long to set Warwickshire a very improbable target. So anyway, it's not a decision for us. We shall see what Essex decide. Pretty sure they will have a decision to make as Bracewell comes into bowl, and that's clipped round his pads by Barnard. He's batting pretty well. He'll hope to go on. Hope he'll have some partners to stay with him. He's on to 16. Jake Lintott.
Excuse me, I've just got a bit of hay fever.
Okay. Jake Lintott, who can bat. his only first-class innings so far. He scored 15. There's one first-class match against Worcestershire. He just takes his helmet off and something in his eye. I think something's got in his eye. Jake Lintott. So he needs to pause and remove that. He's all a bit sort of dusty out there. You do end up with things in your eye.
Does he wear contact lenses?
Not that I'm aware of. Might do, don't know, but I'm not aware of it. Anyway, in comes Bracewell the bowl. He drives. I think he timed it perfectly, and it goes to mid-on. He wants a run, but there isn't one there. It's 139 for 8 Warwickshire. And they are looking likely to be restricted to 2 points in this match unless they bat remarkably well in the second innings and save the game. In comes Bracewell. It's short, it's pulled, it's in the air for a bit, but it's evades the fielders, and Lintott is off the mark with a slightly false pulled shot. And he's on his way, 140 for 8. A remarkable match, by the way, in the ICC World Cup qualifiers between West Indies and Netherlands, where as in comes Bracewell's defender, there's no run, where Netherlands were chasing. Oh, they've got. I've forgotten that they have a super over. I was thinking the match is finished in a tie, but of course they have a super over. So they're into that now, and the Netherlands have scored 30 runs in their super over. Wow! They needed one run off the last ball to win the game, and West Indies took a wicket. And this was a high-scoring game. 374 West Indies got. Netherlands matched it, but Netherlands have just hit 30 in a super over. So. That's looking pretty good for them.
Can I ask you who got those? No run. Does it say who got those?
It will do.
Or who bowled that over? Who bowled that over?
It was bowled by Holder.
Jason Holder.
And Van Beek got...
Logan Van Beek.
All of them. All of them. The other batter at the other end just stood and watched. He went 4-6, 4-6, 6-4. Wow. A little bit different here. That's left by Barnard for no run.
I'm searching my hand, and I'm just wondering whether Logan Van Beek has played for Derbyshire or someone. The name rings a bell. Logan Van Beek. I'll have a look. I'll research that.
I can look at that.
Oh, go on. And you're very good at researching quickly.
He made 28 during the course of the innings. Yeah, Derbyshire, played for Derbyshire.
There you go. Nearly everybody
and New Zealand as well. So he played Test cricket for.
Is he South African?
His grandfather played Test cricket for West Indies and New Zealand.
Harmer is in. This is played into. Well, I'm going to say Lintott has just played that into the leg side, but I think it's cannoned off his pad rather than his bat into the leg side. Harmer in again. 3 men round the bat. Oh, there could be a fourth now as that's bobbled up into the offside where there is no pad bat. There's a bat pad on the leg side, so I'm wondering whether Harmer as an off spinner should have one on the offside. Harmer again, bowls. This is lap to short, fine leg where there is a man at 45, no run.
I know I'm a bit old-fashioned, but given that's a group match, why don't they just call it a tie? It would have been a brilliant tie. 374 each. But, I insist on the super over.
Harmer again, very full toss, and Paul Water dives, but he dives and he has to get up to retrieve the ball. That is not a moose, but it's very full, push driven into the leg side, and it beats mid on for 4. 140 is the score now. 140 for 8.
It's 144. We need every run we can get, Don.
Sorry,
All right.
Scoreboard hasn't put it up yet.
No.
Harmer in again, bowls, and this is, well, he has a long front dog there on the front foot and defends it very well for no run.
Said before, it's a brilliant bowler, Simon Harmer, but you do get the occasional bad ball from him. And,
Still haven't put
no,
that
it doesn't put it
4
up. I don't quite understand that. I'm not going mad, am I? Hang on, let's have a look.
Another 4 defensive, which he genuinely does smother the ball. They use get your foot to the pitch of the ball, and he nearly did then. He nearly actually stood on the ball. He was that close, but it was good technically very correct, and there was no run.
Well, what is going on here? Because they've just put.
Look.
Oh, finally, it's gone. It's gone now. It's gone on the score.
Maybe
on
there's
the website. It's got that 4's gone through now.
The gremlin in both scoreboards.
So 144 for 8. Lintott on 5 took advantage of that loose ball from Harmer.
Good shot.
Good shot. That was a friendly full toss. This one Barnard drives and we'll get a single. It's Bracewell continuing. Barnard plays it to mid on. A 3 for 1. 145 for 8. Well, should just got to try and get whatever runs they can get.
We highlighted that very early doors. First inning runs are going to be essential on this wicket.
I think probably just avoid looking at the scoreboard and just play and try and play positively, and then start again second innings, whether that be after Essex bat in the third innings or not.
Interesting listening to Mick Lewis, who was on commentary with us. We talked about the Somerset opportunity, and we were quite adamant we felt they would and should follow them on, and they didn't, and but Essex did win on the final day.
This one is defended out to the other. So they're going to get a quick single. It was a defensive sort of shot, but it's well run, good running.
Yeah, good
Lintott is through for a single. I mean, I think he said, didn't they? They took about 75 overs to bowl Somerset out. Well, we're currently in the 48th over, so unless Warwickshire resist for these last 2 wickets a lot, then it's going to be a lot quicker.
Yeah, let's have a quick look. You carry on the comm, and I'll just quickly look at the bowling overs. Porter, 8 overs.
In comes Bracewell the bowl, and that's flicked off his pads nicely for no run there. Barnard straight to square leg. And a slightly unnecessary throw, and it's hit Lintott. Now that, well, I suppose they'll argue. I'm only thinking that it was a T20 game. Warwickshire actually got penalised runs when I think it was Carlos Brathwaite threw the ball and hit the batter when the throw was deemed unnecessary. And that throw was a little unnecessary, and it's hit the elbow of Lintott. Ooh. And he's rubbing it. The fielder, I'm not sure it was, has run over to apologise.
I didn't see it, Clive, but just going back to the overs, Porter and Cook, only 8 overs each. Harmer, 21. Doug Bracewell, 9 point something, and Critchley the solitary over. So as you highlighted, 47 overs have been bowled so far. Only 8 overs for Porter and Cook, and Bracewell's bowled the most of the seamers with 9, nearly 10.
Well, I mean, look, Lintott obviously come out of his ground, backing up, and the ball played out towards square leg, but there was never any doubt that Lintott was going to get back. But a hard throw came in at that end, and it struck him on the elbow.
I think he's okay. He's up.
He's okay.
He's got his bat in his hand. He's twirling his arm and shoulder as if he's going to bowl, but he's got the bat and the mums and dads on his legs, doing a bit of gardening. No, all's well. He's a brave man.
It was a good shot for no run there. He was about to run in Bracewell, but I think he's just checking that Lintott is ready and okay. In fact, the umpire stopped him there. for some reason, so I'll start again. Bracewell in, and Barnard pushes out to the offside. No opportunity for a quick run there. 146 for 8 Warwickshire. I suppose, I mean, 250 for one batting point is not completely beyond the bounds of possibility. It's somewhat unlikely, but maybe that is a target to aim for. Bracewell with just the one slip in place. So he's saying it's not a match where lots gone into the slip. Gordon, that's played out to the offside for no run. And can you think of one where it flashed past an empty slip position? It was Alex Davies, wasn't it, quite early in the innings, edge one to where third slip could have been. That's the only occasion I can think of where you might think, oh, it should have had a slip in there. In comes Bracewell, short and a leading edge from Barnard, and gives his glove a shake. Whether he just jarred his hand on the bat or whether it actually hit his glove, I'm not sure. But in fact, he's indicating, looking at the replay, he was indicating that kept low, which is not great news for Warwickshire at this stage. They are 146 for 8, with 29 overs scheduled to be bowled today.
And the time is nearly 4:30.
Yeah, just gone 25 past. We're going to have to do an update shortly.
Harmer to continue from the river end. He'll be bowling at Lintott.
I think it's safe to say that Netherlands have got their game won. West Indies are 8 for 2 after 5 balls. In fact, that's it, isn't it?
That is, as this time I think it. He's played quite low against Harmer there. It may have ballooned off a glove, but it went down as opposed to up. A leg slip, bat pad under the lid on the leg side, a conventional slip that is Sir Alistair Cook. Lintott plays back. He starts to come forward and then goes back and plays with a dead bat that is straight, no run.
You're only allowed 2 wickets in a super over, aren't you? So Netherlands have won that.
Harmer in again, gives it a bit of air, and it's lapped, and it's going to go all the way back for 1, 2. Is it going to take a 3? No, they're not. That's a pretty good arm actually from the longest part of the ground. And looking across, I think that's Feroz Kushi, a deep sort of mid wicket that's gone to deep square leg. Gosh, my eyes are streaming. Yeah, a bit of hay fever.
Day, isn't it?
Yeah, Harmer in bowls. This is all into the. Well, they're looking for a single. No, they're not. They've turned it down. In fact, there was nearly a catch as it was played into the leg side with the spin, but it nearly ballooned, but it just fell short of Nick Brown at bat pad. You're going to
I'll go and leave
disappear?
you just for a few moments, yeah.
No worries, Clive. And this is played and turns down the leg side to the keeper, Buttleman, and there is no run. You're listening to Clive Eakin, Don Topley, Victoria Polly on, well, it's online on the BBC app, BBC Essex, along with the 2 stations that are in the West Midlands. As Harmer bowls, this is a reverse lap that finds the man at point, and I think he's being, no, it's the end of the over. It was a good diving stop at backward point as the reverse lap came out by Dougie Bracewell, who now hands his blue Essex cap to the umpire Richard Kettleborough. He marches up at the Hayes Close end with Porter on one side of him and Tom Wesley chatting as captain. Doug Bracewell with just the slip in is bowling to Ed Barnard. Decent all-rounder, Ed Barnard, formerly of Worcestershire, down the leg side from Bracewell, dive across from Buttleman, and there are no byes. There's a little applause for the keeper, wearing number 9. talking to Alistair Cook. I wonder what the conversation's been about today for the young Essex keeper with Sir Alistair Cook adjacent to him. Whether he does a lot of listening or whether he takes the advice or gives advice. As it's a no ball from Dougie Bracewell, but they also take a single as it beats Bracewell, goes towards his own stumps at the non-striker, and they come through for the single. 148, or I think it is 149. We'll wait to see if it ticks over. Yes, it's 150 actually. Warwickshire's 150 comes in the 50th over, and it's taken 188 minutes. So we've got a little problem here with the scoreboards today. Bracewell. This is a nick, and he's gone. Bracewell's got his man, and he has to go. Lintop goes. He's been caught behind off the bowling of Bracewell for 8, I think it is. The 9th wicket goes as he wanders off. Little faint edge. Sometimes you often hear about tail-enders not necessarily knowing where their off-stump is, which ones to play and which ones to not. Well, there was a case, an example, where he's just played out the ball just outside off-stump, nicked it through to the keeper, Buttleman, and he's gone 151 for 9. Essex in the ascendancy here at Chelmsford, having just beaten Somerset a couple of weeks ago here, and in a similar type of wicket. They won the toss, batted well, got a decent total, then slowly put the noose around the opposition's neck. 151 for 9. What will Essex do? I'm sure Wesley has consulted with Sir Alistair Cook, the coach. Privately, Wesley would have gone to both, well, the three seamers, Cook, Porter and Bracewell, and said, what do you think? Should we have another bowl or should we bat? All will be revealed in the next few moments, I believe. The new batsman, Chris Rushworth, formerly of Durham, the leading wicket taker in the country, well, he's not renowned for his batting. We shall see. Only one slip for Bracewell for Rushworth. I'm surprised. In comes Bracewell to Rushworth. It's a bouncer. Hello and good evening. Well, decent bouncer, which at the last minute Rushworth got out of the way.
And he'll have noted it, that Rushworth. He'll have noted that Bracewell's going to get one or two of those. Yep. And not that he's likely to get the opportunity in this match again, unless, well, even if Essex do bat again, they would hope not to have to go too low in their batting order. The Bowlers Union has a very long memory. They really do. What's he going to do this time? Rushworth facing Bracewell. Down the leg side, there's a bit of thigh pad, I believe, onto the ball, which goes nowhere and there is no run. I feel sorry for Ed Barner, because I think he's batted pretty well. Yes. He's 18 not out, he's running out of partners, going to run out of partners. He's having a chat with Rushworth now. Good cricketer. Good cricketer. Maybe not particularly glamorous, you know, Flintoff Stokes, but a dependable cricketer who deserves his spot, and he bats and bowls well. He hasn't really made runs too much for Warwickshire. He made 41, to be fair, in the last first-class match for Warwickshire against Notts. In comes Bracewell, slip, just Alistair Cook there. Shortish ball, good shot, played into the offside off the back foot. Feroz Kushi is at backward point, and Rushworth calls his partner through for the second run. Good looking shot. He's up and running with 2, score 153 for 9. Decision for Essex to make. I presume they've already made it. They've already decided what they're going to do. Yeah, I'd have thought so. For me, I'd get Warwickshire back in again. I think what would Warwickshire want most? Probably They're probably not to have to bat again straight away.
Rushworth. Oh, this is driven. Anticipated going down the ground, but it's got an inside edge and it's gone out to back behind square, where Harmer's fielding. He's kept the ball and simply handed his cap to the umpire, Tom Lungley. And it's the end of an over from Doug Bracewell, who batted nicely this morning, and he's bowled some decent bumpers. I think he impressed the Essex bowling coach, who came up to join us on comms, and Jacob Bethel got a few bumpers. He got pinned a couple of times, but it was a bit of a learning experience, and I thought he coped with the bouncers quite well, part of his education.
Yeah, Ed Barner's on pretty well the bat this season. He's got a 95 to his name, averaging 48.5. He's about 5 runs away from 500 for the season of the championship, but he would love an opportunity to try and impress here, and he has impressed quite well, but he's now, I presume he's going to have to go for his shots really, with number 11 at the other end. Harmer bowls to him, he plays back to that, turns it round, back of square leg, there's no run. Whether he'd have taken a single if he thought there was one there or not, we may find out fairly soon. But I would think he would want to keep Harmer away from Rushworth. It's a quicker ball, and he plays that onto the leg side for no run.
No sun for the moment.
No.
Sort of got a very high, whispery cloud here at Chelmsford.
This one he cuts. Oh, it's a nice shot. Runs it down to third. There's no fielder there. That's going to be 4 runs. And that will move him on to 22. Good shot. 157 for 9. Well, I've been doing this long enough, Don, to remember the days when 150 would get you a bonus point.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Not anymore. Not for a long time.
When did you first start
It would have
commentating?
been
What year?
Worcestershire, the sort of 89, 90 with Worcestershire. Well, I'd say that was more reporting than commentating in those days. Harmer, he's got a bit of air. It's swept by Barnard. Now, as a fielder out in the deep, he has taken a single. It was the 4th ball of the over, so that gives Harmer 2 at Chris Rushworth, with the score 158 for 9.
What was the difference back then? It was reporting.
Well, we just reported, we didn't do ball-by-ball commentary. No, radio broadcast, but really? Reports sort of on the hour and a half hour.
Remember a game at Colchester?
I do.
Graham Hick got a few.
Yeah, that was one of the first games I did. That's hit straight to mid-off and he's out. So you need a 1 ball to bowl at Rushworth. He's clipped it straight to mid-off, and Simon Harmer has his fifer. 5 for 65 for him, and Warwickshire are all out for 158, which gives Essex a first innings lead of 299. So we will...
I've just seen a conversation with the umpire and the Essex, and then he's told, who's number 30? Is that Ed Barnard? Who I think the umpire has told Ed Barnard to tell your mates that you're having another bat.
Yeah.
And I think the call has been that Warwickshire would like a very light roller for 7 of the 10 minutes.
Yeah, well...
That's a guess from the commentary box. We believe Essex have invited Warwickshire to follow on, but that isn't official. We'll probably hear it from Tony Choate over the tannoy in a minute, but that is my humbler guess, as Simon Harmer is being congratulated and he has been applauded off, and he holds the ball for his fifer today aloft.
Yeah, so let's work out how many overs we've got left in the day. I think we've got a minimum of, well, it'll be 24 overs
with the 3 taken
left
off
in the day. Yeah. So
we await just to confirm. Warwickshire trail by 299 runs. Harmer 5 for 65. Porter 3 for 20. Cook bowled really nicely in 2 spells, 1 for 22, Bracewell 1 for 42.
Go through the Warwickshire card while we're waiting. So they lost Rob Yates in the third over. He was caught Harmer at slip, one of a few slip catches in this match. Edged it to slip to go for 5. That was 14 for 1 in the third over. Next over, Alex Davis trying to get his bat out of the way of a Sam Cook delivery, played on for 7. That was 18 for 2. The one partnership of any substance, 67 added for the third wicket before Jacob Bethel played some good shots, but perhaps made the wrong decision in trying to cut Simon Harmer and was caught behind by Buttleman for 37. That was 85 for 3. Dan Mosley got an edge off Jamie Porter to be caught behind for 604 for 4, and then crucially Will Rhodes, who'd resisted for 88 balls, was caught behind off Porter for 43, and that was 107 for 5. Michael Burgess hit a 6, but soon after that was bowled by Harmer, just had the bails knocked off to go for 7, 120 for 6. Dom Bess next to go, he was caught Critchley, bowled Harmer. I think that was one at leg slip. He just ball that bounced a bit. He turned it around to leg slip to go for 7, and that was 128 for 7. 10 more runs added before Hassan Ali, incredulous, had been given out. Caught it short leg off Harmer for 4 just before tea. That was 138 for 8. And then Jake Lintott edged Bracewell to be caught behind for 8. 4 catches, by the way, for Will Buttleman behind the stumps, and that was 151 for 9. And then Chris Rushworth just now playing Harmer straight to Wesley at mid-off to go for 2, leaving Ed Barnard stranded on 23 not out, one of only 3 batters to get into double figures. 47 balls, 3 fours for him. He batted well, and the bowling figures, which about to be announced in the tannoy, but I'll announce them anyway. Jamie Porter, 8 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 20. Sam Cook, 8 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 23. The star of the show, Simon Harmer, 22.5, 3 overs, 5 for 65. Doug Bracewell, 11 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 42. Matt Critchley bowled just the 1 over for 3 runs. 9 extras in total, 4 byes, 1 leg by, 4 no balls. No ball and the 4 byes came in the first over. Warwickshire were 12 of that loss at the end of the first over. It was looking good then. Not so much now.
Interestingly, that both teams with the new ball got each other similar positions, 20 odd for 2.
Yeah.
So, but since then, since lunchtime, really, Essex have dominated, grown in the ascendancy. But I have to say, it was a good toss to win, but you did have to bat well, and Essex did both.
So Warwickshire, I love this line, Warwickshire have been asked to follow. I don't think they've been asked.
Polite,
I don't think
very
they can
polite.
turn around and say, no thank you.
Clive.
Thanks for the offer, but we won't.
Clive, we're being very polite here in Essex.
Yeah. They are
What do you
being
mean,
told,
yeah?
They've been told to follow on.
Tell me, you weren't impressed last night. You had a very quiet evening.
I didn't say I wasn't impressed. I just...
You were pretty unemotional. Eh? What did you
I
do?
don't-
Did you go out,
just
enjoy a
went
bit
and had
of
something to eat? Yeah, nothing,
Essex
nothing
fare?
major.
Any cockles and mussels?
No. No, I'm not very great on that sort of seafood. So, there's a job here for Warwickshire to take this match much into tomorrow, really. Starting 299 runs behind. To have any chance, I suppose. Well, they've pretty much got to match Essex first innings total, haven't they? Which you can't see happening with Simon Harmer out there, but that's what they probably have to aim to do to have any chance of turning this match around.
Well, Victoria and I won't be here. It will be you. And I'm looking at Victoria. It's Nick. Who? Nick Gledhill and Dick Davis. Nick and Dick. There you are.
Is it time that I brought Victoria back in here then? Because we haven't had it for a while, have we? Shall I bring her back into the...
What is the time? We got any updates?
Well, it's 4:45 at the moment, so...
4:45. We've got how many overs left?
20... something like 24?
24. Well, do you want to have a break for 12 and
Yeah, okay then.
see how we get on? It's been a long day today, but it's been a good day on BBC Essex. BBC. Let me just check the 2 stations. I have to remind myself. BBC Radio WM and BBC. Well, I think it stands for Coventry and Warwick. CWR. Listen, you haven't played badly. You've been under pressure for those listening in the West Midlands. And it's not often that I can recall dominating Warwickshire, to be honest. And Simon Harmer probably, we'll have to have a look overnight maybe, but maybe Dick and Nick would like to have a look. Simon Harmer over the years hasn't always done brilliantly against Warwickshire. There have been lots of high score draws, or indeed I think there was a number of games over the last few years that Warwickshire have beaten Essex at Edgbaston. Good evening, Victoria.
Good evening. It's that time, isn't it?
Well, it is. I think we're going to share with Clive and do something like 12 of the 20 overs, 24 overs left. What would Essex like to do? Well, the umpires are going to swap ends, as you do in the third innings of a county championship. Essex have asked, did you like that? Essex have invited Warwickshire to follow on, of which Clive went, no thank you. It was lovely. And then, well, what could they get tonight? Essex will be delighted to get, I'm afraid, 2 or 3 down. They're going to have the new ball, Porter and Cook, and I would imagine Harmer will be on. And I really do expect Critchley to bowl a few or a little spell.
Yeah, we didn't see too much of him
We
there.
didn't. Well, we kept getting wickets at the right time. Critchley will come on and bowl 4 or 5 of those 24, I think, as well, and I think it will turn. He'll probably bowl. Would he bowl this end or the far end? Well, if Harmer wants to keep bowling, he'll come on early with the harder ball from our end, the river end, and maybe Critchley will bowl a few from the top end, the Hayes Close.
Can I read you an email from one of my
yes.
Around the Wicket fans panellists, Chris Grant, who regularly joins us to share his thoughts on the programme between 6 and 7 on a Wednesday evening as the players make their way back out onto the pitch. Chris says, hello all, please don't overstate Essex's luck in winning the toss. The last 3 times Essex have played at Edgbaston, it's been early season. They've lost the toss every time and been put in on green tops that dried out and eased as the game progressed, meaning each time Warwickshire had the luck to bowl first and virtually assure themselves a victory. The toss evens itself out in the long run.
Yeah, no, look, Chris, thank you for your contribution. I diplomatically might challenge you. I think the wicket was quite a good wicket with a useful toss to win, and I thought at Edgbaston earlier this season, Warwickshire won the toss and batted. I might be wrong. I'll have to return to the scorecards of that game, but we certainly have lost a couple of games at Warwickshire of late at Edgbaston, so this is nice, but the game of cricket probably is more so than any other sport where the toss is important. I think you have a toss in darts, do you, Victoria?
A toss in
Darts?
sorry.
I don't know, to shoot first?
Go who goes first?
I don't know. Or is it nearest the ball? I don't know. But football, it doesn't really matter unless there's a wind that turns around at half time. Rugby doesn't really matter. I don't think any other sport it matters as much as in cricket. Cricket, the surface plays an integral role in the game and way the game develops. So, I mean, I think, I'm being honest, in the Somerset game only recently, which Essex won, that was another good toss on a used surface to win.
Toss quite important in netball.
Is it? Go on.
You get your centre pass.
Right, hang on, we'll come on to that as Sam Cook starts the third innings of the game, or Warwickshire's second innings following on. It's bowled nicely through to the keeper, left alone, dot ball. Tell me how it has an impact in netball?
So you toss, and whoever wins the toss can choose to have first centre pass or choose the way they're shooting. Everyone normally would choose to have the first centre pass of the game, because then you have the ball and you're more likely to score from your own centre pass because you're able to attack. You're less likely, although it happens, to turn over the opposition's centre pass and score from that.
Round the wicket, Cook, outside off stump, good looking delivery with a brand new cherry. and there is no run. Let me just ask you, sometimes you play indoors, clearly wind doesn't affect the game indoors, but netball's still played outdoors. And if you have a huge gusty wind, do you go with the wind first half or
It can
go
also
against
depend
it?
on the sun. I mean, in international netball, everything is played indoors, so that doesn't come into it. But at our level of netball, which I'm off to play tonight, if the sun's out on a net, you want to get away from that.
Porter, Cook in, and he bowls another cracking delivery. My word, he's only got 1 wicket today, but he has bowled well. He's bowled some terrific spells. I think he only bowled 8 overs along with Porter, but he bowled beautifully this morning and after lunch. So in average netball or league netball, girls league netball, I always think that netball's a terrific game. Personally, when I was at school teaching PE, I quite enjoyed netball as much as basketball. This is driven up to mid-on, no run. And probably one of the great games that I also enjoy, which we don't play in this country, but they do play in Europe, is handball. And handball is often associated with what's the Nou Camp, Barcelona, places like that. They have a very patriotic and enthusiastic handball team associated with a football club. I think they do that in Netherlands as well. As Cook is in, this is driven and it's well fielded at backward point. I think that is Doug Bracewell, possibly.
Yes.
Backward point, very well fielded, could have gone for runs. Good looking shot.
Something I've never played, but it's a mix between all of them, is korfball.
Oh,
That's got some kind of net involved and mixed teams.
Where's that played?
Well, I know universities play it. I don't know the rules of it, but it's a bit of an amalgamation of everything, really.
Cook round the wicket to the left hand. Did Yates, who leaves it alone, and it's a maiden. Didn't have to play every ball, but nonetheless there was a bit of searching going on there from Sam Cook, and it is 0 for 0 off 1, and they trail by a mammoth 299 runs.
Were you talking about the World Cup qualifiers at some point?
We were.
I've had an email in from Steve about that.
Go on.
Simon Harmer is going to continue to cause havoc from the River End with a new ball.
Expected to turn and bounce. And Mick Lewis was talking to us earlier. John Embury, who all his career, he likes the ball bouncing. He wants more bounce than spin, does John Embury. Sorry.
Well, we'll get to Steve's email after this Simon Harmer over, because he always gets through these 6 balls with a bit of pace. Alex Davis on strike for Warwickshire. Harmer is into him, he's just forward defending. Buttleman will come forward and pick up.
Yeah, there's been a lot of ICC cricket on lately. The qualifying in Zimbabwe, Bulawayo and Harare, my old home ground in Harare.
Harmer to Davis, takes a step back this time and cuts into the offside. It will be chased by Tom Wesley, who will manage to stop it just inside the rope as they come back for 2 runs, and that's the first 2 runs on the board for Warwickshire since they were asked to follow on by Essex.
And I think the West Indies lost yesterday. I'm trying to think who they lost to.
Harmer into Davis, who's defending. Well, I'll get to Steve's email in a moment because he's got some info to some questions that were raised during your conversation while I was wandering around with a bit of cake and a cup of tea.
Listen, this is important. It wasn't a free cup of tea and a cake, was it?
As Harmer is into Davis, and again he cuts into the offside, similar position, but this time Tom Wesley won't be able to chase it to the boundary, and it will go for 4 runs to bring Warwickshire up to 6 without loss in their second innings.
Now, Victoria, if you were really good and a genuine team player, as you are with your netball, you'd be rooting for a free ice cream for your comrades in the box.
There was a big queue for the ice cream van today, though. So I paid for my cake and cup of tea as Harmer is into Davis, who just dabs forward at that, turns it into the leg side for no run.
lemon drizzle, Genoa, chocolate.
I had the blood orange drizzle cake, which was
What's
very
that?
nice. It was
That's
sort of like a lemon drizzle, but orange flavoured.
nice.
As Harmer is into Davis, he's forward, misses. Buttleman collects behind the stumps. That's the end of the over. 6 from it. Warwickshire 6 without loss. So Steve's email says on bbcessexcricket@gmail.com, watching your commentary today, there was a question about why there had to be a result and why it couldn't be a draw in the World Cup qualifiers.
There potentially was a tie, but they went to a super over.
Let me explain from Steve's words. Teams carry 2 points forward to the next stage for every game they beat another qualifying team, i.e. Zimbabwe took forward 4 points because they beat the West Indies and the Netherlands in qualifying. If they left it at a draw, no one would carry points from this game through to the Super 6. More in a mo.
As Cook is in, is driven by Yates up to mid-off. There is no run. Well bowled, well played.
Steve finishes by saying, now the Netherlands have won, they carry the 2 points forward and the West Indies don't carry any forward, although they did qualify.
Interesting. There's your answer. I think it was Clive. Clive's been really on the ball with the ICC 50 over qualifiers out in Zimbabwe, Oman, Scotland. I think Ireland are now been eliminated. Scotland are still in it. Cook is in it. And he bowls, and this is defended into the offside. No run. So, yeah, Oman. I can't remember the other teams playing. Zimbabwe were over the moon defeating the West Indies, and I think it was George Tabell was concerned, and he put a tweet out there, the senior cricket correspondent of the Cricketer, and he just said it'll be a shame if the West Indies don't make the World Cup. Not everyone in Zimbabwe was sympathetic to that, funny enough, but there's a dot ball through to the keeper, no run. Sri Lanka, under the eyes and the coaching regime of Chris Silverwood, saw him, he was over the moon about their win, their heavy win yesterday. So he looks as if he's doing okay with... and of course he's returned to one of his haunts. He spent a bit of time in Zimbabwe while he was on the Middlesex staff as a cricketer himself. This is played on the front foot into the offside, no run. And I think Chris Silverwood is fondly remembered around this parish. Not only was a very fine bowling coach, he then took over as first team coach, head coach, and he went on to win with Ryan Tenterscarter the county championship, having won the second 11 having won the second division championship first. As Cook on his way in round the wicket, this time it's come off the thigh pad into the leg side, and Cook runs across to protect conceding a single. 6 for no wicket. We're in the third over here with Victoria Polly, Clive Eakin and Don Topley bringing you ball by ball action with BBC Essex, BBC WM and BBC CWR. Hoping you're enjoying your commentary and the cricketing entertainment, and you're welcome to get in touch by Twitter or email. BBC Essex cricket@gmail.com, and this is a nick and it's gone into the offside, and very politely does Rob Yates, he picks it up and hands it to an Essex fielder.
And that annoys you, doesn't it?
Oh, doesn't it? Do you know what, actually I was talking to some other former cricketers and they said exactly, don't be kind, go and have a drink with them afterwards, but just leave it on the floor. It's their job. There's 11 fielders out there. Invite them to come and pick it up.
Jack Lee is watching in Horsford in Norfolk, and has emailed in, says, what a pleasure to see Essex doing so well. Just a thought, with all the fifers to Simon Harmer's name, surely he's going to need an entire shed to store them in.
Oh, well, he'll need a new board and a board for himself in the pavilion, won't he?
As he bowls into Davis.
Yeah. And
just... back forward down the pitch, Nick Brown will collect. There was a bit of a debate. I went round and sat in the non-commentary box seats, the public seats.
Where?
Over in the members section,
Yep.
as Harmer is into Davis, who cuts into the offside, and there is a sweeper on the boundary working his way round as they come back for 2 runs to move to 8 without loss. There was a debate whether the catch that Nick Brown took at short leg just before tee, would it go down as caught Brown or caught sub? My view is he's the replacement. He's actually in the side, so he is down as Brown, as Harmer is in, and forward is Davis as the ball just ricochets off his pad and down the pitch.
If I had to side with someone, I think you're right. I think it will say caught Brown, not caught sub.
And that is what it is down on the BBC Sport website as Harmer is in, and that is wide, and well, wide of the stumps, but not down as a wide, and left by Davis.
It'll be a wide on Friday night.
Yes.
We've got the visitors at Middlesex.
Yes, as Harmer is into Davis, takes a couple of steps forward, it loops up in the air, and that is the first wicket of this Warwickshire follow-on for Essex. Very similar to that dismissal that we were just discussing, as Harmer's ball was looped off the bat to the arms, the hands of Nick Brown at short leg, and Davis departs for 8.
Well, he made 7 in the first innings, 8 in this second innings following on. And he's just slightly come down the wicket, and he's ended up squeezing it into his pad as well, which has ballooned. And it was an easy catch in the end. He stood there, but the umpire decided he was out, and he's had to go. So Essex pick up a very important first wicket tonight. There, Warwickshire are 8 for 1, as I think it's the captain comes out to bat. Will Rhodes, like he did in the first innings, it was 14 for 1 when he came to the wicket. Tonight in the second innings, it's 8 for 1. Will Rhodes, will he have 2 dismissals, 2 knocks in the day here at Chelmsford?
He was a bit of a nuisance to Essex.
Played well. I'm trying to, what did he make?
43.
Was that top score?
Yes.
He played well. He was like glue. Barnacle. Trevor Bailey was called Barnacle Bill because he just stuck in out there. And to be fair, he played nicely for his 40-odd, top score of his team. He bowled nicely in the first innings. Not a lot of overs, but he bowled 3 or so spells and looked good. Kept the runs down, and he's put a value on his wicket. You can't ask for anything more than that.
Harmer in to Rhodes, who is forward defending back to Harmer, and that is the end of the over. And there's lots of enthusiasm from the Essex field now as Will Buttleman, the wicketkeeper, sprints to the other end with the first wicket of the Warwickshire follow-on falling. They are 8 for 1, and Harmer has the first wicket for Essex.
He has indeed. Wesley has the ball. He's spinning it in his finger. I'm not so sure we'll need Tom Wesley to have a bowl, but it's going to be Cook again. Cook and Porter are chatting. Porter moving away to mid-off, adjacent to the bowler. And Sam Cook is now going to be bowling to Rob Yates, who's been a thorn in Essex's side for a number of years. Decent cricketer, Yates. Cook is in, bowls outside off stump through to the keeper. There is no run.
On the qualifiers that we were talking about, Ed has been in touch. It says, whilst it would be a shame not to have the Windies, it's also excellent for the growth of the game if more associate teams qualify for the World Cup at the expense of more established full member teams. Full members have had 2 opportunities to qualify, so I don't have much sympathy if they don't make it. I'm surprised that Snater didn't go out to play. Any idea why? Well, I think it was to be available for Essex.
Yes. He earns his crust. He's a professional cricketer with Essex. I think Freddie Clausen was the same down at Kent as Cook bowls, played off the back foot into the offside, no run. They earn their crust. They're professional cricketers within county cricket, And with the T20s going on, some of them are invaluable. And of course the Irish, if they're going to play county cricket, they end up being overseas players, as Paul Sterling briefly was. He's in Zimbabwe. So Cook bowls this, played in off the front foot into the offside, no run. I'm trying to think of any other young lads who... I'll tell you, there's one lad who's a nice ICC associate cricketer, Delray Rawlings of Sussex, who's played quite a lot of white ball cricket. I think he's involved in Bermuda. Whether Bermuda are out there or whether he's having some time away from cricket, he is another ICC associate cricketer. This is driven beautifully into the offside, and to give him credit, Nick Brown dived to his left and stopped it, and well, basically parried it into the line of Tom Wesley at mid-off. So Essex continuing to field well, but this time in a duo and as a team. Always great to have your views, comments, thoughts about the game, any part of the game, professional or recreational or even school. Cook waiting for the batsman, and in fact it's the captain, Rhodes, who's just composing himself. 2 slips and a gully are waiting. Cook in, bowls, nice clip off his legs, all the way down to Paul Walter, whose fielding has just appeared out and into view from the bottom of the Tom Pearce stand beneath us. Nice to see the river stand being used for the spectators today. It's always a good view, along with the Tom Pearce, sort of diagonally across the ground. We're not quite in line with the best part of possibly 12, 13 strips away from being in line. With the left-hander facing, we're high on the second floor of the river stand. This is a good ball, well fielded at gully. It's not a chance, but Critchley has dived very wide and away from us and stopped what would have been a 4. So well bowled, well fielded, and to be fair to the batsman Rob Yates, he was able to keep the ball on the floor by going at it softly. Many other emails in?
Not at the moment, just one from Ken. Just Colchester United have just made a signing, so I'm just doing a little bit of admin. But Ken says
who?
Nico Lawrence on loan from Southampton for the season. Ken has been in touch on the email. It might relate to my toilet commentary earlier, as Simon Harmer is in to Will Rose, who turns that one into the leg side. It's been chased out towards the boundary by Tom Wesley as they come back for 2 runs to move on to 12 for 1. Ken says, the last time I looked in Wisden, I'm sure Essex were the only club to have century stands for each wicket. Can you tell me if this still applies?
I think he's right in what he suggested. Whether it's still the only team, I don't know. But yeah, interesting one. I certainly think we have had century stands in every wicket.
Harmer is into Rhodes, who just pushes that one along the pitch for no run. Michael's been in touch as well and says, hi Victoria, I enjoy watching netball from time to time. As Harmer is into Rose, who takes a step back and just hits this one uppishly into the offside for no run. He says, I love the passion of Diane, I think, and her guests who cover it. Yeah, that's right. It's often on Sky Sports as Harmer is in and Rhodes is defending again. It sounds very complex and intense at times, and there appears to be many scenarios and intrigues. I wonder if the players chat to opponents during matches, or do they adopt Don's no-matiness personas during games?
Reveal all. Reveal all, please.
Harmer has that one turning, and it's past Rhodes into the hands of Buttleman behind the stumps.
Victoria?
Two off. It depends. I mean, I think on the pitch they're all very competitive. It can be quite quite a contest as Harmer is into Rose, and he looks to cut that one. There's a diving stop by Doug Bracewell to stop that one going through the covers, and that's the end of the Harmer over. Warwickshire are 12-4-1, just 2 from it. I would say, yes, I mean, it gets a bit feisty between players.
Yes.
A lot of them at the top level will play against each other for countries, but may well play together at club level in the Super League or the competitions around the world. I tend to adopt the approach when I'm playing. I'm not much of a small talker. If you start talking to me, I'll reply to you, but I wouldn't necessarily start a conversation and engage.
Are you telling me there's mental disintegration in netball? That's what Merv Hughes calls it, as Cook is in. This is a good ball, searching on top of off, played into the offside, no run. I'm really intrigued by that, actually. Yeah, I just remember stories from my daughter, who used to play netball, quite competitive. And I'm not delving into somewhere naughty, but they tell me sometimes some of these ladies make sure they have the odd sharpened fingernail.
Well, you have to have your nails checked. You can't have sharp fingernails.
Hang on, we have studs checked. Wait for this. This is played on the front foot. Good looking ball by Cook, played nicely by Yates, no run. Hang on, when I refereed at rugby, I used to check their spikes, their studs, to make sure if they weren't sharp, or if the nylon studs were particularly sharp. You're not meant to have nylon studs in rugby. So what happens? Does the referee?
The umpires come around and check. Yeah.
What, you just put your hands out?
No, you have to hold them up so you can see if the nail is hanging over the top of the fingertip.
Can I ask you how long that's been happening in the sport? This is another decent ball played by Yates up to mid-off, no run.
For as long as I've been playing,
adult
over 15,
netball.
20 years.
Adult netball.
Yeah, but we used to be at school as well, yeah.
Did it?
Yes.
Wow.
And I also
wasn't aware of
umpire,
that.
so I have to check. When I'm umpiring a game, I have to check as well. And if they're not short enough, you have to go and file them or clip them, and you're not allowed on until they're done.
So, listen, you've got a big night out Saturday night.
Yes.
And you have your nails done. You have some, is it nail gels?
Yes, yeah.
And you have those put on as Cook bowls. This is played into the offside, no run. So you're going out, you've got maybe a wedding to go to or something on Saturday night. You have your gels done. You go and play netball. And they look at them and they're too long.
Yeah,
you can't play.
Yeah, I've had people turn
Thanks
up before
very
with
much.
the old fake ones on, and yep, sorry.
Off you go.
Yeah.
Wow.
When I have my nails done, when I treat myself to that, my nail technician is just used to the fact now that mine are always short, and I just want them done, painted nicely, but they'll always just be a quite short length.
Cook in. Bowls. That's a good ball played down to the vacant third man. 2 Essex boys are chasing it. One gives up, and they have to give up because it's gone for 4. That's a safe shot there by Yates, who collects a boundary. He moves to 5, score 16-1. Now, if I had nails like you've described that have turned up and been dismissed, I wouldn't half be able to pick the seam on the cricket ball. Of course I didn't. Nobody ever picks the seam.
I always think people go, oh, I had these done for a nice occasion.
Yeah.
You know the rules. You know the rules of netball.
Well, I genuinely asked it out of, not naivety, but you could see that happening. I'm out tomorrow night. I've had my nails done. And they're not cheap, are they, these days? Cook is in, and he bowls a decent ball. Yates plays forward, plays into the leg side. There is no run. Cook does the fielding on his follow-through, and Essex have taken the 1 run. Warwickshire 16 runs, and we've had 7 overs of this following on innings here at Chelmsford. Interesting. Yeah, you learn something every day. BBC Essex, BBC
WM,
CWR and CWR, West Midlands and Coventry and Warwick.
you'll get there by the end of the day, and then you won't be on
At the end-
commentary again.
That's right, that's right.
Simon Harmer bowling from the river end into Will Rose, who's cut that one away. It's bounced and is fielded by Jamie Porter in the offside for no run.
I've got myself a newer car and I'm struggling with the number plate. I'm thinking of all kinds of abbreviations, but I just keep going back to the old number plate.
Harmer into Rhodes, who's pushing forwards, and Harmer will collect on his follow through for no run.
I even used to struggle with my PIN number. I'm not repeating that.
Yes, don't do that one on air. Harmer to Rose, who tries to turn that one round the corner. He will get a single to move Warwickshire onto 17 for 1.
As a member of the BBC staff, you probably know the answer to this. Why do some radio stations have BBC Essex, and why is it not BBC Radio Essex or BBC Radio WM?
I'll get back to that as Harmer is in to Yates, who is just turning that one into the
Is that
leg
a good
side.
question?
Yes, so BBC Essex is one of the few that doesn't have radio in its title, and there is a commercial station called Radio Essex, as Harmer is in to Yates, who was having a swipe at that one. He's missed, and it's through the gloves of Buttleman as well.
I'm
4
wondering,
buys.
that was nearly caught. He didn't hit it, so playing a miss, but I actually think it could be a mis-stumping, because I think he's dragged his rear foot, and I'm looking at that live rather than on any replay.
21 for 1. We saw 4 buys early on in the start of the Warwickshire first innings, but then Will Buttleman did get a few caught behind as Harmer is in, and forward defending is Rob Yates. 21 for 1 at the end of the Harmer over.
Hasn't surprised us, it's still doing it a little bit and turning with this harder ball. It's only 7-8 overs old, so Simon Harmer bowling nicely and looking particularly penetrating actually as an off spinner. So yeah, there are a few BBC radio stations have dropped the radio or didn't have the radio.
We never had it to start with at
Right.
BBC Essex. Clive will be able to tell you more about his patch in his area, but yes, we're often wrong. Referred to as wrong, not we're often wrong on BBC
No,
Essex,
we're
but we're
absolutely.
often mixed up with our commercial neighbours.
Jamie Porter replacing Sam Cook. Porter, who got, I think he got 3 wickets in the first innings. He's on his way in around the wicket to the captain, Rhodes, who pulls it, and it's gone for 4. Paul Walter dived. I mean, he's got like an albatross. He's got such a big span that he dived straighter to his right, and it was quite an athletic dive, but he couldn't stop the ball as it's rebounded off the brick wall on the pavilion side. Good looking shot. Punch pull that was through the leg side. Good punch pull from Will Rhodes for 4.
Mike is enjoying the netball chat. He says there's a brilliant netball league at Broomfield Park, Palmer's Green, which I pass on my way to the Oval Ground, and I look out for those possible conversations that we were talking about.
This is clipped into the leg side. They're looking for 2. Will they get 2? I think they can. And so does the captain, Will Rhodes. He thinks he can. He calls his partner back for 2. And Warwickshire move to 27 for 1. Palmer's Green.
Yes, and he says, I
Yes.
sense a bit of banter defending the net. Would that be about right? Sort of like a batter and a wicket-keeper from time to time. Well, I'd say there's no sort of like chirping or of sledging or anything, because you're standing
personal.
in quite close proximity, but there's a bit of small talk maybe. Sometimes a bit of get off me.
Porter. It's driven up to mid-on where there is no run. Good looking shot, well bowled. 27 for 1. Yeah, I think, look, I think there's a lot of chat. In fact, I know there is too much chat. There's a lot of inane chat in club cricket where it's ridiculous. You don't mind a little bit of chat, and as long as it's not personal. There can be a lot of things that are said that are funny, but sometimes there's a lot of inane and worthless chat in club cricket, but it must never be personal. This is a nick and he's gone. I think he's going to have to go. Essex feel that there was a nick, and as soon as that ball passed the bat, the whole of the arc was genuinely interested, but sadly the umpire isn't. So Will Rhodes is still there, undefeated, and will continue batting. Well bowled, but no dismissal.
Yeah, just waiting to see the replay on that one. See.
The ones behind the batsmen were absolutely adamant. Porter inquiring.
Collective appeal and celebration as we just watch the replay. It's hard to tell from that angle.
Porter's in. This is clipped into the leg side. He's only going to get one, I think. Good call. Good clear call of no. He ran it hard, but Feroz Kushi was excellent in the field beneath us as he prevented the second run. They moved to 29 for 1. So Palmer's Green, and he mentioned about on the way to the Oval, that sort of
Overground.
that sort of South Essex towards Grays, Dartford Tunnel, isn't it?
North London.
Oh, is it Palmer's?
I think.
Where did he say Palmer's Green?
Yes.
Oh, was it? Am I thinking of Palmer's College in the near the Thurrock area? This is played on the front foot. End of an over. Good over from Porter. 28 for 1.
David has been in touch on the emails. He says, do you think Harmer has an advantage in this game? Someone who's played a lot with a Kookaburra ball.
Yes.
He says, I feel sorry for Nick Brown, who's going to get a big daddy 100 in the second innings, but now is unlikely to bat for very long. And Cakegate, failing to obtain cake for the great Don Topley. I'm fairly sure I spied Victoria yesterday eating ice cream at the Hayes Close end. From memory, there was only one ice cream, and therefore one can conclude that she didn't buy one for Don. Love the commentary, particularly Don complaining about the lack of tea and cake, says David.
David, little do you know, she didn't pay for her ice cream. I paid for mine, and she got hers free. Harmer, in.
Oh, you're taking my over now as well. As this is defended back down the pitch by Will Rhodes. Well, it just, see, it pays to be nice to people.
Well, yes, I agree. You're very nice to people. Hey?
Warwickshire 28 for 1. Harmer is in to Rhodes. He's turned that one round the corner, and it's fielded by Shane Snater, who is out as a sub on the pitch.
That was slightly in the air. Brown looks as if he was a bit disappointed. I'm not sure that was a genuine catch, but I think it was quite close to being a catch.
Harmer to
Shot.
Rhodes, and this time he's driven that one. It's fielded by Feroz Kushi for a single. 30 for 1 even.
Yeah, Rhodes. And indeed Yates. Yates is now on 6 in 28 balls. Rhodes is on 12.
Harmer
turns.
is in. He's getting a bit of turn.
Yeah. See, Essex will certainly have another. I would expect Warwickshire to bat through for a second ball tomorrow. Second
Rhodes,
new ball.
the Warwickshire captain on strike. Harmer is in on the back foot. He's just hits that one into the leg side for no run. 2 singles off of the Harmer over so far.
I don't think we'll be anywhere needing the extra 8 overs tonight.
As Harmer is in around the wicket, and it's
Played.
edge,
Played
but he's played that nicely into the offside for no run. 30 for 1 at the end of the Harmer over, 2 from it.
See, I think these two left-handers, when you're talking about matchups, which is a common name today, Harmer bowling to these two, he will be excited bowling to left-handers. But the left-handers, that last over, there was a slight chance, maybe a close chance to Nick Brown at bat pad. But I felt it's not going to be easy. I thought they actually played Harmer really quite well that over. It's damn difficult facing an off spinner on a turning wicket. Porter in is played by Yates into the offside no run. It is going to be tricky. You're going to examine your technique, whether you go at the ball at the spinner or whether you go with soft hands. Do you play the lap? It really is a bit of art. There's an element of science in this. It is not just good luck or bad luck. You have to build your innings, play the shots you can that are in your armoury against the different bowlers at different times on the different surfaces. It really is a bit of science. Porter turns. He's on his way in from his favoured end as this is clipped off the bat down the leg side, and it goes down to Feroz Kushi beneath the river stand for 1 run. Warwickshire move to 31 for 1. So who are you playing tonight?
Well, we're playing Summer League at the moment, so
Yes.
we've had our serious Winter League, and we're playing in our Summer League where you pick the bibs out of a bag and play whatever position you pull out.
Hang on. So Porter bowls, driven on the front foot by Will Rhodes. There is no run. So you've got your set of 7 people?
Yes.
7.
Yep.
And you got your bag, and you just pull the shirt.
Pull
you have a
that
letter
bib.
on the front of your
Yes,
bib.
yeah.
WD, WA or whatever.
Yes,
Yeah?
yeah.
And you go and play there. So what's your normal position?
I normally play goalkeeper or goal defence.
Oh, do you?
So if I pull out something where you have to run around a lot like centre or something where you have to shoot, it's not so great.
Oh. Porter in, clipped into the leg side, straight to Paul Water at mid-wicket. There is no run. Is it the normal game, normal length?
No, so we play 10-minute quarters in the summer,
4
whereas we
10-minute
play
quarters.
15 minutes during the Winter League.
Most importantly, do you all go down the pub afterwards?
We don't actually, no.
What?
There's not a huge amount of social, because
Oh.
most of our games aren't until about 9 o'clock, so by the time you've finished and you're all
Oh,
sweaty, you're ready to go home to bed.
Oh.
We'll have a shower and go home to bed.
As Porter on his way in, 2 slips and a gully. This is driven back up to mid-off. There is no run.
I think that's the one thing that I feel that where you have matches, football, cricket, rugby, that are played traditionally on a Saturday afternoon or a Sunday afternoon in some cases, you do have that opportunity for a bit of socialising afterwards, whereas where we play evenings, it's not always as possible, although we do try and get together and do things occasionally.
Porter on his way in. This is played back to the bowler on his follow through, end of the over, and there is no run. 31 for 1. Warwickshire, who are following on. Sunday, well, Essex have got a T20 on Friday night here against Middlesex, and then they go to the Oval for a crunch game. Hopefully they beat Middlesex, who've only won the 1 game in T20, and then they go to the Oval hoping to knock over Surrey, who have not been overly impressive at home this season. But importantly, just to mention, that's Sunday at the Oval. Also on Sunday,
As Harmer is in from the river end to Yates, and he's flashed that one past short leg, and will take at least 2 runs. It will be the 2 runs to take the score to 33 for 1.
Suffolk are hosting Northumberland in the next round of the National Counties. I think it is a quarter-final in Suffolk, and I can't remember if it's not Woolpit, because Woolpit have a very important game.
As Harmer is in to Yates, and there was off the pad appeals as Nick Brown fields a ball from short leg.
Woolpit have a very important Village Cup eliminator game at Woolpit at home. So Suffolk have got not only the Suffolk County playing at home,
As Harmer is in to Yates, this time driving back to the bowler.
and Woolpit have an eliminator in the National Village Knockout Cup. So that's great news for Suffolk, who have done quite well as a county, but also Woolpit in the Village Cup.
As Harmer is in, this time off the back foot, Yates cuts away, fielded by Cushy for no run. 2 off the first ball and then 3 dot balls to follow so far in this Harmer over. Nice for Suffolk. It'd be even nicer if it was for Essex, wouldn't it?
It would be, but
I
it's
think
right.
Woolpit knocked out an Essex club side potentially in the last round of that competition as Harmer is in, and this time that is a drive through the covers for Yates. It's being chased by Walter and Cushy as they come back for 2. They're going to get the third in for the throw. It's a round of applause for the fielding, which was away to our right hand side, just obscured by the Tom Pearce stand, as the score moves to 36-1.
And we will have listeners who are coming and listening to us from Suffolk,
Yes.
Cambridgeshire, Norfolk. Somerset have a good relationship, very good relationship with their the minor counties, national counties further down in the western of England. You know, the Devon, the Cornwalls, the counties like that. There's a great affiliation with Somerset.
As Harmer is in to Rhodes. This time he just clips that into the leg side for no run. We have our BBC Essex Around the Wicket show on a Wednesday between 6 and 7 where we cover all things county and club cricket in Essex. BBC Radio Suffolk have a cricket hour on their station, which I think is a little bit later on in the evening, around about 9 p.m. time, but always available to catch up on BBC Sounds. David Mann,
Hadley man
knows all his stuff Suffolk cricket.
Actually, can I just say, stay with Suffolk just for a moment. The terrible, sad news and loss of Gary Girling, rest in peace. He passed away this week, and it's very sad news for everyone associated with Hadley Cricket Club, just inside Suffolk. And Porter Bowles, it is driven up to mid-on where there is no run, staying with another Ipswich club, Ipswich and East Essex Club, which is on, as you go into Ipswich on the A12 over to the left. They celebrated Dave Little, who is very famous in Suffolk and North Essex for his association, one with Old Copperstonians Football Club, but more importantly with Ipswich and East Essex. And they had a celebration for him yesterday as Porter is in, and this is driven into the offside, off the back foot, no run. And yes, Dave Little was celebrated yesterday for how long he has served at Ipswich and East Essex Cricket Club, and it's been absolutely tremendous that Essex County Cricket Club have acknowledged his support and endeavours at Ipswich and East Essex and invited him to come to the county ground to enjoy a game of Royal or the 50 over cup and ring the bell before play. This is driven in the air, but it's gone through the vacant third man. It's probably gone through a very wide gully as it's gone for four runs indeed to Rotes. Rotes has gone to 16 and Warwickshire 40 for 1.
Ron has been in touch, exiled Eagle in Yorkshire. He says tomorrow 7 a.m, train from Beverley, Yorkshire. 11 a.m, arrive at King's Cross. Quick tube to King's Cross. Train from Stratford to Chelmsford. Arrive at Chelmsford 12ish. Quick walk to the ground. Am I being very optimistic in seeing any cricket tomorrow?
Oh, he's not put us under much pressure, is he? Is he an Essex man or
Yes,
a Warwickshire man?
exiled Eagle.
Right, Porter in, played into the leg side, no run. He's put me under pressure. I'm going to disappear at the end of this
He
over.
does say, I'm really coming down for the test match. Tomorrow was supposed to be a bonus, so now it might be a shopping trip at Westfield Stratford.
Who used to say, come on down? Who was that? One of the comedians, wasn't it? Who? Leslie Crowther. He liked his cricket. He was a Lord's Taverners. Porter is in. Plays well, does Yates up to mid-off, and there is no run. I'm going to vacate at the end of this over and bring in Clive Eakin, who's going to try and commentate on no further wickets for Warwickshire, as they're 40 for 1 following on. Long way to go, a lot of cricket. We're not even at halfway in this first class 4-day game. Be important for him to, our guest who's coming down, the exiled eagle to look at the weather as well. This is played into the leg side. That's a good looking shot from Yates for 1 as Cook does the fielding. And that concludes the end of the over. And for myself, it's 41 for 1. And I shall leave you in the hands of Victoria Polly and welcome Clive Eakin.
Thank you very much, Don. Thank you, Chris, for your email, bbcsexcricket@gmail.com. He says Warwickshire did win the toss and put Essex in earlier this season. They bowled us out for 126 and went on to win by 4 wickets. Here, Warwickshire are 41 for 1. They trail by 258, having been asked to follow on. Rob Yates is on 17. Will Rhodes is on 12. Simon Harmer is continuing to bowl from the river end. It's the left-handed Yates who is waiting on strike as Harmer is just pushing back Paul Walter at mid-off. Harmer into Yates. He takes a swipe at that one and he will get a boundary. 4 runs straight in front of the pavilion, away to our right-hand side, away to his left. 45 for 1. Hello, Clive.
Victoria, well, this is by some distance now Warwickshire's second biggest partnership in the match. What's it, 37 added now. I heard Don mention the weather there. I mean, it'd be disappointing for Laws, but if we're going to have 2 days of torrential rain in the next 2 days, Warwickshire won't be upset.
Harmer into Yates, and that's just picked up in the offside for no run.
I thought it was jolly unfair giving Simon Harmer, putting him on right at the start of the innings. I mean, give Warwickshire a few overs break, for goodness sake, for the new ball.
Harmer is in, and that's just pushed past into the offside for no run. 45 for 1, so 4 and 2 dot balls from Harmer.
Well, these two, as Don says, at least pretty much ensure that they're not going to be facing the possibility of a 2-day defeat here. It did cross my mind.
Harmer in, and that's just a flick of the wrist. Just defending is Yates, who's on 21. He's faced 44 balls.
Have they lost 3 or 4 wickets very early in the innings, and you'd have begun to wonder, but I think they're safely going to take into a 3rd day now.
Harmer, this time on the back foot, that just wraps Yates on the pads. There's a big appeal for a caught behind a few overs ago, which Essex were convinced they'd got, but umpire was unmoved. Harmer in. This time it's just turned into the leg side for no run. So
well, yeah.
Aside from that boundary from the first ball, tight over from Harmer, 45 for 1.
Will Rhodes seemed pretty calm about
yes,
that.
He didn't seem worried at all, did he?
Anyway, these two are batting well, but Essex got plenty of time. They only really needed to get 1 wicket today to not regret enforcing the follow-on, and they've got that, so anything else would be a bonus. But they still have, 10 overs to negotiate today, so they've still got work to do, these two, to try and get them through today. If they were to bat for the rest of the day and all day tomorrow, they'd be ahead by then. They're probably going to have to bat till pretty close to tea on the final day to save this game. That's a huge ask, to say the least. This one is left by Rhodes. Porter, a lot of focus on Harmer, and rightly so, but I think Porter's bowled really well in this match as well. 45 for 1. I mentioned it before, but this could be a big step forward for Essex. If they can complete this victory, they will take the maximum 24 points. Which is a big stride forward, and they'll restrict Warwickshire to just 2. Rhodes drives to the onside. That's fielded there, there's no run. Rhodes on 12, Yates on 21. Looking for positives. Maybe it's an opportunity for Rob Yates to do something a bit special. Had a tough season last season. He's been a bit up and down this. A big innings here, big score here would be very impressive. And Sometimes it's about making a start for Yates, and he's got that. Porter to Rhodes, leans into that, plays it to mid-off, and there's no run. .45 for 1 following on.
They're just struggling to break down Yates and Rhodes at the moment. They're getting the dot balls in, but the wickets are what Essex need.
Comes running in Porter. Right arm over, Rhodes hits that into the ground, back to the bowler, fields it one-handed. Stays 45 for 1. I mean, there didn't seem a lot on this pitch in terms of the seam bowling during the Essex innings. Porter's managed to get a bit out of it. Warwickshire did perhaps early on in the Essex innings, but only early on, only with the first new ball. Second new ball didn't really do much for them. But Porter, with 3 slips in place. To bowl, Rhodes drives that to mid-off, and there's no run. Even Porter this innings maybe find it difficult to get a lot of life out there. Rhodes is a bit of prodding. Warwickshire captain has not featured the T20. He's been in the squad throughout, but not played a game yet. Again, solid defence of that one, forward defensive to mid-off, 45 for 1, 15 overs gone.
Maiden from Jamie Porter.
Got his 4 wickets in the first innings, well there.
bbcessexcricket@gmail.com. Thanks to Dan. Don was talking about Suffolk. Dan says that there's the Suffolk 50 over quarter-final at Sudbury coming up, and says also was taught PE by Dave Little at Coppleston High School in Ipswich, a very much liked and well respected teacher. And Lawrence has been in touch as well. Simon Harmer prepares to bowl from the River End. Says, enjoying watching on YouTube. I wonder who's going to replace Dan Lawrence for next season, as Harmer is in to Yates, and that's just into the offside for no run. Also, Phil, Essex need to step up a gear in the T20s.
Yeah, just to correct myself, Porter got 3 wickets, of course, in the first innings, 3 for 20.
Harmer to Yates, just pushed into offside for no run. Two dot balls to start the Harmer over. In he comes again to Yates on the back foot. Just turns that one into the offside. Nick Brown with the helmet on. I think Essex have got a couple of youngsters that they could call upon to be more regular in the red ball game, as Harmer is in, and that one's wide of the off stump, through to Buttleman behind the stumps. So you may well see more of the likes of Feroz Cushy, Robin Das. Not so much a youngster, but Paul Walter, whose red ball options and opportunities have been limited. He's played the last 2 championship matches for Essex, as Harmer is in, and that's just flashed into the leg side for no run by Yates, who's on 21. But maybe Essex will look at those options for overseas players and how they could strengthen or maybe recruit permanently as well, as Harmer is in to Yates, and he's had a swipe at that one. It's Shane Snater, the subfielder, who collects the ball in the offside, and that's a second successive maiden. Harmer with his first maiden of this innings, and Warwickshire are 45 for 1.
Rob Yates gave himself a bit of a talking to after that shot. That was a bit of a loose shot last ball of the over. He needs to stay patient. We'll chat with him now. Priority from these two now is to see off the 8 overs between now and the end of the day. Of course, you want to bat positively and score runs, but that was a little bit airy from Yates. He's doing okay. He's on 21. And we are seeing a bowling change. going to see
Doug Bracewell.
Doug Bracewell back in the attack. Had a brain freeze. I was trying to remember his name. Thank you for jumping in, Victoria. Middlesex in all sorts of trouble in their championship match at Southampton. 96 for 7, replying to Hampshire's 419. On the other hand, Kent striding away of Northampton. Here comes Bracewell round the wicket, and Rhodes dead bats that up to the offside for no run. Kent 5.34 for 5. Lead Northampton by 297. I think they did get maximum batting points, so Essex were the third First Division team to do it this season. Now Kent have become the fourth. The game at the Oval moving on, and predictably Surrey, ruthlessness. They have Lancashire 84 for 3, still 2 runs behind the first innings total. Surrey's last wicket pair scored, I don't know, about 300 or something to give them a big total from a difficult position. Will Rose has just glanced that down to fine leg, and that wasn't that far wide of the wicket, but didn't actually react. Might have been unsighted. It was wide of him, so it was in the air, so slightly airy shot from Rose, but he's got 4 for it. He's on to 16.
Here's those little edges that have been the gift for both sides in each innings.
Somerset 240 for 4, getting hold of their game at Taunton. They lead Notts by 217. Morgan at 26 without loss against Sussex, 65 ahead at Cardiff. This next one is short, is clipped by Rose. One bounce for 4, down to long leg, and there is a fielder down there somewhere. He's actually out of our sight, so I don't know how wide of that he was, the fielder. But anyway, the 50 up for Warwickshire, 53 for 1 in the 17th over. I don't know if we can see in the replay where the fielder was. Yeah, well, he was quite a bit wider than that, so it was a reasonably safe shot from Rhodes. So around the wicket, Rose plays that back to him. There's no run. Just to complete those scores, Yorkshire 550 for 9 against Gloucestershire at 203 for 4, and a run fest at Headingley, and at New Road, Derbyshire 344 for 5, or 107 ahead of Worcestershire, and Leicestershire 280 for 4, applying to Durham's 517 for 6. Big game for Scotland tomorrow in the World Cup qualifiers. They play Sri Lanka. This next one is played through mid-wicket by Rose. Nicely placed shot in between 2 fielders. You certainly get 2. If they want to be really ambitious here, they should be able to get a 3rd, and they do. So it's a productive over this for Warwickshire, and Will Rhodes in particular. 56 for 1. He's on to 23.
Yeah, it was just a bit of an inaccurate throw back into the wicket-keeper, but thankfully there was some backing up going on from Matt Critchley and the sub-fielder Shane Snater.
Now, what's his hat? What's his cap, Shane Snater's? A red and black cap. Do you know what that is?
Yeah, because it's not the
It's
the
nothing to do
traditional
with Essex, I presume,
one.
is it? Andy Babinokis.
Well, I think it has got the Essex logo on
Oh,
the
is it?
front.
Okay.
Maybe it's not the right edition.
Is that? That is pushed out the offside. Has it been capped yet? Is that an uncapped cap? I wonder. Anyway, 56 for 1.
Off he goes anyway. Thank you, Nigel, who's been in touch on the email. Says, just to follow up from Toppers' kind mention, this was to do with Suffolk and Woolpit. Nigel says, having beaten Bellis from Essex in the last round of the National Village Cup, that was it. I knew it was some kind of Essex connection. Woolpit will be taking on Stoke Green Cricket Club from Buckinghamshire for a place in the quarter-finals. I'm getting ready to bowl from the River End. The match starts at 1 p.m. at Woolpit, and the barbecue and bar is running all day. Presumably this is this Saturday coming. So please come down and support the team as they strive to make club history, says Nigel.
Is that the Village Knockout? I love the Village
Yes.
Knockout. It's great. I haven't spoken to a few teams that have been
Yes.
involved in that. Always a great day for them.
In comes Harmer to Rhodes. Just turned into the leg side for no run. 56 for 1. Harmer, second ball of the over, driven back towards the bowler by Rhodes, who is on 23 from 39 balls faced. .56 for 1, Harmer in. Oh, and that's just missed the bat through to the wicket-keeper, Will Buttleman. Harmer just looking for that edge. Three balls after this over, a minimum of 6 remaining in the day as Harmer is in, and that's just defended on the back foot by Rhodes.
It's not going to finish on time, but we're not going to be quite as late as we often are.
In and forward is Rhodes, defending to Harmer.
But then Harmer has been bowling for half this inning, so really they should be able to finish on time. So we're going to be just a little over time.
In he comes for his final ball of the over, and it's just forward uppishly back down the pitch from Rhodes to Harmer. So a maiden over from Harmer, another maiden over. 56 for 1, Warwickshire trail by 243.
He's perhaps not quite getting the... Got a little bit of bounce and turn in the first innings. Not getting as much, but he'll be patient. What's that he's now bowled? 32 overs he's bowled today now. 6 for 87. And I would imagine he's going to bowl a lot of overs tomorrow. Essex will want to win this game tomorrow. They'll believe they can do that. Warwickshire will feel just a little better if they can get to the close without any further loss. And Doug Bracewell, his first over of his second innings was a tad expensive, but this time he's bowling to Rob Yates. Two slips in place who are quite a way apart, so slip and force slip, and Yates plays the first one comfortably back to the bowler. He's on 21. Comes in Bracewell around the wicket. Yates gets a bat on that, just squeezes it past that wide slip, and is going to get a couple of runs for his efforts, and that's the 50 partnership. So Warwickshire managed a 50 partnership for the third wicket in the first innings. Now they've managed one in the second innings. So Will Rhodes involved in both of those partnerships. In the first innings, put on 67 for the third wicket, not quite matching Essex's 227 for their third wicket between Wesley and Lawrence in the first innings. This one is played onto the onside by Yates for no run. Talented young cricketer Rob Yates, perhaps not quite yet fulfilling his potential, showing signs of it. He's having a nice little run in the T20 team, which wasn't always the case. He's opening the bat in there and doing pretty well. Bracewell round the wicket. Well, it's short, and there's a good controlled shot from Yates. There is a fielder there. It's a no ball, so they'll get 3 for that in total. Cushy was down there on the long leg boundary. Bracewell was tempting Yates, but Yates knew the field and just made sure he played that gently and down into the ground. He gets 1. Warwickshire get 3 because of the no ball, and that will take them to 61 for 1. I was quite gratified to hear someone else suggest it, so it's not just me. I proposed a law change in red ball cricket, which might have applied there. This one, Rose plays back to the bowler. I think the batting team should be allowed to decline the extra delivery if a wide or a no ball is bowled, because sometimes they don't want it, do they? And possibly in this case, Morris should want to get to the close don't want to give Essex extra balls. Why should the bowling team benefit potentially from their own bowler's error? I mean, it's more a case if you're trying to hold on for a draw at the end of the game. You don't want extra deliveries. You want as few deliveries as possible. This next one is driven by Rose to mid-off. That's another no ball. So decline that one if we can. That's two runs. But I can't remember who I heard say it, but I heard someone in one of the commentaries, Test match special or something, make the same point. So there's one for the lawmakers. 63 for 1. So he's obviously having a bit of a problem with his front foot here, Bracewell. It would very rarely apply in white ball cricket. You nearly always want the extra ball.
Yes.
I suppose the only circumstance is this one is down to long leg for a single. If you're sort of close to your target, but you've got a number 11 at one end, and it's the last ball of the over, you might then want to decline it. But generally, it applies
more,
mainly to the red
yes.
ball game.
Yeah, I take your point. Yeah, and get your presentation ready.
64 for 1, so this is going to be an 8th ball over if he doesn't transgress again. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, this is the 8th delivery now. And he's into bowl to Yates, who pushes out to the offside. There's no run. I think it was 8 runs off the over there, so Warwickshire get to 64 for 1. And more importantly, from their point of view, they've got 5 overs to go to the close. They are still 235 runs behind Essex's first innings total.
Thank you to Nigel, who has confirmed that National Village Cup game that we were talking about for Woolpit is on Sunday, Sunday coming. So,
Sunday.
yes, good luck to Woolpit in that competition.
It'll be a lot of fun, worth going live in the area. They're just great occasions, those.
Harmer will bowl from the River End, Warwickshire 64 for 1. Will Rhodes, the captain, on strike for Warwickshire as he just pushes the ball back down the pitch to Harmer, who's still got his shades on. I've still got mine on because the sun is still shining
you
down.
haven't got your fleece on now.
I haven't needed that since this morning. As Harmer is into Rose, takes a swipe at that one, but it's straight to the fielder Kushi, who fields on the bounce for no run. There is a bit more of a breeze than we've had all day. It has been cooler but stiller, but maybe a little bit more of a breeze now as Harmer is in, and that's just left by Rhodes, just moving the bat out of the way. He's on 24.
Yeah, well judged by Rhodes, on off stump and turning away.
Harmer into Rose, who's just forward again. 3 dot balls from Simon Harmer, that's the 4th.
This will be a little bit frustrating for Essex, but it only needs one moment. It only needs one Simon Harmer moment, and they're off and running again.
Can he create some pressure? Is this a fuller ball into Rhodes, who just plays that one back off the toes down the pitch? Well, Warwickshire will be worried about keeping wickets in hand rather than keeping the scoreboard moving too quickly as Harmer is in. That's cut away by Rhodes for no run, and that's another maiden from Simon Harmer. 3 in a row now for the South African, and Warwickshire 64 for 1.
Got away with that last ball a bit. It was a bit of a hittable delivery, which Rhodes rather clothed. It's another over. Done and dusted for Warwickshire. Got 4 more now to get through to the day. They'll be desperate to make sure they do get to the close. I suppose we're in Night Watcher territory. Night Hawks, they call them these days. Never quite been a fan of that tactic, but I suspect Warwickshire will. I don't know who would do that, actually, in this team. I mean, you'd probably have to hold Hassan Ali back. He'd be first in the queue to try and get in there and have a go. But anyway, I'll hope that doesn't apply. Field readjustment. And they've got a slip and then a gap, and then a sort of third slip is quite a way forward. A couple of fielders saving the one on the offside. They'll have a mid-off as well. Got a field down the long leg boundary. Might tempt Rob Yates with a bouncer to see if he wants to hook it. The leg side. It's actually now going to square leg on the bench. In fact, they're dispensing with that extra slip. They've got two fielders, one just emerging from behind the fence there. He's down at fine leg. And oh no, but where's the other? No, no. When you're ready, lads. He's going to gully eventually, the fielder who was in an extra slip position. Yates pulls that, all on the ground, so perfectly safe to the long leg for a single. And Yates is on to 25, and Warwickshire to 65 for 1. It's been decent from these two, but it has to be big. It has to be very, very, very big for them to get back in this game. Oh, I just realised the time. I better go off and tell people about it.
Yes, I'll take over for the moment with Bracewell bowling from the Hayes close end for Essex. Again, a little pause as he just makes some changes in the field. It's a deep square leg as Bracewell is in, and that's a top edge from Will Rhodes, and it's run away for 4. 69 for 1. So all the way down to the boundary just in front of us, below the river stand, and that's going to initiate Matt Critchley being sent down to field. And some of the spectators asking Matt Critchley why he's not on to bowl. We haven't seen too much of him yet, but if Essex are looking for wickets tomorrow, perhaps we'll see a bit more of him. But he's come down to field at fine leg. Bracewell is into Rhodes, who defends that one. Rhodes is on 28. Critchley's humouring the fans with some stretches. Got 3 overs remaining after this Bracewell one today on day 2 between Essex and Warwickshire. Bracewell into Rhodes. He turns that one off the hips into the leg side for a single. 70 for 1. He moves to 29. Still quite a few of the crowd who have stayed for the conclusion of this second day, particularly away to our right hand side on the Tom Pearce upper stand. It's quite well populated still. Felsted stand has cleared out a little bit. We'd had a couple of school trips over that side, so they've all made their way home now. 2 minutes past 6 as Bracewell is in with a bouncer, which Yates ducks out of the way of, and it's through to Buttleman. So Clive will be back on commentary tomorrow with Nick Gledhill and Dick Davis joining him for BBC Essex. And don't forget, whatever the result, you'll be able to join us on BBC Essex's Around the Wicket on Wednesday night to discuss it between 6 and 7. And I will have all the news from county and clubs from Essex as Bracewell is in to Yates. He just clips that one into the leg side for no run. End of the over, 70 for 1. Yates is on 25, Rhodes is on 29. So this pair digging in for Warwickshire and making things a little bit difficult for Essex, who invited Warwickshire to follow on. They still trail by 229 runs. Oh, and Matt Critchley, the prayers of the Essex fans just in front of us has been answered, because having bowled 3 consecutive maidens, Simon Harmon is coming off, and Matt Critchley will bowl some leg spin from the river end. We saw him bowl, I think he bowled just the 1 over in the first innings. Check my stats.
Bit of a triumph for Warwickshire that they've seen off Simon Harmer, though, and I wonder whether he might have a go from the other end.
Yeah, might come back with vengeance. Yeah, Matt Critchley just bowled the 1 over, which went for 3 runs in the first innings, and He's getting a round of applause as he warms up.
This is where Warwickshire have to make sure they don't do anything silly now, not be tempted with a relatively occasional bowler.
Late in the day, 3 overs remaining. Critchley into Rhodes and immediately slaps that one away into the leg side. It will only result in a single though for Warwickshire as the sweep on the boundary made the way round. 71 for 1.
Essex have fielded well. Probably denied Warwickshire between 30 and 50 runs with their ground fielding today.
Matt Critchley with a small towel in the back of his trousers is in, and again that's turned around the corner from Yates in a similar position, and it's fielded out in the deep by Sam Cook for just one more run at 72 for 1. Will Rhodes on strike, he has 30 runs. Critchley is into a bit more flight in that one. It's pushed back forward by Rhodes.
Pleasant evening now, cloud in the sky.
Critchley to Rose, tries that shot again by just trying to sweep it around the corner. It just loops up, drops safe, and it's collected by Nick Brown under the helmet for Essex, no run.
A bit of a tangle there, Will Rhodes with that one. So just got to be careful here. It's a short leg ready to pounce.
Short leg one slip as Critchley is in, and that's played with a straight bat by Rhodes for no run. 1 ball left of this Critchley over, and then 2 more to follow before the close of play. Critchley into Rhodes, so he turns that one past short leg and will take the single.
It was a bit in the air off the inside edge. It wasn't a chance, but it was dangerously close to short leg.
End of the over then, 72 for 1, 3 from it.
So, a couple of overs to go. Warwickshire join their best partnership of the match, 73 for 1. And they will live to fight another day at least. And yeah, it was a change, but they haven't seen Simon Armour off. He's going to have a change of ends. So, well, worth a try. A couple of overs to go. Well, he's got 1 over to bowl from that end.
Don't get rid of him that easily.
It does show, though, there really is. They managed it in the first innings, but for the most part, there's been very little in this pitch for the seamers. Jamie Porter bowled really well, but I mean, Hassan Ali and Chris Rushworth, I thought, bowled pretty well as well. But really, whether it's the Kookaburra ball or whatever it is, there's not been much for them there. And the fact that even when they've been on top, Essex haven't had too many in the slip cordon shows that. They're just not expecting the ball to deviate a lot and give them edges to slips. Harmer into bowl, and that's pushed out to the offside. There's no run. I like the way he's maybe suffer the Harmer overs again, even when he's changed ends. Slip and a short leg, and square leg fielder, or back of square leg fielder, just come inside the circle. Harmer in, Rose, we just desperately want to see this out now, plays it back to Harmer. Be thinking 4 more balls of Harmer and then 1 more over. And we'll come back tomorrow and see if we can do something special.
I think it would be nice for Essex if they could take a late wicket, but they won't be greedy.
Well, it would be nice, yeah. And they claim to have one there, or at least a wicket-keeper does. I don't think anyone, and he's pretty keen, Buttleman. A few times he's thought there's been a nailed-on dismissal, and actually hasn't had a great deal of support even from his own teammates. Will Rose just shrugged his shoulders and say, well, that's about, what's that about? He was beaten, though. It was a good ball by Harmer.
And there was a bit more support, but only from around the bat.
And that's played back to the bowlers now, and the bowler himself wasn't terribly interested. So that's played back to Harmer. Three round the bat, Harmer in, Rhodes leans forward. That's a bit of an edge, but all on the ground, no problem there. One more ball of the over to see off. And that'll be Harmer's work done for the day. Good work. 6 wickets he's taken. And that's played back to there's no run. There have been double the number of wickets today that there were yesterday. We've had 7 wickets yesterday, 391 for 7. The game really moved apace. And we've had 14 today. And now I've got to hastily calculate how many runs. Nowhere near as many as yesterday, but I've got to work it out. How many runs have we had today? You talk among yourselves while I try and work that out.
Well, Matt Critchley will bowl the final over of the day for Essex. Another helmet being brought out onto the pitch. I think it's going to be Simon Harmer who will be under it.
297 today, so nowhere near as many as yesterday. 297 for 14 today.
So Simon Harmer is going in as a leg slip. Got Nick Brown at short leg as well under a helmet.
So it's still not bad, 300 runs in a day.
Critchley is in to Yates and he'll take the single as that's turned round into the leg side.
Yates will probably be hoping that's his work done for the day. Like Rhodes stays at the other end now for the last 5 balls. Yates on to 27.
.74 for 1. Will Rhodes is on 31. In comes Critchley, and that is into the leg side, fielded at mid-wicket for no run. In comes Critchley, and just uses the wrist, flick that one into the offside for no run. 31 from 47, Yates is 27 from 64.
Don have the noisiest sweet wrappers in there.
Does Don Topley do anything quietly as Critchley is in to Will Rhodes?
Sort of person you don't want to be sitting beside in the cinema. So that's you and Don done then.
It is, yes.
It's a shame. Not that I've got anything
Well,
against
leaving
the
in
other
capable hands as Critchley is in to Rhodes. Dot ball. So final ball of the day coming up from Matt Critchley, should it be a legal delivery. In he comes to Will Rhodes. Critchley has just turned, fielded by short leg, and that is that for Essex. 74 for 1 is the score on the board for Warwickshire. They trail by 225. So a good day for Essex, who made 457 with the bat. Warwickshire in their first innings were all out. They were asked to follow on by Essex, and they're currently 74 for 1. So from an Essex point of view, good day. Maybe they would have liked a couple more wickets to finish things off in this final session and put them in a commanding position for tomorrow, but they are in the best position in this game. From a Warwickshire point of view, Clive, how do you reflect on today?
Well, look, it's been a very difficult day. I think that just that little partnership there worth 66 so far will give a little bit of hope, but I'm not sure the pitch was doing that much in that second innings. Even Harmer wasn't getting the sort of turn that he got in the first innings. Don't know why that would be particularly, but it's a huge job for them. That will just give them a glimmer of hope, that partnership, but they're very much up against it tomorrow. Good toss to win, as Don has said, but Essex have exploited that really well, and will still expect to win this game sometime tomorrow, but at least Warwickshire have lived to fight another day.
Well, Clive, thank you very much. You'll be back tomorrow. Nick Leadhill and Dick Davis will be here for BBC Essex. Warwickshire will resume on 74 for 1 with Rob Yates on 27 and Will Rhodes on 31. So join us again here on the BBC Sport website and via the Essex YouTube, as well as the updates on all the relevant radio stations tomorrow morning from just before 11 o'clock. But enjoy the rest of your Monday evening and join us again for day 3 tomorrow.